Chapter 1, Initial Superpower. If you gain superpowers, how would you spend your future life? Believes that many people have such a dream, imagining that they have acquired superpowers, and from then on, they dominate the world. The beauty around them is like a cloud, and they live a life of drunk gold fans. Of course, this is also the dream of Li Yu. Why is it once? Because the dream that has been realized is not called a dream. Thing happened a year ago, on a morning that was no different from the past. Li Yu was awakened by a pee of urine during sleep, and was confused, thinking that he would go to the bathroom to solve it and return to sleep. Buzz, as if a gust of wind was blowing in his ears, and it seemed that a thunder exploded in his mind. Li Yu's originally confused head was sober, his hazy eyes opened, his pupils contracted, and his eyes opened. Because he was shocked to find that he was standing in his toilet, and he was in front of the toilet he was familiar with. He had fought on it countless times and would never admit his mistake. Don't I just sleep in bed? Why did I come to the bathroom as soon as I opened my eyes? Thinking like this, there was a buzz in my mind again, and Li Yu was shocked to find that he was lying in bed and never seemed to move. Ever. Li Yu pinched herself a little, hurt. Not dreaming, is it? I'm at the computer desk now. Li Yu thought tentatively. If there is a non-existent voice again in my mind, the next moment, Li Yu found himself sitting at the computer desk, and in front of him was the computer he was familiar with. It seemed that he had never moved like this. Li Yu looked back at the bed and found that the irregular light blue energy fluctuations on the bed were slowly dissipating, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Did I get the protagonist's ability in the movie Transmitter of the Heart? Li Yu had to think so, because he watched the movie Transmitter of the Heart before going to bed yesterday. It seems to be similar to his current situation. This movie roughly says that the protagonist gave her favorite girl a crystal ball, but it was just seen by a gangster classmate, and the crystal ball was thrown onto the frozen river. After picking up the crystal ball, the frozen river could not bear the pressure and suddenly shattered. The protagonist fell into the river. During the crisis, the teleportation ability was activated and instantaneously transmitted to a library. After the protagonist found out that he had this ability, he started various waves. He visited places of interest all over the world in one day, and even stole the bank's vault and lay on a pile of US dollars to sleep at night. However, when the protagonist was in various waves, he did not know that a black uncle was hunting people with teleportation ability. He believed that this ability should only be possessed by God. Humans should not master this ability, which would disturb human order. So he and the organization behind him have been hunting people with teleportation. It happened that he noticed that the protagonist possessed this ability in the bank theft, and hunted the protagonist. In the end, the protagonist and another capable person cooperated together, defeated the villainous black uncle, and embraced the beauty. There is nothing outstanding about the story of this movie, but the prowess of the protagonist is still enviable, fantasizing how he will become awkward when he gains this ability. But when Li Yu discovered that he really had this ability, there were not only surprises, but also a little fear. He is afraid that there is the same organization as in the movie on the Earth. He is secretly hunting people like himself who have obtained superpowers. Thinking of returning home one day, a group of big men are waiting for themselves in the house, thinking about their backs. Chills. Even if there are no superpowers on the Earth, and there is no organization to hunt superpowers, but a group of people in white coats grin at themselves when they think about the consequences of their ability being discovered. Even if your ability can't be caught, but there are relatives and friends, and this super ability looks very cool, but it doesn't have much lethality. To put it bluntly, it can only run the road in case of danger, even counterattack have no ability. But this is the end of the matter. I'm too worried and useless. I'm still good at the superpowers I get. I don't even have the ability to protect myself when I get in danger. At least I can run away immediately. When I thought about it, I tried it again in the house a few times to make sure that I really got this ability, not after I had a delusion. Li Yu rushed to wash, dressed up and went straight to the company. A year later, somewhere in the old forest of a deep mountain, a figure kept flashing in the forest. It was still in place for the first second. It appeared 100 meters away in a blink of an eye, and then returned to the original place in a blink of an eye, and then disappeared. Suddenly, the figure shuttled through the forest, making people dazzled. "Hoo! It's okay." It lasted a few minutes longer than last time. With a high concentration of energy, it has been able to break through for an hour. It's almost evening, and this training is almost over. It's time to go back. Dao figure stopped and took a few deep breaths, raised his hand to look at the time, muttered in his mouth, and then disappeared. The woods regained their former calm, as if nothing had happened. Li Yu returned to the room he rented, washed himself in the bathroom first, then disappeared into the bathroom, and appeared in front of the computer desk in the bedroom. First, pick up the phone on the table and order a takeaway. Li Yu will not bring a mobile phone when training, because the mobile phone is with positioning. Things that go through the space are found to be bad. Half an hour later, the takeaway arrived. After dinner, I turned on the computer and played the game for a few hours. After Li Yu gained superpowers by playing, he has greatly increased his mental strength with this year of exercise. With Li Yu's concentration, time seems to slow down. In fact, Li Yu's own thinking has become faster. In this case, don't play games too hard. And Li Yu's physical fitness is getting better and better, as if practicing Golden Bell and Iron Shirt. Not only does the strength become stronger, even the skin will not bleed with a knife, only a little white mark. This is somewhat different from the performance in the movie, but it can also be relieved to think about it. There must be a lot of pressure on the instantaneous space transmission. How can it be sustained without a strong physical quality? Unconsciously, it was 10 o'clock. Yesterday I reviewed Avengers 4. Iron Man sacrificed his fingers and saved the universe. The widow died in Warmer Star in order to obtain the soul gem. Now think about it. I can't accept it, Director Dog. I'm Iron Man, I'm a widow. Li Yu felt unacceptable no matter how many times he watched it. 10 years of Marvel, 10 years of youth, the first generation of Avengers had already called the curtain, and his own youth was already after the end. We will work hard and earn money to support our family. But that's all about ordinary people. I have superpowers now. The lives of ordinary people are getting farther and farther away from me. I don't know what my future life will be, but Li Yu doesn't think it will be too ordinary. Very exciting. Li Yu sighed. He had a hunch, now the peaceful life will be broken. Since he gained his abilities a year ago, he knew that his life would definitely not be calm. The peace now is just the tranquility before the storm. However, Li Yu is not afraid, because he has exercised his ability to do whatever he wants in 1 year, concentrate on it, can transmit more than 10 times in a second, and can continue to transmit for an hour. Believe this: the speed of others can't hit themselves in the transmission with a gun, and the ability to escape is invincible. Li Yu's superpowers are the same as in the movie. It must be the place where he has been, the place he can see with his eyes, and the place in the photo. When Li Yu once tested, he transferred the photos to the North Pole with reference to the photos. The aurora is old and beautiful, and the polar bear is old and cute, but it is too cold for trademark. After returning, he had a cold for several days. As for the attack, Li Yu has also developed several abilities. There are frequent forward transmissions of accumulated power that appear in the movie, and can be used to double the power. There is also a transfer to a place where he brought back heavy items and smashed people. Li Yu tested that he could carry items that did not exceed 50 tons within a 10-meter radius, which was almost the same as the performance in the movie. However, Li Yu felt that the best way to attack was to take people to the sky and let him experience what free fall is. Back to the topic, revisited Fulian 4 yesterday. Let's revisit Marvel's beginning work Iron Man 1 today. Li Yu thought to himself that Li Yu has been training superpowers during the day and night. At night before going to bed, I was watching movies or TV shows, and I was looking for movies and TV shows with superpowers. www.novel.com. As for why, it is not difficult to understand what happened when Li Yu gained superpowers. In the middle of the year, Li Yueguang watched dozens of times as Superman the Body of Steel. Unfortunately, after acquiring the transmission ability, no matter how Li Yu watched the movie, there has never been a case of obtaining superpower again, but even if no matter how small the chance is, Li Yu must persevere. As for why I want to watch Iron Man, does Li Yu only want to say that the currency ability is not super ability? Iron Man 1 has begun to play, as Tony Stark was kidnapped by terrorists, then he made a heavy Mark 1 prototype in the cave, and escaped from the encirclement. Until Tony Stark said "I am Iron Man" at the press conference. No matter how many times I watched it, Tony Stark was still exciting when he was wearing the Mark II test flight. His smile from the heart was the most infectious, as if the child found the most beloved toy. After this, rarely saw him smile from the heart in the armor, until the end, risking his life, snapped his fingers. If you have the opportunity to fight with him a little bit, would be happy. What are you thinking about? After watching the movie, it's time to go to sleep. Li Yu turned off the computer, his thoughts moved, his body disappeared in front of the computer desk, and he appeared on the bed again. It's convenient to have superpowers. With such a sigh, Li Yu went to sleep, but what he didn't know was that after he fell asleep, a ray of blue energy slowly appeared around his body, slowly entwining him. The body forms an elliptical blue light sphere, and time slowly flows. After an hour, the blue energy has become dazzling, the surrounding space has ripples, and the dazzling blue light shrinks suddenly, and the light gradually dims until it disappeared, and Li Yu disappeared with it. Chapter 2, This is 2008. Uncle John was in a very bad mood today, only because he received a call from the magician Pete in his theater early this morning. The phone indicated that he needed to go back to his hometown because his mother was seriously ill, so he could not go to the theater to perform normally tonight. Uncle John can only accept it, and shows concern for Pete's mother. There is no way, you can't force Pete to stay and perform. Enthusiastic Uncle John says he can't do this kind of thing, but Pete is the only one in his theater. A magician, he can't come. What to do with the magic show tonight? All the tickets are sold. Depressed Uncle John walked on the street, thinking about how to get through the difficulties tonight, but his eyes inadvertently glanced at the street where there was a man in pants only. Uncle John, like this tramp, has also seen a lot. Sometimes I will give some food and small change in good mood, but today this looks a bit unusual. First of all, this is an Asian-faced person. To see that there are no scars on his body, and it is very clean. How can a homeless person be so clean? Hey, wake up, man! So the enthusiastic Uncle John walked to the man, squatted down and pushed him with his hand, ready to wake him up. Where is this? Wait, the headache hurts. Li Yu's sleeping Zhengxiang suddenly felt that someone pushed himself and slowly opened his eyes, but the aim was dazzling sunlight, his eyes narrowed unnaturally. It took only seconds to get used to it, and then a headache hit, as if there was no rest for 3 days and nights. However, with Li Yu's current mental condition, even if he doesn't rest for a few days and nights, he can't feel uncomfortable. Moreover, this is when he first woke up. Hey, man, put on this dress first. While Li Yu was puzzled by her sudden headache, a voice came, speaking English, and Li Yu was more than just a year of superpowers. He trained superpowers and learned English. His mental strength has been enhanced much more than before, so his memory has become extremely good. In addition, he often watches movies and American dramas, so there is absolutely no problem in communicating in English. Li Yu sat up and looked at the source of the sound. I saw a white uncle with a big beard, but he didn't look vicious at all. With the smile on his face, he was an enthusiastic person at first glance. Carrying a piece of clothing on the top, it seemed to have just been taken off, and reached out to Li Yu. "Thank you, uncle." Li Yu said thank you in English. He took the clothes from his uncle and put it on himself. Fortunately, the uncle was wearing bigger clothes, and he was also fatter, so he could barely cover his own body. "Why are you sleeping on the street and wearing only one pair of pants? Are you robbed?" Uncle John asked curiously as he watched Li Yu get dressed. "I also want to know, I used to sleep at home in a decent way. Why did I sleep on the street when I opened my eyes, and still abroad? Is it sleepwalking? I haven't had this situation before." Thinking about it, he was more curious than uncle about what was going on, and suddenly came here, but now is not the time to struggle with this issue. "Uncle, can you take me to a quiet place to rest? I sort out, if there is a set of fitted clothes, it would be best." Li Yu said to the uncle. He didn't know what was happening, and it was nothing. The only way to trouble this enthusiastic uncle. "I happen to go to my theater, you go with me," uncle said to Li Yu, and then took Li Yu to his theater. The destination is not far away, it is estimated that it will arrive in about 10 minutes. Li Yu also learned some information with Uncle John on the road, but the results obtained made Li Yu a little unbelievable because it is actually Las Vegas in the United States. This is not the place where Li Yu can't believe it. Li Yu in Las Vegas still knows it, but he hasn't been there. Li Yu has been training in the old forest of the deep mountain since he got the ability. It's used in many places, so I haven't been to many places on the planet. The most incredible thing about Li Yu is that Uncle John said that it was 2008. Li Yu remembered that he was clearly in 2019, and it was 11 years before he slept. I crossed to Las Vegas in 2008. Li Yu could only accept this fact silently. Li Yu used a urine escape to go to a place where no one was there, and launched his ability to transmit. There was no abnormality in his ability. He could transmit to the forest where he had trained before, but there was no trace of his previous visit, and he wanted to go back. "When I went to my home, including my old home and rented house, it was unsuccessful. It is estimated that there is no home in my memory in this world, so I cannot pass it on." "No way, Li Yu can only go back to Las Vegas and follow Uncle John to the theater," he said. "The theater is not big, just a small theater, the play," Uncle John said. "This was passed from his grandfather to his father passed it on to him again. Although it was not very big and the business was not too good, he still felt that he should continue to operate." After arriving at the theater, he followed Uncle John to a rest room in the background. Uncle John still had a lot of things to do, so he left Li Yu himself in the lounge. Li Yu's head is still uncomfortable. Everything has happened. There is no way to do it. I can only sleep afterwards and recuperate my spirit. As the saying goes, there is a road before the car. I don't know how long it passed. A loud noise came into Li Yu's ear. He got up and checked it, but there were many people in the background. They were all actors in the theater. When there were more people, the voice was naturally loud. "Li, of course, I couldn't sleep anymore. Fortunately, I had a good sleep, and my spirit had almost recovered, so I simply went out and walked in the background. Uncle John, it's time to go to the magic show in 2 hours. Mr. Pete is not here. Haven't the rescued magician been found yet?" A handsome guy asked Uncle John, his face full of anxiety. "No, I have made countless calls, but I haven't found a magician who can come to the rescue. I'm either too far from here or work in another theater, and I don't want to help." Uncle John's face was also anxious, but can only answer helplessly. At this time, Li Yu was walking around in the background, and his eyes were sweeping the young ladies in various costumes walking by him, which was a feast for the eyes. Happened to pass by Uncle John and heard their conversation. "Uncle John, what happened?" Li Yu asked the anxious Uncle John. "It's Li Yu, did you wake up? How's it better?" Uncle John looked back at Li Yu and asked, but he didn't say anything. Li Yu had just listened to it. After seeing that Uncle John said nothing, he replied, "It's much better. Thank you for your concern. However, Uncle John has something to tell me. Maybe I can help." "For sure." Uncle John watched Li Yu asking, but he could only helplessly tell Li Yu. After listening, Li Yu also understood the situation, thinking secretly in his heart. During his year of gaining superpowers, his mental strength soared and brought many benefits. Among them, memory is one aspect. He can almost do it now. The state of not forgetting. I have seen many magic movies in the past life, and the principle is still very clear in my mind. Some simple magic believes that it is no problem to take pictures of the gourd and the scoop, and it has the transmission ability. Some magic shows don't be too simple. Thinking about this, Li Yu said to Uncle John, "Uncle John, I don't hide from you. I have also learned some magic before, but I think I can still perform. Since it is already the case, let me try it." "Li Yu, are you really okay?" "Sorry, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this theater is my half-life's hard work. If this time is messed up, it will be more difficult to do business in the future. Please forgive me for my caution." Uncle John heard Li Yu's words and was surprised first, but then said seriously, "It's okay, Uncle John, don't be so polite. You haven't said thank you for your help. Moreover, we are not familiar with it. You can understand it with caution. But we have a saying in our China, dead horse is a living horse doctor. Of course, everyone is happy when they succeed. Isn't unsuccessful the worst?" Li Yu said to Uncle John. He is very confident now. With superpowers it is not good to perform www.novel.com, then don't get confused. "Well, it can only be like this, Barry, you take Li Yu to change the costume, and get familiar with the props, and introduce Li Yu to meet heirs." Uncle John spoke to the young man who had just spoken to him. The person ordered, "Li Yu, if you have any questions, you can ask Barry. He is a prop maker. Barry can prepare it if he needs it." Uncle John finished speaking to Li Yu, and then hurried away. He still has a lot of things to do. To arrange. "Li Yu, I'm right, your Chinese pronunciation is really too difficult." "Hello, my name is Barry Allen, you can call me Barry, Mr. Pete's Props Division. I met you for the first time and I am very happy to meet you." The young guy introduced himself to Li Yu and extended his right hand. "Hello, Barry. Has anyone told you that you are handsome?" Li Yu was surprised. No, it should be said that he was very surprised. Barry Allen, if you remember correctly, it should be an American drama he has seen. The protagonist in The Flash, and he has 8 points similar to that actor, but it looks a bit young. Do you cross the DC Flash American drama? But the career is not right. He is not a policeman in the TV series, how could he be met here? Li Yu didn't know what was going on, and could only put the thoughts in his heart to the bottom of his heart. Perhaps he would soon understand what was going on. Li Yu reached out his right hand and shook with Barry, then said, "Let's go, Barry, let's go to prepare, time is running out, I hope we can amaze the audience tonight." "Right, can you help me prepare 2 boxes, which are about the size of the door, and will be used for a magic show in a while?" Li Yu and Barry walked to the prop room together, and then asked Barry casually. "No problem, Mr. Li Yu, leave it to me," Barry said confidently. Chapter 3, Little Boy. "Li Yu, how is it, are you ready to play?" Backstage, Uncle John suppressed his concerns and asked Li Yu. "Relax, Uncle John, the performance will be completed successfully, and it will be wonderful, you don't have to worry about it at all." Li Yu comforted Uncle John, and then turned to the young men and women who were on the side and said, "How, Barry, Aries, are you ready?" "Relax, Mr. Li Yu, I have checked the props many times, absolutely no problem," Barry said confidently. "I have no problem, Mr. Li Yu. I hope you can take care of me after taking the stage." Iris also replied to Li Yu. Iris was just known by Li Yu and was a very beautiful white girl with blonde hair. The facial features are exquisite, especially the figure is bright. Ayres is the assistant of magician Pete, which is the partner of the next Li Yu performance. Li Yu is still a little bit excited about having such a beautiful woman to partner with herself. After all, every normal man will not hate beautiful women. While talking, the show on the stage is over. The host has started to introduce the next show. The next show is the magic show of Li Yu and Iris, and Li Yu has already changed the performance clothing with a black tuxedo, a black top hat, and Li Yu's superpower, the temperament has changed quietly. It makes people look very comfortable and very natural. Here is the magician Li Yu. I hope he will bring you a wonderful performance. Everyone applauds. The host on stage has already made a report. He knows that today's magician has replaced. I don't know how his performance is. Therefore, after the report was over, he took the lead in applauding and stimulating the atmosphere of the scene so that Li Yu should not be too nervous during the performance, resulting in performance mistakes. Li Yu heard the host calling himself, and took a step forward without delay, toward the center of the stage. The audience was also led by the host and applauded together. However, when Li Yu slowly walked onto the stage, some old audiences were a bit strange. Isn't the magician who was performing before called Pete? How did he change this time? The name seems to be a Chinese, and I don't know how he performed the magic. No matter how surprised the audience was, Li Yu's pace was not fast, and he reached the middle of the stage in less than a few seconds. Li Yu first took off his hat with his right hand and his left hand behind his back, bowing deeply to the audience. Isn't the magician who performed magic in the past? How did you change the person? But this looks okay, it makes people feel very comfortable, just don't know how the magic is performed. The audience saw Li Yu, the audience whispered to the friend next to them. Looking at the audience, although there are some small-scale discussions, the voice is not loud and will not affect the next performance. Some worried Uncle John and others in the background also secretly sighed. As long as the audience did not protest the performance loudly, then Li Yu does not need to perform well. As long as there are no major mistakes, you can pass the level. Hello everyone, my name is Li Yu and I am from China. Some people should recognize that I am not Pete. However, I hope that my performance today will make everyone spend an unforgettable night. Without further ado, the performance will start now. I hope everyone likes it. Li Yu didn't care what the audience thought. After introducing himself first, he announced the start of the performance without any tension. This surprised Li Yu for the first time when he was performing with hundreds of people. Own reaction. Magic performance first of all is to perform some small magic, some small props hidden in the body, such as reaching out to change a rose, a pigeon, or something. The same is true for Li Yu. His technique is not very good, and he can't reach the level of reaching the peak. However, his unique temperament and his non-hurried performance make people look extremely comfortable. Slowly, the audience applauds as it is getting louder and louder. Soon, some small magic has been performed, the next is some large-scale performances, a lot of props are used, and Li Yu's beautiful partner Iris will also perform on stage. The audience has been attracted by Li Yu's performance, has long forgotten the magician's substitution, and began to pay full attention to Li Yu's performance. From time to time there were bursts of exclamation, the magic performance success was fierce applause, and some unbelievable laments. Large living beings, the human body is suspended and other large-scale magic methodically proceed. Soon, the big magic was over, and the staff moved the props back to the background. Some old audiences knew that the performance was over. Although some of them were still unsatisfactory, they were still ready to pack up and leave the show. A big box, the box is taller than people, it seems that it can just fit in a person. Many people who stood up saw that there were props to come up. Sit down quickly, I did not expect the performance to be over, and look forward to the next. Lee, what kind of magic will you perform? It stands to reason that the magic show has indeed ended. In the past, this show was also these magic shows. It ended when the show was finished, but Li Yu still had no magic show, and he was preparing to perform next. How do you like my magic show? Li Yu stood in the middle of the stage, waiting for the staff to get the props done, and asked the audience again and again. Okay, the performance is so good. One more time, I haven't seen enough. The audience also gave Li Yu a face, and there was a lot of applause, and some said that he had not seen enough. Since everyone likes it, I will show you a new magic. www.novel.com. This is my first performance. I hope everyone likes it, but I need an audience as a volunteer. Do you want to go on stage? Raise your hand. Li Yuegong finished. Most of the audience raised their hands and shouted that they would take the stage. Li Yu didn't care too much about this volunteer. He didn't need to ask for performing magic, so anyone could choose anything. Li Yu glanced at the audience below, thinking about which one was chosen to help, but his eyes found a little boy, who looked younger than 10 years old, his small hands raised high, and there were some desires in his eyes. He was surrounded by a team of middle-aged couples. He sat on the left and right sides of the little boy and did not raise his hand, but looking at the little boy with raised hands, his eyes were full of kindness. Li Yu looked at the little boy, his eyes lit up, then jumped off the stage and walked towards them. The audience also paid attention to Li Yu's movements, not knowing who he would choose to come on stage. Li Yu walked straight to the little boy and squatted in front of the little boy. Hello, kid, what's your name? Would you like to perform the magic with me on stage? Li Yu asked softly. My name is Peter, Peter Parker. The little boy finished, turning his head to look at the middle-aged man, asking for his opinion. Saw the middle-aged man nod, and the little boy turned to Li Yu excitedly, I will. Li Yu saw the little boy agree, and the adults in the family didn't object, so he held his hand and held out his right hand to the middle-aged man, and said, Hello, my name is Li Yu. Hello, Mr. Li Yu, I am very happy to meet you. My name is Ben Parker. Your magic show really opened my eyes. It was really wonderful. The middle-aged man reached out and shook Li Yu, and at the same time Vietnam's magic show praised. Peter Parker, Ben Parker, isn't it? Chapter 4, End of Performance. Li Yu was a little surprised. Hearing these two names, some ideas came up in my heart, but now is not the time to think about it. Let's consider the magic show first. Ben, there is no danger in this magic. It only needs Peter to do a little favor. I must return him to your hands intact. Then he nodded to the man, and then returned to the stage with the little boy. Ready to start performing. This is already arranged on the stage. In fact, there are not many things. There are only 2 big boxes. The door of the box faces the audience, but the 2 boxes are far apart, about 10 meters. What is this for? Hey man, have you seen such magic? The audience looked surprised, and a black man turned his head and asked his friend, but he got a negative answer. Let me introduce to you my new assistant, Peter Parker, and everyone applauds. Li Yu took Peter Parker's hand and said to the audience. The audience also gave warm applause. Peter Parker's small face was a little flushed. It was the first time under the eyes of so many people. Not only was he shy, but he was also nervous. Li Yu squeezed Peter's small hand to show comfort, so that he should not be too nervous, then crouched down and said a word in his ear. Peter nodded to understand. Li Yu started the magic show. The audience stared closely at the movements on the stage. Their eyes did not blink, as if they would miss the wonderful place. On the performance stage, Li Yu first asked Peter to open both boxes for everyone to see clearly, and there was nothing in it, and then asked Peter to close the box on the right. Next, I asked Peter, my assistant, to tie my hands behind my back, and then tie my legs together." Li Yu finished speaking to the audience, turned around, his hands behind his back, and little Peter took with a rope wrapped around Li Yu's wrist several times. A knot was tied. Later, the legs were also tied together. Li Yu struggled with both hands to let the audience see clearly, and could not break free, and then jumped into the box on the left, turned around hard, faced the audience, and said to Peter, "Peter, trouble you close the box for me and count 3, can I open it?" "Okay, I will do as you say." Little Peter nodded, and then closed the box. 3, 2, 1. Peter closed the box and immediately started to count down. The audience also counted down with the consciousness, looking forward to what magical things will happen in the future. After Peter counted to 1, his small hand suddenly pulled open the closed box, which was empty and empty. "How is it possible?" Little Peter couldn't help but exclaimed, "Can't believe it, a good person actually disappeared out of thin air." However, the audience saw another scene. At the same time that Peter opened the box door on the right was opened. It turned out that Li Yu slammed the box door inside and jumped out step by step. There was no change in the ropes on the upper and lower legs, and Li Yu was still tied tightly. "Oh my god, how did he do it? It's incredible, I can actually get in from one box and get out of the other box, but there is a gap of 10 meters in the middle. Don't forget, he still tied his hands and feet, and the time in the middle is only 3. Really incredible, incredible." Almost all the audience felt unbelievable, shocked at how it could be done. It was like magic. After a few seconds of shock, it was Zhen Tian's applause. Many audience members stood up excitedly and clapped their hands in vain. I felt that only this was worthy of such an incredible performance. Li Yu stood like this for dozens of seconds. Because the applause of the audience had not stopped for dozens of seconds, Li Yu certainly would not interrupt the excited audience. After another 10 seconds, the applause of the audience gradually became smaller, but the expression was still unbelievable. Seeing that the audience gradually became quiet, Li Yu turned to greet Peter. "Peter, please repeat it just like you did just now," he said, and jumped back into the box. Little Peter has only been slightly relieved until now. He feels more profoundly than the audience below, and feels even more incredible, because the door of the box was opened after he closed it himself. He didn't understand how Li Yu did it. Hearing Li Yu calling him, he quickly trot past. "I will do it, Mr. Li Yu, this is really incredible." Little Peter quickly closed the box after answering Li Yu in the box. 3, 2. Little Peter continued to count down, but this time the audience did not follow the countdown, because when little Peter ran over, the door of the box on the left did not close. He didn't know, but the audience below watched. It was clear that if the door was not closed, wouldn't everything be seen, so the audience stared closely at the box with the door open on the stage to see how Li Yu appeared in it. But the backstage people's ideas are different from the audience. Uncle John, Barry, and Iris all pinched sweat for Li Yu. Although they did not know how Li Yu became the last time, they knew that magic is all there. If it is discovered by the audience, all the wonderful performances in the front will become worthless. What should I do? The door of the box is not closed. If I continue to play, Mr. Li Yu's magic will be taken out. What should I do? Uncle John, please go and stop the show. Iris is anxious, I'm very worried about Li Yu. The wonderful performance before me, don't fail on a small mistake, it is really too much to lose. Uncle John heard Air's words and ran to the stage to stop the performance without thinking. However, 3 seconds didn't allow people to do much. Uncle John hadn't ran to the stage yet. Peter had counted 1 and reached out to open the box. Uncle John had no choice but to stop, his head running fast, thinking about what to do next. The audience was staring at the box with the door open. However, with the sound of Peter counting to 1, he did not find that Li Yu's figure appeared in the box. The audience could not help wondering, did the magic fail? The audience turned around to see another box at the same time, that is, the box that Peter had just opened, but what surprised them was that there was no figure of Li Yu inside. The audience glanced across the stage and found no figure of Li Yu. Here, Mr. Li Yu is here, oh my god! It's incredible, how is this done, it's unbelievable. While most of the audience were looking for Li Yu's figure, there was a sudden exclamation sounded in the audience. The voice was full of disbelief. www.novel.com. Ben Parker and May Parker were staring closely little Peter on stage. They also saw the situation just now. They did not want to see Li Yu's magic performance mistakes, but they could not stop it. They just watched and prayed for Li Yu secretly. At this time, there was a burst of exclamation from the rows of seats behind them, and they all wanted to turn their heads to see what happened. However, Ben Parker turned his head and found that there was one more person in the seat where Peter was sitting. Yes, this person was Li Yu, who had just performed magic. And he smiled at him and said, "Can you please help me untie the rope? I can't run away even if I am besieged by the audience like this." Li Yu's joke caused the audience to laugh. In fact, when Li Yu closed the door of the box, he found that the door of the other box was not closed. Because of his mental strength, he could perceive everything within 10 meters around him. He could shuttle space with the items he perceives. So he could only reach other places. In 3 seconds, he could think of the best place as the location where Peter had just been. And at this time, all the eyes of the audience were concentrated on the boxes on the stage, so no one found him at all, including Ben Parker and May Parker beside him. A few seconds later, a rear audience recognized his hat, found him, and then exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were also attracted. After, naturally, it goes without saying that Li Yu's wonderful performance conquered all the audience and won deafening applause. Li Yu's first magic show also ended perfectly. At this time, in a casino not far from Li Yu's magic theater, the famous arms dealer Tony Stark was rolling dice in front of the gaming table surrounded by beautiful women. Chapter 5, Tony Stark is missing. After the performance, all the audience had already exited, and Li Yu did not forget to thank the Peters and said goodbye. Later, Li Yu saw Uncle John and Barry in the background. "Mr. Li Yu, your magic show is really wonderful. Although I am a props master, knowing the mystery of the magic in it, I still have to be that you are really cool today, especially the last magic. I can't see how it became. Can you tell me how you did it?" Barry said to Li Yu just after meeting. Aries is also curious. Today, the performance behind Li Yu shocked Barry. As a magician's props artist, he knows the principle of many magics, but the magic performed by Li Yu, he really does not know how to change it, and the box was also found by him, and he was sure that there was no problem, so this made him more puzzled. "Sorry, Barry, this is a secret." "Just kidding." How did Li Yu answer Barry's question? Did he tell him to use his superpowers to do magic? Seeing that Li Yu was unwilling to say that, Barry and Iris just felt a little sorry in their hearts and did not continue to ask. "Yes, Uncle John, I think you are going to take me tonight, because I am now homeless," Li Yu said to the Uncle John who was following him. "No problem, Li Yu, you have helped me a lot. You can choose the room in my house." Uncle John smiled and said no problem. Eventually Li Yu moved into Uncle John's house. Uncle John's wife died of illness a few years ago and has no children left, so now Uncle John's family is only himself, and there is no trouble. In Uncle John's house, Li Yu and Uncle John are sitting on the sofa watching TV. The main reason is that Uncle John's house doesn't even have a computer, but Uncle John's age can be understood without a computer. Li Yu is not paying attention on TV now. He is thinking about what world he came to. Today, when he saw a few people, the names are familiar to him. It may be just the same name, but Li Yu is still not sure about himself. In the end, which world is the shuttle to? It seems that you can only find time to learn more about this world to know where you are. Tony Stark, a dreamer, a genius, a patriot, from his childhood, as the son of legendary weapon developer Howard Stark, has quickly attracted people's attention with his extraordinary ingenuity. It was made at the age of 4. After making the circuit board, he made his own engine at the age of 6, and graduated as an optimal student at MIT at the age of 17. After that, the family giant passed away. As a lifetime ally of Howard Stark, Obadiah Stine succeeded Stark. The position of the founder, until the 21-year-old Tony Prodigal turned back and returned to the company to become the new president of Stark Industries, grasping the rights of the weapons empire. Tony took his father's legacy to a new height, creating smart weapons, advanced robots, and with satellite positioning technology, Tony has now created a new pattern in the weapons industry, defending American freedom and national interests globally. At this time, a paragraph on the TV interrupted Li Yu's thinking. With a black man wearing a U.S. military uniform on the TV handing the trophy to a big bald hand, Li Yu finally recovered and he now counts find out what world this is in. Oh, the Peace Prize was awarded to an arms leader. It's so funny. Uncle John's indignant voice reached Li Yu's ear, but Li Yu had no mood to pay attention to Uncle John's complaint. The Marvel world is a world with a high degree of danger for the traversers. There are countless strong men here, and disasters continue. First, New York was invaded by aliens, and then there was the Dark Monarch Dormammu to devour the Earth, and then there was a big purple bald head dedicated to family planning throughout the universe. This is just what is shown in the movie. There are many characters in the comics that are not shown in the movie, and I don't know if it exists in this world. Although Li Yu's superpowers are not weaker than other superheroes, it is not enough to compare with the strong ones. Moreover, Li Yu's superpowers are just running away invincible, but the attack power is too low. Although Li Yu feels his current body the quality should surpass that of Captain America, but the passiveness of the others is the strongest, and it is open to everyone. No matter what Li Yu thought, he had already come to this Marvel world, and he didn't even know how he came, let alone how to go back. He didn't have a clue. Fortunately, the time is now. Before Tony became Iron Man, it was fast, and he had plenty of time for himself. But in this dangerous world, Li Yu can only rely on his own strength. As long as he has the strength, Hegemony wants to give his finger. It also depends on whether I agree or disagree. Li Yu can only comfort himself like this now. And Tony, who was playing dice at this time, was also found by his good friend, Colonel Rod. There is no way. Tony is always surrounded by a group of beautiful women. As long as he is not blind, it is easy to find. Rod handed the trophy representing peace to Tony, but Tony changed his hand and threw it to the beautiful woman next to him. Rod, as Tony's very few good friends, of course understands Tony's character, so he didn't care about these things. Tony said don't forget tomorrow's arms deal and left. After Tony Lang was ready to return to his beach villa, when he was about to get on his sports car, he was stopped by a beautiful reporter. Had to say that Tony's girl-picking method was very clever. After 3 or 2 sentences, she chatted the beautiful reporter back home and talked to her bed. The next day, the headquarters of the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, which was later the SHIELD. In the office of the director, Director Nick Fury and Agent Maria Hill are watching a video showing the video of Li Yu's magic show yesterday. After the video was broadcast, Nick Fury hadn't spoken for a long time. This was the 5th time they watched it. After this time, Nick Fury finally didn't continue to watch the video again, but said to Hill, take a look at this video and the situation of this person, the more detailed the better. Secretary, the video is from a special agent in our bureau who is on vacation. The technical department has found no signs of fraud. The person performing magic on the video is called Li Yu. www.novel.com. According to his mouth, it's from China, but our staff didn't find any information about him. He could only find out that he was brought to the theater yesterday by the owner of the theater, John. Then he came because the original magician was absent from the show because of his mother's illness. Perform this performance, which is the performance in the video. Speaking of this, Hill saw Nick Fury did not speak, but looked closely at the man in the video with his right eye. Hill paused before continuing. The magic in front of the man in the video is easy to explain, but it's just some deceptive eye-blocking methods, but there is no reasonable way to do the final performance. Our staff consulted the world. The top magician in the world did not get a reasonable explanation. Some people suggested that there might be an organ under the box, but our staff inspected the theater scene that night, and only found the organs used by the magic he performed in front of him. 2. There is nothing unusual under the box and around where he appears on the stand. Is it possible to be twins? Nick Fury asked suddenly. Without this information, we can only find the information that he appeared yesterday until now. He seems to have appeared suddenly. And even if he has twin brothers, he cannot explain how he suddenly disappeared and how he appeared suddenly. Not found by people around, Hill replied. Watch him closely first, find a chance for Coulson to meet him, be careful not to disturb him, or use excessive means to stimulate him. Nick Fury issued an order to Hill. At this time, someone outside the director knocked on the door, allowing Nick Fury and Hill to look at the door together. Come in. Nick Fury said. Director, Tony Stark is missing. It was Coulson who just mentioned. Chapter 6, Tony missing for 3 months. Today there is no performance in the theater. Uncle John is lying on the sofa and watching TV. Li Yu is certainly not able to accompany Uncle John to watch those boring TV shows, so he went out early and told Uncle John to go out and go shopping. Of course, it is impossible for Li Yu to wander outside. He doesn't know why he came to the Marvel world, and now he doesn't even have an identity certificate. It's unclear to meet the police outside. So after saying hello to Uncle John, he found an alley in the no one and transmitted away. It is worth mentioning that Uncle John knew that Li Yu was penniless now, so he was given a few $100s to meet his occasional needs. However, what Li Yu did not know was that after he had walked through the alley for a few minutes, 2 more people came in the alley. When he saw that there was no one in the alley, he searched carefully and found no other exits or special places. One of them walked. He said a few words on the intercom, and the 2 left the alley silently. These things are not known to Li Yu. His mental power can only perceive the situation within a 10-meter radius, so he did not find any abnormalities. The place where Li Yu transmitted is exactly the forest he used to train superpowers on the Earth. Because of the time difference, it is now night, but it does not matter. Since Li Yu gained superpowers, his physical and mental strength have been steadily increasing. At night, you can see things normally, but it is not as clear as during the day. As long as he remembers the terrain here with a strong memory, there will be no situation where he will hit the tree when he exercises superpowers. And there are very few people here, which is a good place for him to exercise superpowers. Li Yu's superpowers found through his experiments that he only had to imagine in his mind where he wanted to go. If there was information on the Earth that was consistent with the place he wanted to go, he could successfully transmit it, and he does not need to consume energy when his superpower is activated, but he needs to consume mental energy when transmitting heavy items. The upper limit of his mental strength determines the upper limit of the weight of items he can transmit. Li Yu's ability will be explained in detail later. Li Yu returned to Uncle John's house after exercising for a day as if he was in the Earth. Of course, he came back to find a restaurant to eat during his exercise. It is convenient to have super ability. It is reported that the famous arms dealer, the current president of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, was demonstrating new weapons in Afghanistan and was attacked by unidentified terrorists on his way back. The accompanying armed guards were all killed. Tony Stark's whereabouts are unknown, and our reporter is further understanding the follow-up situation. Please pay attention to the latest news of this station. Li Yuegong just walked into the room and heard a beautiful host on the TV speaking. The content was the news of Tony Stark's abduction, and also the beginning of Tony's transformation, the beginning of the entire Marvel movie universe. However, Li Yu knew that Tony was in danger this time, and also made him understand his future mission. Not only can he make weapons and bring wars, let others call himself hangman. He can also rely on his genius and rely on his genius to become a superhero defending the world. This Tony Stark, it's not good to be at home. Why did he go to the land of war and do a weapon introduction? Fortunately, he was attacked immortally. He said he was missing. I think it must have been kidnapped by terrorists. Uncle John was angry at the TV. Although he hated Tony Stark as an arms dealer, he was still very worried. He was worried that terrorists used Tony Stark's smart brain to make weapons for them. At that time, the whole world will be in danger. Although Tony Stark is a playboy, his genius mind is recognized by everyone. Looking at Uncle John's hatred of being ironless, Li Yu smiled. He knew that Tony would come back intact after 3 months, and after returning, he showed the world a different Tony Stark. He also knew that the kidnapping was planned by Tony's uncle Obadi Stan. So Li Yu did not care too much about this matter. He knew it already, so there was nothing surprising. Although Li Yu said that there was nothing to be fussed about this matter, some people did not think so. A few hours ago, the military got the news of Tony Stark's disappearance, and Colonel Rod also informed Pepper Potts of the incident, that is, Pepper, with the help of Tony. After hearing Rod's words, Xiao Chili was very worried about Tony's safety. Xiao Chili actually liked his boss a long time ago. But once Tony spends a lot of time every day, there are countless beauties around him. So she keeps her emotions at the bottom of her heart and only does what she does. However, the incident has already happened. Little Pepper can only ask Rod to keep the matter strictly confidential. She knows that if this matter is announced, Stark Industries will suffer a huge blow, and the loss is immeasurable. Colonel Rod, I hope you will increase your search efforts and bring Tony back intact no matter how much it costs. You should know what will happen if Tony falls into the hands of terrorists. The consequences are very serious. Pepper's tone is very serious. Girl Pepper Paws, our military will spare no effort to search for Mr. Stark's news. Please rest assured that I will bring Tony back. As Tony's friend, Rod was naturally very worried about his safety. After receiving the news of Tony's accident, he immediately sent a rescue force to search for it. He came here to explain this matter to Little Pepper, and he was also planning to go to Afghanistan to find Tony himself. At the same time, it is known that Tony is missing and the current National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Nick Fury can only put down Li Yu's thing first. www.novel.com Let Collison lead the team to search in Afghanistan. Be sure to bring Tony Stark back, he must not be allowed to fall into the hands of terrorists. Li Yu just sent a team of agents to monitor them and told them not to startle. Everyone who knew the news of Tony's disappearance ordered to keep it secret. However, things were often unexpected. A few hours later that day, the news media reported the news of Tony Stark's disappearance in Afghanistan. This caught everyone off guard. Stark Industrial's stock plunged by several percentage points for a while, and it is still in a continuous plunge. Some people can't help worrying that terrorists will come over with advanced weapons in the near future, and the people will panic for a while. Of course, these things have nothing to do with Li Yu. He exercises his super ability every morning and evening. And occasionally performs when the theater is performing, and the magician Pete also comes back. His mother's condition is much better, so he can back to the theater to perform. Li Yu has also seen him, a handsome man, young and very talkative. After seeing Li Yu, he talked about his experience of performing magic. Li Yu had no experience, he could only run away with a few words. After 3 months, Li Yu found that his mental strength had grown very fast, and he was able to achieve a 20-meter radius under his control, and the upper limit of the weight of the transmitted items had almost doubled. I don't know why, his ability in the Marvel world is growing fast, but this is a good thing, and Li Yu didn't think much about it. Tony has been kidnapped for almost 3 months. His first generation of armor should be ready, and it is time to meet him. By the way, he looks for opportunities to brush up his favor ability. This is Li Yu's heart. Tony, who is called the village head of Marvel World Novice Village, Li Yu also wanted to meet him. Chapter 7, Hello Tony. Li Yu wanted to see the kidnapped Tony. Based on the cave where Tony was imprisoned in the movie he had seen in his memory, he thought about the transmission, and then Li Yu disappeared. Li Yu also just tried it out, but did not expect it to really pass. Li Yu's current transmission is almost silent. His transmission location is located in a corner beside the cave entrance. Li Yu thought it was midnight, and only Tony and the Dr. Ethan should be here, and when he wanted to come over, he saw a lot of people with guns in front of him. He surprised Li Yu and just wanted to pass it back in an instant. I found that they were all facing away from me, and didn't find myself, so I was relieved and stopped thinking of going back immediately. Knowing that he had not been discovered by these people, Li Yu calmed down and began to observe the surroundings. I saw that among the terrorists, a bald head was holding a red charcoal fire with pliers, and one was confronted by 2 terrorists. Suppressing the immobile person, there was a middle-aged man with a mustache standing next to him, and there was a device on his chest that glowed blue, like in LED light. Upon seeing this situation, Li Yu knew what was going on. Like the movie he was watching, the bald leader was threatening Tony with the life of Dr. Ethan and asked him to build a missile as soon as possible. As a missile, I have been making Mark I in order to escape. Knowing that things are still developing according to the plot, Li Yu passed back directly to Uncle John's house. He planned to wait for tomorrow, and Tony's Mark I was completed tomorrow. By then Li Yu could watch Tony wearing Mark I on the spot. The trumpet turned out. Tony has not slept all night, although the terrorist leader let him and Ethan, but gave them an ultimatum to let them deliver tomorrow. Tony did not make weapons according to what they said, but was making Mark I armor, so naturally we cannot deliver to the terrorists tomorrow. However, Mark I has not yet been completed, so Tony and Ethan can only work overnight. Even such a sleepless job is only completed afternoon, but it was discovered by terrorists when Ethan put on Tony's armor. Then, I sent a few younger brothers to check it out, trying to force the door to get in but was blown away by the bomb that Tony installed on the door. Ethan operated the computer under Tony's guidance and started the Mark I control program, but the program started but it took time, and the explosion just alarmed the terrorists. A large number of terrorists are coming to the cave. Mr. Stark, I'll give you a little time. Ethan finished talking to Tony and picked up the terrorist's gun and rushed out. Come back, Ethan, act according to plan. Tony is now trapped in the armor. It will take a while for the control program to load. He can only shout at Ethan running outward, but Ethan runs away in a blink of an eye. Tony can only hurry in his heart, praying that the loading process will be completed soon. Hello, Mr. Tony Stark, do you need help? At this moment, a voice came, and the source of the voice was not far from Tony. Tony looked at the past and saw a man in casual clothes. The young man stood there, just what he said. Oh my God, who are you? Where did you come from? Are you a joke? Tony deserves to be Tony, and he still feels sick at this time. Mr. Stark, can you call me Li Yu? Do you need my help now? Li Yu asked Tony with a smile. Li Yu has been here a few times today, watching Tony stepping up to make Mark I armor. He didn't show up, and came back after eating something. Li Yu, right? Your name is too difficult to pronounce. It's really mouthful. No matter how you appear here, please call me Ethan. He will die if he goes out like this. Tony didn't know that Li Yu was how did it appear here, but he felt that Li Yu was not an enemy, because he couldn't move at all now, and he couldn't help himself if he wanted to kill himself. "Okay, Mr. Stark, wait for me for 2 seconds. Li Yu said to Tony, and then disappeared in front of him. Tony was shocked by Li Yu's hand. He didn't see how Li Yu disappeared. As a genius scientist, Tony felt that his scientific outlook collapsed, and a person disappeared silently in front of his eyes. Anyone would be incredibly incredible. Tony said that even if you opened a wormhole and disappeared, you could barely accept it, but if you disappear in front of my eyes, I really can't accept it. But before waiting for Tony to have too many thoughts, Li Yu appeared again in the same place. Just as before, Li Yu still appeared silently. "Mr. Stark, I have sent Ethan to a safe place, what do you do next?" After Li Yu disappeared, he traveled all the way down the cave. Within a second, he found that he had not ran far. Ethan, he was shooting at the front with a gun, but embarrassingly, there was no one in front of him, and he didn't know where he was shooting. Li Yu didn't care so much, and passed it to him, putting his hand on Ethan, and then he disappeared together with Ethan. Tony didn't know if Li Yu had left for 2 seconds, because he only felt that after Li Yu disappeared, he hadn't had time to blink his eyes. Li Yu appeared again in front of his eyes. "My God, www.ltnovel.com. How did you do it? Time-space tunnel? Wormhole? Superpower? Or magic?" Tony was really surprised. It was too fast. Listen to him say this. Blink of an eye. Kung Fu found Ethan and returned it to himself after returning it to a safe place. How could this be done? "Mr. Stark, you should treat it as a superpower. My ability is to go to any place you want to go in an instant." Li Yu didn't introduce too much of his ability, but just said a little to Tony. "Oh, your ability is so cool. How did you get it? Can you let me study your ability? Rest assured, I only need a little blood." "And your ability? What started it? What energy was consumed? And what is the longest distance of transmission?" Hearing this was Li Yu's superpower, Tony threw out a bunch of questions. "Mr. Stark, I will talk about these things afterwards, and tell me what you are going to do next. Do you need me to send you to a safe place?" Li Yu was asked by Tony with a lot of questions. Can interrupt him. "No, I want them to pay for their actions, and I want to get it back by hand." Tony looked at the progress bar on the computer interface that was only 1/3 left and refused Li Yu's help. I feel that this matter needs to be settled by myself." "Well, I won't be too far away from you. You can do whatever you want." Li Yu actually knew that Tony would refuse. He didn't show up until now to help Tony because he knew that Tony would choose to do so. Must also do so, some things require him to come to an end. Li Yu believes that after going out from here, Tony will be his new life, no longer an arms tycoon Tony Stark, but Iron Man Tony Stark. Chapter 8, Kill Out. Tony's eyes were fixed on the computer screen. The progress bar on the computer was slowly advancing, and the voices of terrorists were getting closer and closer. But the terrorists had arrived at the door immediately, but the progress bar on the computer screen was still some distance away, and it seemed that it would take about a minute to complete. Tony looked at the computer screen, and was a little unwilling in his heart. Could he only let Li Yu escape with him in the end? He made Mark I not only for escape, he also needed revenge. He was imprisoned by the terrorists for 3 months, he now wants to tell them with his own armor, "You provoke my genius inventor Tony Stark." There are also weapons developed by Stark Industries outside, and he wants to destroy them himself. However, it seems that it cannot be done now. The terrorists will come here soon, and their armor cannot be activated. They have no resistance against terrorists with guns, and they can only let Li Yu take himself to safety place. "Tony, you continue to wait for the armor to start, and I will help you fight for time," Tony said to his body in the armor, only with his head exposed. Li Yu also saw Tony's unwillingness, and he was ready to help Tony get some time. "Li Yu, thank you, don't be brave, you must come back safely. Tony was very touched when he heard Li Yu's words. The last person who moved him so much was Ethan, who just ran out, although he ran out like that. It was like going to death, but it was this behavior that moved Tony even more. Li Yu looked at Tony's expression and listened to what he said as if sending his loved ones to the battlefield. He couldn't help but say to Tony helplessly, "I'm just going to delay the time, not fighting with the terrorists, don't say it's like living and leaving." No. Li Yu did not wait for Tony to speak again, and disappeared directly. After a few seconds, Li Yu's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. A huge stone appeared with him. The door was just blown up, so there was only one hole left at the door, which was now tightly blocked by the boulder. Okay, this group of terrorists won't be able to enter in a short time. You should be able to load this system. Li Yu could not have used a few seconds, but it took a few seconds to pick the right stone. He found a stone that was just bigger than the hole. He couldn't move the stone, but he could transport it to the hole. Li Yu, you have lived up to my concern for you. You have to know that I am Tony Stark. It is not something that can be taken care of by me alone. Tony apparently responded to Li Yu's complaint just now. Although there was a joke on his mouth, Tony was not calm. He just saw Li Yu's movements clearly. He was shocked by Li Yu's ability to get a huge stone, and he saw that the stone weighed dozens of tons. Well, looking at Li Yu's situation, it seems to be very relaxed and does not show any discomfort. The program will load successfully in a few tens of seconds. See me, I will use the armor I made to make them fart and piss, and you will hide behind me and applaud me, haha. The danger is lifted, and Tony recovers. The previous character is very narcissistic. Hee. Looking at Tony, who was narcissistic again, Li Yu could only smile and not speak, quietly waiting for the program to load. At the same time, the terrorists outside were also at the entrance of the cave, but what they saw left them stunned. Who can tell us where such a large stone came, and it just happened to be blocked at the entrance of the cave, and a younger brother hurried to the outside, prepare to report to the boss. The other terrorists didn't know what to do, and they could only stand there with guns. Tens of seconds passed quickly, and the progress bar was finally red. Tony felt that the armor was finally active. He couldn't help but said excitedly to Li Yu, let's watch me perform next. I must let these terrorists regret for coming to this world. After he finished speaking, he walked out with a heavy step. However, when he walked to the door and looked at the boulder, he could only helplessly look back at Li Yu. Can you help me remove it? Tony asked weakly, his voice was much lower. Li Yu watched Tony eating deflated, and couldn't help but laugh, but he came to Tony and put his hand on the stone. Are you ready, Tony? There are now a group of terrorists outside. Li Yu asked Tony. For this moment, I have prepared for 3 months. Come on, let me see how good this piece of armor I made is. Tony said with a clenched fist. Li Yu nodded to Tony, and then disappeared. With Li Yu, there were also huge rocks in the hole. A group of terrorists outside the door were waiting for the boss's order, but in a blink of an eye, they found that the stone in front of them disappeared. 2 terrorists also subconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking they were dazzled, but what surprised them was, the boulder blocking the door disappeared, replaced by a steel giant taller than human, and was approaching them. A few timid terrorists hurriedly shot at the iron giant, but what made them even more frightened was that their guns caused little damage to the iron giant, and the iron giant soon came to them. A few frightened, he turned and ran out. There were a few others who responded slowly but were knocked down by Tony in succession. They never got up again. After solving a few terrorists, Tony thought that the armor he made was really strong, and then stepped outside. After Li Yu sent the boulder back, he came back in an instant. He watched Tony wearing armor in the back and punched a kid. Li Yu felt that it was more enjoyable than watching it in the movie. Tony wearing armor was so powerful that all the terrorists he met were killed by a punch. The most funny thing is that a terrorist saw Tony was too hard and stuck his hand, and he didn't run away. He pulled out his pistol and aimed at Tony's head. It was a shot, and then he was killed by a bullet that rebounded back. Li Yu, who followed, almost laughed out loud. Finally, Tony came to the cave entrance, but it was the bald boss who was waiting for him in front, carrying a bazooka on his shoulder. When Tony came out, he fired directly at Tony. Tony had just walked out of the cave and was too late to be happy. He rushed at him with a rocket launcher, scaring him to hurry to avoid it. But it was too late. Li Yu followed Tony all the way to prevent him from being in danger. Although Tony was in the movie all the way, he could not guarantee that there would be an accident in reality. I didn't expect it to happen, because the movie had Ethan Tony's reminder. Tony avoided this fatal blow, but now Ethan was rescued by Li Yu. After not reminding, Tony didn't actually avoid the attack of the bald head. Fortunately, Li Yu has been paying attention to Tony's situation. After discovering an accident, he immediately came to Tony, disappeared with Tony, and appeared next to the bald leader. Tony looked at the rocket and immediately hit himself, but he was unable to dodge. When he thought that he was dying, he suddenly found that the picture in front of him had changed. The rocket that had just whistled, but now he became a person. A closer look is the bald head who just nearly killed himself. Tony struck directly with a punch, and flew the bald head in the state of foolishness. Then, without feeling hatred, he pressed the button of the left arm and shot the only bald head towards the flying bald head. Boom! The bald leader can't die anymore. Seeing that the bald head was dead, Li Yu couldn't help but was shocked. The plot changed. The bald head in the movie was obviously hurt, but Li Yu was too late to think about these things. Tony, there are a group of terrorists outside the cave with guns waiting for you to go out. As soon as I will take you directly behind them, you will burn them with your armored flamethrower. Li Yu sensed that a group of people surrounded the cave entrance. The terrorist, afraid of having another accident, said to Tony. Okay, just do it. And, Li Yu, thank you for what I just did. I owe you a life. Tony agreed directly with Li Yu's proposal. He was scared so much that he almost died. Fortunately, Li Yu saved himself. If Tony had been wary of Li Yu before, now he completely believed in Li Yu and regarded him as a friend. Li Yu didn't say much. He took Tony directly outside and saw a group of terrorists in front of him pointing a gun at the whole www.novel.com. Li Yu, you go to a safe place first. I have my own way to get out. Tony said to Li Yu. After thinking of Li Yu as a friend, he began to think about Li Yu's safety. After fighting here for a while, he was protected by armor, and Li Yu might be hurt, so Tony wanted to let he left first. Li Yu thought for a moment, or nodded at Tony, and he could not guarantee that he would not be hurt in a violent explosion, so he should go to a safe place and wait for Tony to come out. Be careful, Tony. Li Yu asked Tony. Relax, I cherish my life very much. After everything is over, I will take you to experience the life of the rich and promise to make you linger. Tony said to Li Yu. After listening to Tony, Li Yu disappeared directly. Li Yu's ability is really enviable. Despite watching it many times, Tony still felt incredible about Li Yu's ability. Okay, it's time to make an end. Tony thought, looking at a bunch of weapons with the Stark Industries logo on his side. Tony turned on the flamethrower switch, a flame spewed out under his arms, and the temperature suddenly rose. Tony directly burned the flamethrower to various weapons beside him. The weapon was instantly ignited, and the terrorists found out that I don't know when. Tony actually appeared behind them, quickly shot at Tony with a gun. Tony ignored it, but used a flamethrower to ignite the weapons produced by the surrounding Stark industry. Finally, most of the weapons were ignited, and Tony did not dare to stop, pressing a switch, and then the armor rose into the sky in a series of explosions. Tony Stark is back. This is the idea in Tony's mind rushing into the air. Chapter 9, Tony Stark is back. Ethan didn't know what was happening. He was still in the cave for a second, and he appeared in a desert in a blink of an eye. There was a voice in his ear, "Dr. Ethan, please stay here." Mr. Tucker brought it back. Ethan turned to look at the source of the sound, but found no one. There was only one person here. As a scientific atheist, Ethan couldn't help but wonder whether he had met a ghost. However, Ethan followed the instructions of the voice and stayed in place, waiting for the master of the voice to return. Ethan didn't wait long before he heard a sudden shot in one direction, as if he was fighting. Although Ethan was anxious, he had no choice but to wait in place. "Dr. Ethan, hello, just in a hurry, I brought you here without asking for your opinion. I will say sorry to you first. You can call me Li Yu and I am glad to see you." Ethan reached out his right hand. Hello, Mr. Li, Mr. Li Yu, I am also very happy to meet you, but can you please tell me what is the situation now? How did I suddenly appear here? How did you suddenly disappear, suddenly appeared again?" Ethan was still amazed at how Li Yu suddenly appeared beside him. He heard Li Yu's words and hurriedly said. The tone was unbelievable. He hurriedly reached out and shook Li Yu, and was a little curious. Asked Li Yu. "This is just my ability, you don't have to be surprised, but you just admired me very much for your behavior. I think I can't do it myself." Li Yu believes that under the same circumstances, he can't give up his life to buy time. However, this made Li Yu more admired for Ethan's personality. "No need to say that, I just did what I should do. By the way, Mr. Li Yu, why didn't Mr. Stark come out with you?" Ethan looked at only Li Yu and couldn't help but ask curiously. Judging from the situation just now, Li Yu can bring himself here, and must be able to bring Tony Stark, but now only Li Yu is coming back, which makes Ethan worried. "Mr. Ethan, don't worry, Mr. Stark is doing what he should do, think about it, and should come over immediately." Li Yu comforted Ethan so that he should not worry about Tony's safety. "Look, isn't that right?" Li Yu heard a sound of explosion coming from a certain direction and looked into the air. Sure enough, she saw a figure with a low flame spraying her feet and rushing toward the sky. Mr. Stark is worthy of being the greatest genius of this century, and he can create such unparalleled armor in the cave. Hearing Li Yu's words, Ethan looked in Li Yu's eyes and saw the sky figure. "I can't help but be amazed, but I can't help but worry that such a simple armor can exert such great power. If Stark returns, he will produce more advanced armor, and Stark Industries will manufacture and sell this in large quantities." For a weapon, Ethan felt a little afraid to think down. That figure was Tony wearing Mark I. He is very excited now. This is his true sense of flying into the sky. Everyone aspires to the sky and imagines that they can fly freely, so the invention of the plane was invented, but sitting in an airplane but not really flying, Tony felt that he was really a genius, relying on his genius mind to make such a powerful armor. However, before he was too excited, he found that the flames under his feet had extinguished, and he also lost his motivation, and began to fall. The speed was getting faster and faster. At this speed, he would be disabled even if he died. Tony couldn't help closing his eyes, waiting for the pain of falling on the ground. Li Yu watched Tony fall in this direction, and couldn't help but sigh. It was handsome for only 3 seconds, which was reflected in Tony's body. Li Yu had to flash next to the falling Tony, and carried him through the air several times before releasing his falling speed, and then appeared in the desert together. Even so, Tony was still sitting on the sand. The armor on the body disintegrated because he couldn't bear it, and Mark I's parts were scattered all over the floor. "Not bad." Tony raised his hand and took off the solitary helmet he wore on his head, threw it aside, rubbed his with his hands, and said, "Not bad? If it weren't for Mr. Li Yu, you would die." At this time, Ethan also came to Tony, reached out to Tony, and said to him. Tony grabbed Ethan's hand and stood up, looking at Li Yu with a smile on his side, and said from the heart, "Thank you, Li Yu, you saved me again." Don't be so polite, Tony, we are friends, we should help each other, don't we? Li Yu said to Tony with a smile. Yes, I announced that Li Yu, you are now my friend. You will feel very honored to have a friend like Tony. Tony announced narcissistically to Li Yu, as if he could do him. Tony S. Tucker's friends should be very proud, but Tony has this capital, and there are countless people who want to be friends with him, but few of them can be recognized by him. Yes, I can be your Tony Stark's friend. It is a blessing in my whole life. It's a blessing that I have learned in my life. Let's do it. Li Yu replied helplessly. Tony's character makes Li Yu really want to stink in him. 2 blows came furiously on the fart's face, which was too annoying. Li Yu turned back and said to Ethan, is he always so narcissistic? How did you spend the past 3 months with him, and how can you resist the idea of beating him fiercely? Yes, Li Yu, Mr. Stark has always been so narcissistic. If it wasn't for my good temper, I think I couldn't help but beat him up. Ethan made a rare joke, I have always been a serious person. I finally escaped from the cave today and felt relaxed. I even felt that I was quite happy to make some harmless jokes with Li Yu and Tony. Haha. Li Yu and Ethan looked at each other and smiled unconsciously. Looked at Li Yu and Ethan laughing. And although they both made their own joke, they were still very happy. They now have friends. They are not the former ones. They have everything but Tony Stark. Moreover, after this kidnapping, Tony finally understood his future mission. What he can bring to the world is not just war. Looking at Li Yu and Ethan, Tony made a decision silently. Then they were also infected by their laughter and laughed out loud. Coo. While laughing together, Tony's stomach cried out of time, which made Tony's face embarrassed. Haha, it seems that our great Mr. Tony Stark is still hungry. Li Yu continued to joke, but the joke returned to the joke. He had decided to bring them some food and water to let them fill in his stomach first, and then he doesn't want to bring them back to the United States now, because that will expose his ability. Li Yu thinks he can hide it. Okay, no kidding, I'll get some food for you. Li Yu looked at Tony with his face in embarrassment because of his joke, and a group of watching the lively Ethan, said to them with a beep, I was ready to go back. Don't forget to bring me some cheese. Tony said aloud. Before he finished, he discovered that Li Yu had disappeared, and did not know whether Li Yu heard it or not. After more than 10 minutes, Li Yu reappeared. Because he had to buy food, he couldn't use superpower, so it took a little longer. After watching Li Yu come back, there are 2 more bags in his hand, and Tony can't care about maintaining his gentlemanship. www.novel.com. He quickly came to Li Yu in front of him, almost grabbed from Li Yu after snatching the bag. Tony was pleasantly surprised to find that Li Yu brought his favorite cheeseburger out of the food. He reached out and took it out, eating it gulpingly. Li Yu stood beside him, watching Tony and Ethan eating food quickly. Although they were feeding them while they were being held by the terrorists, there was nothing good but to fill their stomachs. Hiccup, I have never felt that this drink will be so delicious, burp. After I go back, I must change the red wine in the villa's refrigerator to this kind of drink. Hiccups. Tony rubbed the bulging belly of the food, drinking the Fat House happy water, sighed with hiccups. These cost me a few $100, Tony, remember to reimburse me when I go back. Li Yu couldn't help but said to Tony, looking at Tony's wealth. Li Yu felt very hurt. No problem, it's all mean. When I go back, the villa and the sports car will be yours to choose. Tony has always been so rich, who makes people rich? At this time, there was a sound of boom in the distance. Li Yu knew that the military helicopter had arrived, and said to Tony and Ethan, I will go back first. I hope you will keep my affairs confidential. I don't want to expose them yet. My superpower. No problem, rest assured, we will keep secrets for you. Both Tony and Ethan nodded at Li Yu, and then Li Yu disappeared. Of course, he did not forget to take away the leftovers from Tony and Ethan. Rubbish! It was Colonel Rod that the military came, watching Tony, who said a lot, "Are you still sitting on your happy little jeep? Remember to join me in the future." Then he went straight with speechless Tony and Ethan helicopter. Tony Stark, who had been missing for 3 months, came back, and the news blew into everyone's ears like a hurricane. Chapter 10, Hold a Press Conference. In a military airport, Tony's secretary and personal assistant Pepper Paws was waiting. She received the news that the military had found Tony Stark and would be here right away. Behind her is Tony's bodyguard and driver Happy, and several medical staff beside him are pushing stretchers and waiting to treat patients at any time. The back door of a plane opened, Rod slowly walked down to help Tony, and Ethan followed closely. Watching Tony return safely, Xiao Qi finally smiled at the corner of his mouth. "Why, crying for your boss?" Tony looked at the little red pepper and couldn't help asking. Tony was kidnapped and realized that he had feelings for the little pepper. He was among the 3, the most thought is Xiao Qi, his life assistant. "I'm just happy that I don't have to change my job," Xiao Qi replied in a defensive manner. She still dare not express her feelings for Tony. Then Tony introduced each other to Xiao Qi and Ethan, and asked people to send Essen to his villa. Afterwards, he rejected the action that Qi would take him to the hospital for inspection, and ordered Xiao Qi to inform the media to prepare for a press conference. At this time, all forces received news of Tony Stark's return, and a press conference will be held as soon as they come back. All media reporters hurried to the site of the conference, fearing that they will miss major news when they get late. Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. also got the news for the first time, and directly dispatched Agent Coulson, who had just returned from Afghanistan, to understand Tony Stark's escape. The fateful Coulson has just returned from Afghanistan. He has been searching for the news of Tony Stark and wants to rescue him from the terrorists. God, when he wanted to return to the United States, he received an order from the director. Although he was depressed, he had no choice but to follow the order and came to the conference site, hoping to find an opportunity to learn all that Tony Stark escaped. Now the most depressing is Tony's uncle. Obadiah Stan is one of the veterans of Stark Industries. He had already planned to replace Tony, so he contacted terrorists and wanted to use Tony's opportunity to go to Afghanistan. But did not talk to the terrorists. The terrorists should be called the 10 Rings. After discovering that the person to be killed is the famous arms dealer Tony Stark, he did not kill Tony. Instead, he let him build missiles. It disrupted Obadiah Stan's plan. Originally, it would be nice if Tony disappeared, but he didn't expect that group of fools to be so useless. He actually let Tony Stark escape, and what made him unexpected was that Tony escaped and held a press conference directly, which made him there was no preparation time at all. He foresees that Tony will definitely make an amazing move at this press conference, but he can't stop it. He can only hurry to the press conference and wait for Tony to arrive. Tony, accompanied by Little Pepper, came to the conference site by car, and after a few words of greeting with Obadiah Stan, he was ready to speak on stage. At this time, in Uncle John's house, Uncle John found that Li Yu was a bit different from usual. He used to go out early, or he stayed in the house all day and didn't know what to do. This time he didn't go out or nested. In the room, he sat on the sofa with him and watched TV, which surprised him a little. "Li Yu, why do you have time to watch TV with me today? This is not like your character." Uncle John couldn't help but ask Li Yu. "Well, I heard that Tony Stark came back from Afghanistan and held a press conference as soon as I came back. I wanted to see what he was going to say." Li Yu pretended to answer Uncle John's question indifferently. He certainly knew what Tony would say at the press conference, but he just didn't want to miss this decision to change Tony's life. "It turned out to be the case, but I don't feel anything fussing. He disappeared in Afghanistan for 3 months. Stark Industrial stocks plunged a lot. Maybe he just held a press conference to explain to others that he came back to save Stark. The market value of industrial stocks. Complaint to the media again, to talk about how much he has suffered outside, to gain sympathy. Uncle John has always had no affection for Tony. No matter what you go through, you can't change his arrogant personality as a playboy. Uncle John felt it was not enough, and added, "I think everyone will change, including Tony Stark." Li Yu listened to Uncle John and couldn't help thinking, how prejudiced are you to Tony Stark? I have a hunch that this time he held a press conference, there should be a major decision to announce that this decision will not only change himself and Stark Industries, but also possibly change the world. Li Yu is confident and believes that Uncle John will also. You will be shocked by Tony's decision. Then let's wait and see. Uncle John is not sure, as Tony, a playboy, can make any amazing decision. I haven't been able to meet my father for the last time. I have no chance to say goodbye to my father. I want to ask him if he has any thoughts about this company, whether he has contradictions, doubts, maybe he is not my past from the news. Seeing that, I saw with my own eyes that the young soldiers were killed and died under the weapons that I invented to protect them. Tony leaned against the speech table of the press conference without any image, telling his own voice. Look, I said, he held a press conference just to win the sympathy of others. Uncle John turned his head and said to Li Yu, staring at the screen, www.novel.com. At this time, on TV, Tony suddenly stood up and walked to the back of the lecture table and announced, I was completely awake and realized that I would do more to contribute to this world, not just to make explosive weapons. So I decided to shut down the arms manufacturing department of Tucker Enterprise. Will take effect immediately. I will look for a direction that I think is in line with the best interests of the country. Everyone at the scene was shocked by Tony's words, and everyone was shocked. Looking at Tony on the stage, some were unbelievable. Previously Collison was asking Little Pepper about Tony and was shocked by the news, preparing to report the situation to Nick Fury. Uncle John turned a little in disbelief, and after seeing the mad reporter on the TV, he still wondered if he had heard it wrong. The arms company, how can you make money without making weapons? Isn't Tony Stark's brain burnt out? It's not just Uncle John's own thoughts. Almost everyone who heard the news was unbelievable. Anyone who thought of Tony Stark just came back and announced such a big decision. The person who smashed it was a little dizzy. Li Yu was relieved when he saw that Tony had made this decision as he did in the movie. He was really afraid that things might go in a bad direction because of his appearance, but fortunately nothing changed. Everyone will change, including Tony Stark. Looking at his mouth wide open, his eyes staring at the TV, his face full of unbelievable Uncle John, Li Yu whispered and got up and went back to the room too. Uncle John looked at the handsome man with a mustache on TV. It was hard to believe that what he had just said was from his mouth. He could not imagine what had happened in order to make such a big change. Chapter 11, Mark II completed. Tony's speech at the press conference prompted Stark Industrial's stock that had rebounded since his return to plunge again, and many shareholders wanted to kill him. It's been a few days after Li Yu saw Tony again. It was Tony who sent his exclusive driver, Happy, to take Li Yu to Tony's beach villa. As for how to find Li Yu, it was very simple for Tony. After Li Yu arrived at the villa, he was received by Tony's assistant Xiao Tiao. After knowing Li Yu, he took Li Yu to the underground garage, where Tony's realization room was located. Tony and Ethan were busy. Ethan, look, the hero who saved us is here. Li Yu, how is it? My villa is beautiful, you want me to give you a set? Tony put down his work and said to Ethan after a sentence, looking at Li Yu who had looked around since he entered the villa. Tony felt that he had a face. No way, Li Yu is the first to see such a luxurious villa. Tony's villa was only seen in the movie, and he was envious at that time. However, when he came inside, he found that the movie showed only the tip of the iceberg. Li Yu saw dozens of rooms along the way and came to the garage, and even saw rows of sports cars lined up neatly. There are dozens of cars, all of which are limited editions, and the cheapest ones cost millions. US dollars are more expensive than tens of millions. Li Yu couldn't help but cite Tony as a real hero. Evil capitalism. Li Yu could only scold in his heart. Li Yu explained to you a new friend, my smart housekeeper Jarvis. Jarvis came out to know Li Yu, and gave him the first level permission of the villa. All the rooms in the villa are open to it. Tony patted, clapping hands and talking into the air. Okay sir, but did you forget that the first time you came back, I was asked to search for Mr. Li Yu's information. You also asked me to supplement his missing information. Mr. Li Yu is now a legal person citizen. So I already knew Mr. Li Yu, but I didn't. Okay, Jarvis, stop talking, just do what I said. Tony was embarrassed. He did come back and checked Li Yu's information the first time. There was no way. Li Yu was too mysterious. Suddenly appeared in front of him, which made him have to be curious. However, he did not find anything in the information that Jarvis checked, but only found that he suddenly appeared in Las Vegas 3 months ago. The previous information was not at all. He also doubted whether it was covered up by people and invaded. Various intelligence departments have not found Li Yu's information. Tony can't help but guess, is he from another world? But what he can know is that no matter where Li Yu came from, he saved himself when he was in danger, more than once. If he is hostile to himself, he certainly will not come back alive now. As for the purpose of Li Yu, Tony is confident that he will know sooner or later. Put down his doubts, Tony still did not forget to let Jarvis supplement Li Yu's information. If he didn't check it carefully, he couldn't find Li Yu's identity problem. I'm sorry, Li Yu, It doesn't matter, Tony, I have to thank you for speaking. I haven't dared to wander around the streets for more than 3 months. I'm afraid I'll be caught by the police. It's been a big deal for me. Li Yu interrupted Tony's apology. He knew Tony's character. Since there was no first time for people to grab themselves and cover up for themselves, it meant that Tony believed in himself, and he was nothing. It's so strange that he has to thank him. Li Yu, as long as you don't hurt me and my loved ones in the future, you will always be my friend. Tony looked at Li Yu sincerely. Tony, my origins haven't figured out how to tell you, but you can rest assured that I won't do anything that hurts you, and I'm very happy to be your friend. Li Yu greeted Tony's eyes, no dodging, nothing, he assured Tony. Okay, that's it. Come on, Li Yu, Ethan and I did a big thing while you were away. Do you remember the steel armor I used when I was in the cave? I named him Mark I, and now Ethan is improving it, preparing to make the Mark II, and now that we have armored the legs, we are preparing to test it. It's the right time for you to come and take a look at our results. Tony, now it's like a child giving treasure to an adult. In the underground garage, Tony wore a pair of metallic shoes with silver metallic luster on his legs. This is the flying device made by Tony. He holds the controller in his hands, and there is a smart robot beside him, using his own mechanical arm. Aim at Tony and be ready to put out the fire at any time. In front of Tony, Ethan is holding a camera in his hand and Li Yu is standing next to him, waiting for Tony's next move. Jarvis, start the manual control device and try 10% of the energy first. Tony moved his body and was ready to start the test. Tony, I think the first test is still a bit better, 10% I feel a little too much. Li Yu kindly reminded that he has seen the movie and naturally knows the results of this test. Jarvis, don't listen to Li Yu, I believe in my own judgment, to prepare for the first test. 3, 2, 1. Li Yu saw that Tony did not accept his proposal, he could only secretly think that it should be your next ugliness. Boom. Ah. Sure enough, I saw Tony was rushed violently under his feet, directly hit the ceiling, and then fell off. The little dad next to him was a mess. Haha, Tony, we have an old Chinese saying, I don't listen to the old man's words, and suffer a loss in front of my eyes. Li Yu looked at Tony, who was sprayed on the floor, and struggled to get up on the ground, and said to Tony with a smile. When Li Yu watched Tony making Mark II in the movie in his previous life, he just thought it was very funny, but he only participated in it to know how many things were omitted in the movie. During this time, Tony was basically nested in the underground laboratory. Tony was not just a genius. He did nothing but sleep, and even a little crazy. Sometimes it took days to sleep for a part. Finally, after more than a month, Mark II was finally completed. Tonight is the first show of Mark II. Li Yu and Ethan looked at Tony, who was already wearing armor and stood there. His whole body was covered with metal armor. No skin was exposed. And there was no colored Mark II. The whole body exuded a breathtaking silver. The metallic luster, Li Yu couldn't help but sigh, this is the charm of technology, Tony is worthy of being the most genius inventor of this century. Start the armor self-check www.ltnovel.com. Check the weather and air control, listen to the ground control information. Prepare, 3, 2, 1. Tony instructed to Jarvis. I saw a dazzling white stream of light sprayed from Tony's feet. Tony flew more than a foot high from the ground, palms down with his hands, like a little fairy, and then leaned forward, suddenly accelerated, and flew out of the garage exit instantly. Go straight to the sky. Oh yeah! There was only one exclamation with great joy. Tony rushed out of the villa under the watch of Li Yu and Ethan. Let's go outside and see how strong this Tony's armor is. Li Yu reached out and grabbed Ethan, then disappeared in the underground garage, and appeared again outside the villa. Li Yu and Essen looked up to the sky together, and saw a meteor-like light fly to the distance at a very fast speed, disappeared and disappeared. After a while, they flew back and came back to the villa in a blink of an eye, then suddenly changed direction, rushing directly into the air. Tony is already playing, he is like finding a child with his favorite toy. The performance of this armor made him very satisfied. He had exceeded the speed of sound when flying fast, which is not the state of his full flight. Then I remembered Li Yu's suggestion to be careful about the icing at high altitude, and I have changed the armor material to the gold titanium alloy used by the Seraph satellite. I don't know what the situation is. Tony always did it when he thought about it, directly changed direction, flew away into the sky, and was about to break the record of the highest flight. Ethan watched Tony fly high into the sky and said to Li Yu, "Still, you know Tony best and know that according to his character, he will definitely want to break the highest flight record. Before that, he proposed to him that high altitude may end. In the case of ice, it seems that Tony will do so." Chapter 12, Real Men Never Look Back at the Explosion. Tony's test was very successful. Not only did he collect detailed data of Mark II, but also found that the performance of Mark II was perfect, and there were no failures during the flight. "We succeeded." This was the first sentence Tony saw after seeing Li Yu and Ethan. The tone revealed excitement, pride, and unspeakable joy. Li Yu was also very happy, but he was thinking about the next plot. Next, Tony will participate in a charity evening, and in the mouth of a beautiful reporter who has had an overnight relationship with Tony, Obadi is still selling weapons made by Stark Industries to terrorists. After, Tony wore Mark III, which had been painted and loaded with weapons, to fight against terrorists. This made Obadi feel the crisis, got the prototype and drawings of Mark I from the terrorists, and modified it to make a bigger armor. After Tony and Obadi battled on the street, with the help of Pepper, Tony defeated Obadi and directly admitted that he was Iron Man at the press conference. If Li Yu wants to stop Obadi, it is easy, but without this war, Tony will not admit that he is an Iron Man at the press conference, so Li Yu cannot stop the battle between Obadi and Tony, but after all, reality is not a movie after all. If it wasn't Tony's protagonist Halo in the movie, he didn't know how many times he was hammered by the Iron Overlord, so Li Yu decided to give Tony a boost. Tony, have you ever thought about making the armor bigger, like? Li Yu's situation is not mentioned for the time being, but he said that Nick Fury, who was sitting in his office at this time, looked at the information that had just been sent back, his face expressionless, thinking for a while, then suddenly picked up the phone and commanded the other side. Closely monitor the actions of the target person, find a way to find out the relationship between the target person and Tony Stark, and his approach to Tony Stark's purpose. Try not to frighten the snake, try to get in touch with the target. Nick paused and continued, as soon as possible, understand how Tony Stark escaped from the terrorists, what he is doing now, and whether he is developing new weapons. The news directly reports to me. Nick Fury hung up the phone, got up and came to a lockbox, performed fingerprint verification, iris verification, and entered a password of up to tens of digits, opened the lockbox, and flipped out a booklet from inside. A line of Avenger. After a long thought, Nick Fury put it back again. In a blink of an eye, a few weeks passed quickly. On this evening, Tony ended his day's work as usual. Originally, after he made Mark II, he should be more leisurely. Who knows that Li Yu followed, he said some ideas, and countless inspirations appeared in his mind. After arranging for Jarvis to paint Mark II, he continued to fight in the underground laboratory. Today, I just solved a difficult problem that plagued him for a few days. When I was excited, I was going to eat something, but I just saw the news on TV. Tonight, there was a charity party held in my own name. Tony thought that he had not been in a long time. It's time to go out to show up, and it's time to relax and tell the news media that Tony Stark is fine now. Hey, Li Yu, Ethan, you guys are still playing. I really don't know what games are available. It's better to go out and fly in a steel armor. Tony looked at Li Yu and Yi lying on the sofa. Sen, asked aloud. Because Li Yu was bored and idle, he asked the housekeeper Jarvis to make a few games. These days I have been playing with Ethan. Hey, do you want to go shopping with me? I just knew there was a charity party in my name tonight. No one notified me. There are a lot of beautiful girls at the party, don't you want to go shopping? Maybe? Can you have an affair with the beauty and spend a beautiful night? Tony said with a face ambiguous, tempting Li Yu and Ethan. Don't go, I and Isan are not like you. Wherever you go, there are beautiful women attracted by the pride you exude. Li Yu said that only you Tony can go wherever there are beautiful women. We are just ordinary people. Isan also shook his head at Tony, saying he was not interested in what he said. It's your loss if you don't go. I'm going to relax and study in the basement all day long. I'm about to be moldy. Tony put on his suit, put on his watch, and drove straight to the charity party in a luxury car. However, after only 2 hours, Tony returned to the villa with an angry face. His face was somber and his eyes were full of anger. Why did you come back in such a short time, Mr. Stark? What happened? Ethan looked at Tony, who came back not long after going out. Somewhat surprised, but then looked at Tony's somber complexion and asked a little seriously. Although Li Yu knew that Tony had become like this because of something, he didn't say much. He just looked at Tony and waited for him to say why. I just found out that my company is still selling weapons on my back, and still selling them to terrorists. Tony sullenly almost said it with his teeth. Tony, since that is the case, what are you going to do? Li Yu asked aloud. I'm going to do what I should do. Tony said solemnly, his eyes full of firmness. Then Tony returned to the underground laboratory. With the help of Jarvis, he put on the steel armor. The armor is now in good colors. The armor is composed of red and gold, which also reflects Tony's consistent character. With a loud explosion, the steel armor broke away into the distance. Tony was flying at full speed in a steel armor, and soon reached the place where the terrorists were looting, a small town called Gemilla, which is the hometown of Ethan. The looting terrorists have seen Tony wearing a golden red steel armor from the sky and have been scared. Why have they seen such a horrible thing? Seeing the Iron Man approaching them step by step, it seemed as if death were asking for their life. The scared terrorists can only shoot crazy at that figure. www.novel.com. The bullets poured out lifelessly, hoping to stop the footsteps of the Iron Man, but they soon discovered in horror, the bullet hit the Iron Man, and only made a jingling sound without causing any harm to it. Tony wore a steel armor and ignored the terrorists' crazy shooting. The bullet did not hinder him. He stepped out directly and came to a terrorist in a flash. He punched him with a punch. This punch, what a horrible power! He directly flew the terrorist and fell to the ground after hitting the wall. Those who are already dead cannot die. Turned around and raised his arms towards the distant terrorists. The energy was concentrated in the palm of his hand, and once the energy beam was hit, he directly flew the terrorist. Tony resolved the group of terrorists 2 or 3 times and threw the boss to these plundered civilians for disposal. It is conceivable that his end will definitely be killed alive by angry civilians. Tony turned to fly to the sky, preparing to destroy the weapons on the ground. Those weapons were produced by Stark Industries and sold to terrorists. Tony did not want these weapons to kill more in the hands of terrorists, so he planned to destroy them all. However, Tony in the air was bombarded by a shell on the ground. Have to say that the tank is aiming accurately, and hit a big pit on the ground. Fortunately, the material of the steel armor is relatively hard, and Tony is not hurt, but the armor has been painted. Feeling ashamed, Tony came directly at the tank with a missile and directly blasted it into ashes. And that the real man never looked back at the explosion. Ignoring the terrorists who were shooting wildly at themselves, he flew up into the sky, and the energy of his palms gathered, destroying all the weapons produced by Stark Industries. Then broke away into the distance. Chapter 13, Obadi in Action. Tony galloped all the way to his villa, but he didn't know that because of his actions, the US military was greatly shaken. The command headquarters urgently investigated which department dared to act without permission. Tony wearing a steel armor was not intercepted by a fighter like in the movie, because Tony had long followed Li Yu's suggestion to add an anti-radar scanning device to the steel armor, and his target was small and fast. The military only knew that there was an explosion in the terrorists' camp. It was not known who was attacked, because the attackers soon disappeared from their radar, and the military was also helpless. The colonel asked him if he knew what kind of new weapon it was. And Rod is worthy of Tony's good friend, almost immediately suspected Tony, felt that only Tony, a genius scientist, could develop this advanced weapon. So he called Tony directly. Tony, who was still flying in the air, received a call and found a reason to stumble past. But as the Air Force, how could it not be heard? The whispering sound from the phone was generated by high-speed flight. It's just that Rod did not debunk. At this time, Obadiah saw Tony wearing a steel armor on the TV and felt an unprecedented crisis. In this way, he will be discovered by Tony and imprisoned sooner or later. He had to contact the terrorists and seize the prototype and drawings of Mark I made by Tony to escape the cave from the terrorists, and carry out R&D and transformation in the 16th district of Stark Industries. I wonder if it is the cause of the plot's inertia. Although Tony had already killed the bald leader when he escaped from the cave, the plot still developed according to the established trajectory, and Obadi eventually became the Iron Overlord. Everything looks the same as in the movie. Obadiah is stepping up to make his armor. Tony often wears the armor and goes out to do what he wants. But will the result be the same as in the movie? It is necessary to say that after Tony first went to fight against terrorists and returned home, Ethan offered to Li Yu and Tony to leave. Ethan saw the tragic situation in the town of Gemilla in the news, and was in a sorrowful mood, because it was his hometown, where he and his family used to live together, although his family is now gone. I don't know if what Ethan said before the death in the movie comforted Tony. He lied because he didn't feel too guilty, just as his family was gone. So Ethan made a decision, he would go back to his hometown and use his medical skills to help the civilians who survived the war. Knew of Ethan's decision, neither Li Yu nor Tony stopped him, and showed respect and support for his decision. So Tony sent someone to send him back to the town of Gmara. Time won't stop because of anyone or anything. Tony gradually finds that his uncle seems to have done a lot of bad things on his back, but he has no definitive evidence, so like the original plot, Tony still found his assistant. Little Pepper. I hope that Little Pepper can help him get evidence of the crime of Obadi. Little Pepper didn't agree at the beginning, but after Tony's true feelings revealed, he still determined to help Tony. And Tony also finds Li Yu. He hopes that Li Yu can help protect the Pepper. Relax, Tony, you know my abilities. No one can hurt Xiao Chili and me. Li Yu is confident, and the situation is exactly what Li Yu expected. He is looking forward to the situation tonight. Will be very exciting by then. Xiao Chili looked at Li Yu, who was following her. She felt helpless. She felt that Tony sent Li Yu to protect her. It might be better to send Happy. At least, Happy's body is stronger than Li Yu, and it gives people a sense of security. Looking at Li Yu again, although it can't be said to be thin, it's almost the same. But this is Tony's good intentions, and Xiao Chili is not easy to refuse. He can only take Li Yu to the company building, leaving Li Yu in the lobby on the first floor, and then went to the office of Obadi himself. Sitting in front of the computer, Little Pepper first discovered that Obadiah was secretly studying something in the 16th district, and then found a video of the terrorist kidnapping Tony in the computer. Little Pepper was very shocked. He did not expect Tony's judgment to actually be yes. Obadiah not only sold arms to terrorists in private, but also bought terrorists to assassinate Tony. After reading the information, Xiao Chili hurriedly copied all of them to a USB flash drive. However, at this time, Obadi appeared at the door and almost scared Xiao Chili out of a loud voice. Xiao Chili is worthy of Tony's assistant. The bearing capacity in my heart is really strong. He quickly recovered his calm expression in front of Obadi, and covered the U-disc inserted in the computer with newspaper, as if nothing had happened. Obadiah also has a ghost in his heart, so he took the opportunity to look at the computer screen, but this time the information has just been copied, and no abnormalities are found. Obadiah can only let the small Pepper go, but looking at the small Pepper walking faster and faster, and feeling suspicious, he hurried back to the computer, but saw the computer screen showing the copied picture, and couldn't help but patted his big bald head without hair. Can't wait any longer, this is what Obadi thought at this time, so he immediately rushed to the 16th area, where he made the armor, but those researchers, so many people can't compare with a Tony. Stark hasn't worked out the shrinking arc reactor yet. Obadi could only hit Tony with his idea, ready to get the reactor in his chest. At this time, Li Yu was really depressed, because he found that he was being targeted by someone, and this person who was staring at him was the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Carlson. Since coming out of Stark, Carlson, who was behind Chili Peppers, often glanced at Li Yu as if he wanted to see something in Li Yu. Although Carlson's movements are more secret, Li Yu is mentally perceptible. www.novel.com Carlson's movements can't escape Li Yu's perception at all, which makes Li Day a headache. See Carlson, he looks like he already knows himself. Without thinking, it is known that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been staring at himself, but Li Yu does not know when he started to stare at himself. This is not to blame Li Yu. How could he think of being stared at by people on the second day of his coming to this world? He also felt that he had done a good job of confidentiality measures, and never showed his superpowers in front of people. Only Tony and Ethan knew his abilities, and they would not reveal their secrets to others. Li Yu didn't come up with a reason, and could only helplessly give up. Anyway, everyone was already staring at themselves. It's useless to get headaches anyway. Anyway, I've already thought about my rhetoric, and I will just let them limp. At this time, Coulson listened to Little Pepper and urgently called several nearby agents to prepare for the capture of Obadi in the 16th district. Little Pepper also picked up the phone and called Tony in the villa, but just like Lee the more I knew, after the call was connected, there was no reply from Tony, but instead I heard the voice of Obadi. Little Pepper knew that something was wrong and hurriedly called Tony's friend Rod to let him hurry to go. The villa looks at Tony. Lee Yu couldn't help but feel a little helpless. How long had he been out of the Stark company before Xiao Chili remembered to call Tony to report and see how fast Obadi was, and he had already gone to the 16th district and arrived again Tony's villa, and Tony fell down. At this time, Rod was on the way to Tony's villa. Tony, with the help of the robot nerd, took the first arc reactor built in the cave and put it in his chest to save his life. The time for the final battle has come. This is Lee Yu's current thinking. Chapter 14, Tony arrives. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Looking at Tony, who was wearing a steel armor with a mechanical arm with the help of Jarvis, Rod couldn't help but sigh, although it has long been known that Tony is developing a new weapons and equipment, but when I saw it with my own eyes, I was still stunned. Help me clear the air obstacles, Tony said to Rod, who was shining with both eyes, and flew out of the underground garage. Because of Lee Yu's reasons, Tony did not smash the roof during the first test, so he could only fly out at the garage exit. Cool, I'll let him prepare a suit for me next time. Rod looked at Tony, envious of the disappearing figure, enviously. When Tony made Mark II, he directly used gold titanium alloy as the external armor material, so the villa did not have the unpainted silver armor in the movie, and there was no road. Take you away, Sai. At this time, Tony, who was flying quickly towards Stark in the air, was reminded by Jarvis, Sir, the remaining energy of your current arc reactor is not enough to support your long-distance flight and combat. Jarvis, how long can I get to the company? Mister, at your current speed, it is expected to arrive at Stark after 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Jarvis quickly gave the answer. Jarvis, start the remote support program, start the FHK-1 battle armor, set the destination Stark Company, and start immediately. Tony thought about it, and finally told Jarvis to tell him. He just heard Obadi mentioned that he also created a pair of armor, and in his current situation, I am afraid it is difficult to defeat him. Fortunately, I heard Lee Yu's suggestion. Tony now feels that his original decision was very wise. Sir, the remote support program is starting. The start is complete, the FHK-1 combat armor is completed, the destination is set successfully, it is entering the autonomous flight mode, and it is expected to reach the target location in 14 minutes and 38 seconds. Jarvis' voice was at Tony rang in his ears, reassuring him a lot. Jarvis, go ahead at full speed, we must hurry to the company. Tony told Jarvis to see that the armor accelerated suddenly and broke through the sound barrier instantly. Rode, who was about to leave Tony's house, heard a burst of rumbling and looked around, wondering where the sound came from. If someone looks down at the villa from the sky at this time, you will find that a ceiling of the villa is slowly opening to both sides, revealing a deep black hole, and then rows of bright lights are lit in order from top to bottom, gradually letting people looking at the situation inside the cave. I saw a behemoth standing amidst it. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the behemoth was actually a red steel armor. I saw the original motionless steel armor, and 2 bright white lights suddenly appeared on the head, like a pair of huge eyes, which was daunting to look at directly. Then I saw that the steel giant seemed to have a life, raised his huge head, while the palms of his hands were down, and a fierce white flame was spewing out of his limbs, so he slowly left the ground so slowly. The higher, the fly out of the hole in a while, and then slowly accelerate towards one direction. Rode was stupid at this time, standing blankly. The figure that had just left the behemoth was still deeply imprinted in his mind. He could no longer express the shock in his heart with words. He couldn't help thinking, this time how much did Tony do on his back? It seems that I can't keep up with the times. At this time, Lee Yu, along with Little Pepper and Coulson, took some agents to the gate of District 16. When Little Pepper found that his pass was invalid and could not open the door, then Coulson took out a button-size round device stuck to the door. Boom! Exploded the door and found out that there was a set of black armor, but this set of armor was the Mark I made by Tony in the cave. At this time, Obadiah, who heard the noise, could not care about anything else. Hurried to put the arc reactor snatched from Tony into the chest of his armor. As a white light flashed, the huge armor made by Obadiah seemed to have life as the same as coming alive. Kill him! Li Yu was a little helpless. These agents were worthy of the elite of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing the huge steel giant chasing after the Little Pepper, they did not evade. They dared to stand in front of Obadiah with the pistol. Obadiah did not put these ants like ants in his eyes, and directly waved the huge fist of the armor. He smacked them fiercely, and they were about to smash these agents into bolognese. However, Li Yu could only sigh in his heart, and then rescued these agents with his superpowers. Li Yu thought that he was not a Madonna and could not save his life to save others, but he was capable of saving others and himself. Without being injured, Li Yu couldn't save himself from death. In this case, it is still possible to help others, as long as the person is not his own enemy. Watched the Iron Giant's fist hit him, and Agent A only came to close his eyes, waiting for the death to come. He only heard Pepper's exclamation, and subconsciously shot at the steel giant who was chasing him. However, when he saw the figure of the steel giant, he had no time to do any evasive action, and could only close his eyes and wait to die. While he was waiting for death to come, he found that there was no severe pain in his body. He couldn't help but opened his eyes in amazement, but found that he saw only a group of agents who came together. They were all in amazement, no knowing what happened. Why didn't you die? They didn't know what happened, but Coulson, who came after hearing the exclamation of Xiao Chili not far away, saw it clearly. He saw Li Yu disappearing instantly in place, and then he saw it. He thought that the agents who had been killed by the steel giant appeared in a safe place not far away at the same time, with a confused face and no idea what happened. Then Li Yu appeared again in the previous place, and it took less than 1 second during this period. If it wasn't Coulson who knew about Li Yu's situation, he couldn't help but think he was dazzled. Li Yu watched Coulson staring at himself tightly with his eyes. His eyes were full of incredible colors, and there was some helplessness in his heart. In the end, he still inevitably exposed his superpowers. However, if you expose, you will be exposed. Who can't help yourself if you can't do it? This Mr. Coulson, I will go to rescue Miss Pepper first, and I will give it to you here. Since it has been exposed, Li Yu will no longer hide. After speaking to Coulson, Yu reads the book www.yuyuganshu.com disappeared directly in front of him. At this time, he ran outside and thought that he had been out of danger. Little Pepper, but received a call from Tony. Little Pepper hurriedly asked Tony about the situation. After getting Tony's okay little chili, it was too late to feel happy. I felt a shock from the ground behind. I saw the ground was violently destroyed. A black steel giant was drilled from the ground. The eyes and chest glowed with dazzling white light. The devil coming out of hell. Where do you think you can escape? You should die. Obadiah pointed at the Pepper with the Gatling machine gun on the armor of the armor. The barrel turned from slow to fast, the bullet shot quickly, but hit the ground, splashing a burst of smoke. As soon as Li Yu came outside, he saw that Obadiah was aiming at the small Pepper and was ready to shoot. At this time, Tony had not arrived yet, and had too little time to think. He hurried to the small Pepper and disappeared in Obadiah with the small Pepper in front of Asia. The bullets roaring out of the barrel of the gun missed the target, all hitting the ground in a burst of smoke. Obadiah looked at the little Pepper and disappeared in front of his eyes, making all the bullets he shot missed. He quickly turned around and looked around. Finally, he saw Li Yu and Little Pepper in the distance. Who are you? Actually dare to destroy my good deeds, how did you do it? Obadiah looked at Li Yu, who suddenly appeared beside Xiao Chili, and asked aloud, "He should have just broken himself just now." "Good thing. It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is that you haven't heard how the villain died because of the words." Li Yu replied jokingly. "What?" Before Obadiah continued, he was blown out with a force. Tony, who was wearing steel armor, arrived at the last moment. Chapter 15, Tony vs Iron Overlord. Congratulations on the happy birthday of the motherland. Li Yu, thank you for saving Pepper. Tony is still afraid after a while. He dare not imagine how he would blame himself if something happened to Pepper just now. Fortunately, Li Yu is here, and now Tony is very grateful to Li Yu. "Okay Tony, you still have to think about how to deal with him. I think you are not in a good state now." Li Yu interrupted Tony and looked over to the Iron Overlord, who had climbed up on the ground again. "Li Yu asked you to help me transport Pepper to a safe place, and he gave it to me to deal with." Tony first thought of Pepper's safety. He couldn't help but ask Li Yu. "No problem, I will send Pepper to a safe place, you just have to concentrate on dealing with him." Li Yu answered Tony. At this time, the little Pepper was a little ignorant. She had just recovered from the fear of dying and heard the conversation between Li Yu and Tony. She was completely at a loss. After all, no matter how strong the little Pepper was, she was always it as a woman, and everyone will be afraid when faced with death. Pepper's performance has been very commendable. Li Yu disappeared directly with the little Pepper. Tony sees that Li Yu has taken Xiao Chili, and then looks at the Iron Giant Iron Overlord with his angry eyes. He just nearly killed Xiao Chili. Tony can't care about Obadiah now. His uncle's sentiment is gone, and now he is Tony's worst enemy. "Tony, I didn't expect that you didn't die in that situation, but you should regret coming here because how powerful I am now. Killing you is as simple as pinching an ant." The Iron Overlord lifted himself up steel arm, with both hands clenched fist fiercely, indicating that I am very strong now. "Obadiah, don't be too proud. The armor on you is my invention. I will destroy him personally, and you can only spend your lonely second life in prison." "Sorry, I forgot. The men in the prison are very hungry, I believe you will be very popular there." Tony said to the Iron Overlord. The tone was still so popular. "Tony, you don't have to try to irritate me. You're right. This armor is based on your technology, but that's why you failed. You have a genius, but you don't know how to use it to create the value you deserve. You look at the armor on your body, just like you, it is completely vulnerable. Look at me and immediately pull you out of the broken copper and iron, and then pinch you to death." Obadiah finished speaking, waving his huge fist directly, with the terrifying power, and hit Tony with a punch. Tony watched Obadiah shot directly at himself, but also clenched his right fist and greeted him. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly exploded. When Tony and the fist of the Iron Overlord collided, a burst of sparks burst forth from the intersection of gold and iron. Because the difference in the size of the battle armor is too large, and because Tony's arc reactor has insufficient energy at this time, the Iron Overlord remains immobile after this collision, but Tony is directly flies. "Sir, the energy is too low, the remaining 31%, and the surface damage of the armor is 12%. I suggest you do not confront him directly," Jarvis reminded Tony. "I know, Jarvis, when will the support arrive?" Tony asked Jarvis while avoiding the Iron Fighter's continuous fist at him. "Sir, the FHK-1 battle armor has a slow flight speed due to its size, so it is expected to arrive in 6 minutes. Jarvis replied to Tony. "Okay, I'll try to hold it for 6 minutes." Tony has no idea. The Iron Overlord keeps attacking him. He can only rely on his flexible advantage to keep avoiding. Even so, he has been attacked several times because he can't avoid it. Fortunately, Tony's armor is hard enough, the Iron Overlord's attack can't cause much damage to it. Li Yu handed the pepper to Carlson and asked him and a group of agents to the pepper to a safe place. After that, I went to the street and found a good place. Watching the Iron Tyrant chase Tony all the way, and hit the street from the inside of the company, Tony can only barely parry, and it will not be able to support it. Dear viewers, there is an unexpected situation now. Two robots of unknown origin suddenly appear on the street, and they are fighting. God, the huge black robot actually lifted a driving car. His strength is really great. Oh, no, it ignored the life and death of the people in the car and smashed the car towards the red robot. Li Yu looked at her and somehow came when a pretty young lady was holding a microphone, and excitedly relayed the battle between Tony and the Iron Overlord to the camera. It's beautiful, it actually took over, the red robot actually took over a car bigger than it, and his power is incredible. Li Yu suddenly found out that there was no time when he had gathered around. The few people are watching the battle between Tony and the Iron Overlord, and there is a burst of exclamation in his mouth. Jarvis, concentrate the energy on the chest and shoot it out. Tony held the car in his hands and commanded Jarvis. Boom! Was raising his right hand to prepare the Iron Overlord, who was using to sling to sieve with Gatling, was hit by a dazzling beam of energy, and flew backwards. Ma'am, calm down, oh no! Some female drivers who were overwhelmed, mistakenly used the accelerator as a brake and stepped on the bottom hard. Fortunately, Tony got rid of the crushing of the car and drilled through the bottom of the car. But before Tony got up, he was caught in the hands of the returning Iron Overlord. Tony, so kind, this is your weakness. The Iron Overlord grabbed Tony's head and one leg with both hands, and threw him to the ground fiercely, lifting his right foot and stepping straight on. Tony, don't you think it's ironic? You don't want to produce weapons, but you have made the most powerful weapon, and don't know how to use it well. And I can use it to conquer the world. The Iron Overlord said that he stepped Tony, but found that Tony's steel armor was very hard, and the physical attack could not cause fatal damage to him. So the Iron Overlord grabbed Tony directly with his right hand, fell forward violently, and was hitting a long-distance bus parked on the roadside. Tony was smashed into the car by huge force. Fortunately, there is no one inside. Tony, let you see how powerful a weapon you can't see is. Saw that a missile suddenly rose on the left shoulder of the Iron Overlord, and fired at Tony's position. Rumble. A violent explosion directly blows Tony into the sky. When Tony was about to fall to the ground, Tony sprayed flames with his hands and feet, and steadily stopped in the air. www.novel.com Jarvis, adding all the remaining energy to the thruster, I will use high altitude. The IC method defeated him. Tony flashed suddenly, thinking that the armor of ordinary materials above the sky would freeze. Mr. Unfortunately, you no longer need to do this. FHK-1 is expected to arrive within 30 seconds. Please be prepared. No, my God, he actually fired a missile, hoping that the red robot is fine. My God, the red robot can actually fly, he is suspended in the air. Li Yu listened to the exclaimed voice of the hostess sister next to her, and the crowd watching was the same. She couldn't help but sigh, the foreigners were so miserable, they didn't even say slot. Look, what's that? Is it a meteor? It's actually rushed towards the red robot. Hurry away. The people watching the battle suddenly discovered that a dazzling light traversed the sky like a meteor, and flew straight towards the red robot. They now regard the Iron Overlord as a villain because his armor is so ugly. Of course, the main reason is that the Iron Overlord actually ignored the lives and deaths of others. That's not a meteor, it's actually a robot, it's red, and it's bigger than that black robot. The crowd watching was shocked, and a steel robot appeared, which looked bigger than the previous two, and it was actually flew over. Li Yu looked at the sky, and finally arrived at the huge red steel armor. He could not help but secretly relieved, he was really afraid that Tony would be killed by the Iron Overlord later. He had been paying attention before that, if Tony was really in danger, he would definitely save Tony without hesitation. Fortunately, this did not happen. Jarvis, ready to fit. Chapter 16, Iron King, I Too Hard, Author, Me Too Hard. I saw the red steel armor. The steel material on the chest automatically separated to the two sides, splitting a one-person wide crack, just like opening the door to welcome the master home. Tony entered directly in Mark III, and after entering, the chest of the red giant armor merged directly, and no gaps could be seen. This is the first time Tony has used this new type of armor for actual combat. Although he does not know how powerful it is, he can feel the powerful power of this armor when he raises his hand. This pair of armor is the inspiration that Li Yu provided to Tony, and it is still a semi-finished product. Because Li Yu proposed a complete combat system concept, Li Yu proposed that the armor can be deployed in space and can be quickly called if necessary. The functional modules of this system also include independent satellite communication, independent operation, battle damage support, warm damage can call for replacement of spare parts, prison-type isolation warehouse and so on. What is the name of Li Yu's system? By the way, it's Veronica. I don't know if Veronica is Li Yu's ex-girlfriend. Unfortunately, the system is still a theory. I know how long it will take, but fortunately, I'll make this suit first. Tony looked at the iron bully who had been scared in front of him, and he still thought about these insignificant things. Obedy, it's my turn now, and then you can enjoy it. Entered Tony in the giant armor, looked at the Iron Overlord, who was already much shorter than himself, and said to him, looking down. Obedy has been frightened. He doesn't know when Tony made such a suit. Seeing that he is bigger than his own, he has retreated in his heart. He has just been able to suppress Tony because of himself. The body armor is relatively large and the strength is relatively strong, and Tony's reactor energy is insufficient, but his own reactor is full of energy, and he is equipped with many thermal weapons. In order to create an overwhelming advantage for Tony. Look at the armor that Tony is wearing at this time, not only is he bigger than his body, but also the workmanship is obviously much finer than his own armor. The thing that made Iron Overlord collapse the most is that he looked at the arc reactor on Tony's warframe. If he had no illusions, it seemed that there were 5, not only on the chest, but also on each of his hands and legs. I'm so hard. This is the truest idea in the heart of the Iron Overlord at this time. Dear Tony, can we stop and talk about it? I don't think the fight will solve the problem. You say yes. I will transfer all my shares in Stark Industries to you so that you can own the company. Absolute control, think about it, Tony. The Iron Overlord's suit softened and he had to do it. Talk? Why didn't you just stop and talk? The worst decision you made was to almost kill Pepper, and now want to reconcile, it's too late. After speaking, Tony directly took his right fist, bursting energy under his feet, and punched hard against the Iron Overlord. The Iron Overlord saw that Tony was unwilling to give up and started fighting directly at himself. He could only shoot at Tony with a Gatling machine gun on his right arm, hoping to stop Tony's footsteps. At the same time, he stepped back quickly, trying to distance himself from Tony. Now he is afraid to confront Tony. With just one punch, the Iron Overlord was blown out by the hole. After landing, he rolled for several laps before stopping. This is not over yet. The Iron Overlord found that with only one punch, Tony destroyed his armor by as much as 30%. A concave fist print even appeared on the surface of the nail. Watching Tony rushing towards him again at a very fast speed, the Iron Tyrant hurriedly climbed up from the ground, the Gatling machine gun in his right arm shot at Tony, and only the remaining missile was fired at Tony. Boom! The violent explosion caused countless smoke and dust, and the Iron Overlord also stopped the attack on his hand, staring at the place of the explosion, expecting the smoke and dust to disperse, and Tony was blown to pieces. It is a pity that his thoughts are destined to fail, and before the smoke has dispersed, Tony comes out step by step from the place where he just exploded. Although the heavy steel armor walks on the road, the sound is not loud, but every step is like the hammer with a handle thumped once on the heart of the Iron Overlord. The Iron Overlord was stunned and suffered such a violent explosion on the front. Tony's body armor did not show any scratches. "Your means are exhausted, then it's my turn now," Tony said with a domineering expression. After raising his right arm, the energy is concentrated in the center of the palm, and a dazzling beam of energy is emitted. The Iron Overlord didn't have time to react too much. He just measured his body slightly to the left, but this action just saved his life and avoided the deadly part of the chest, but the armor was still hit. I saw that the right arm of the Iron Overlord's armor fell all over the ground, and the fracture had been burnt red, and even showed signs of liquefaction. A few drops of iron dropped on the ground, making a hissing sound. The Iron Overlord was already stunned at this time. Just after he passed the death, he could not imagine that if it hit him in the chest, he would definitely be dead. Tony was also shocked by the result of his own attack. He did not expect that such a mighty power, the Iron Overlord's armor was as fragile as paper in front of him. At this time, the Iron Overlord no longer imagined that he could defeat Tony. Now that he could escape, he felt that he was a lucky luck. He looked around and thought about the way to escape. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and his mind flashed an idea. At this time, the onlookers were also stunned and shocked. Why did they think that the small red robot could actually enter the large robot, and the power that broke out later, the black robot that was still the upper hand, was nowhere to be beaten? Fight back! Later, he was hit by a missile without damage on the front, and the black robot's right arm was interrupted by an energy beam in the backhand. You must know that the black robot is a steel body. www.novel.com is not a paper. While the crowd cheered for another red robot who had no power to fight back, he saw that the black robot no longer confronted the red robot head-on, but ran away without even picking up the broken right arm. A crowd of onlookers took a closer look, but saw that the direction of the black robot's escape was actually the direction he was in. He was frightened and screamed, "Run quickly, he came to us!" Then he ran away. The crowd watched his shouts and found that the black robot's target was actually here. They all hurriedly fled. The crowd was very chaotic for a while, and all kinds of screams, scoldings, and crying were unconscious. However, there were two people who didn't move at this time. One was Li Yu. He was confident that he would never be caught by the Iron Tyrant, and the other was the reporter's sister. At this time, she was facing back with emotion the camera crew was relaying, but did not notice the Iron Overlord who was running towards here. The cameraman saw the Iron Overlord attack, directly dropped the camera on the ground, and ran away. "I have no conscience, so I don't know," to remind the beautiful reporter. Li Yu looked at the cameraman's actions and scolded in his heart. At this time, the Iron Overlord had reached a distance of less than a few meters in front of them. At this time, the reporter's sister finally reacted and hurriedly prepared to escape, but at this time, where else could come and escape? The Iron Overlord came to her in less than a second and grabbed her with her left hand. The younger sister could only watch the huge steel arm grabbing her, helpless. At this moment of crisis, the beautiful reporter found out that she did not know when a figure appeared in front of her, and her back was not wide, but she now gave herself an unparalleled sense of security. Chapter 17, Gourmet King Graduation. Every woman hopes that when she is in danger, there will be a Prince Charming who bravely stands up to protect herself, and finally defeats the villain heroically, comes to her side and asks herself gently, "Don't scare you." Louise had the same illusion as most women, but she also understood that it was just fantasy, rarely happened in reality, and happened to herself. This probability is less than the probability of buying a lottery ticket of 5 million. Louise Ryan is a reporter from a news agency, and she is very unwilling to be seen by her boss, just because once the bald middle-aged boss actually wanted to unspoken her, where would she agree, directly slammed at the foot he came between his legs. After that, the bald man often found her in trouble. Today, she was sent here to talk about street interviews. Interview a hammer. If you don't want to lose this job, you must take off your high heels and hit the boss's ugly face fiercely. What Louise didn't expect was that today I didn't know what lucky I was, but there was a street fight in the street interview, or 2 robot fights. And they came out of the Stark company. He felt that he had discovered the big secret, hurried to call back to the company, and directly bypassed the bald boss on his head, and called the president of the news agency. Explained the situation, and proposed to broadcast live now. President agreed with Louise's proposal, and said that this time it was done, and she would be promoted and raised her salary when she returned. Lois imagined that after this time, her bald boss would not even be able to lift shoes for herself, and then carried out this broadcast more attentively. It was because she was so focused that she didn't wake up until the danger approached. At this time, Louise looked at the back of her eyes. She did not expect that the plot in the fantasy could actually appear in front of her eyes. Then she couldn't help worrying about the figure in front of her, because he was facing a steel giant more than 2 meters high. But soon Louise saw a scene that would make her unforgettable all her life. The figure that was not strong actually caught the left hand from the robot, and still caught it with only the right hand, and did not step back half a step. The situation was as shocking as a child raised an elephant. Yes, it was Li Yu who helped Louise block the Iron Overlord, and he used his own power. Now Li Yu's physical quality is almost 10 times that of ordinary humans. A punch can produce less than 2 tons of power. Of course, such a force is not very useful under the full attack of Iron Overlord, but first of all, Iron Armor's armor has been fatally injured, and his purpose is to grab a hostage so that he can have a chance to escape, so he did not with how much power. This is why Li Yu can easily catch his arm. In fact, Iron Overlord has long seen Li Yu who has not escaped, but did not recognize him in a hurry, and saw that there is a Louise next to Li Yu, and decisively determined his goal on Louise. Woman, it is still relatively easy to control. However, the Iron Overlord did not expect that he was actually blocked by people, and it was Li Yu who had not just taken care of himself. It turns out that you are the one who has broken my good things many times. I must kill you this time. At this time, the Iron Overlord could only see Li Yu's appearance, and recognized that he was the one who saved the little pepper from his own hands. Under the new hatred and old hatred, he would directly kill Li Yu with all his strength, although Li Yu was able to block himself, but he didn't use much power at that moment. This time he was going to use his full strength to beat Li Yu, who dared to destroy his good deed twice. What's the matter? What about others? Why are you gone? However, before he could do anything, he suddenly found that Li Yu had lost his figure in front of him. When he looked around, he was shocked to find that he was standing at a height of hundreds of meters, and fell to the ground, and found himself underneath. It was Tony wearing red steel armor. Li Yu appeared again in front of Tony. What are you waiting for? I quickly got to know him. Li Yu said to Tony, who was a little sluggish. Oh, okay, I ended up with him. Tony only recovered when he heard Li Yu's words. Just now he didn't think that Iron Overlord actually succumbed to irrelevant ordinary people. It was too late to stop. Fortunately, Li Yu happened to be on the scene, and no one was under Iron Overlord. Injured. Tony raised his hands and his palm was facing the Iron Overlord that was falling from the sky. The energy was converging, and the 2 beams of light shot out from the palm instantly, hitting the falling Iron Overlord straight, without any mercy. This is the difference between Marvel superheroes and DC superheroes. Marvel superheroes show no mercy to the villains and can never kill him by killing him. DC advocates humanitarianism, insists on keeping its bottom line, and will not actively kill the villains. Each one has its own differences, and Li Yu is not good at commenting. Anyway, Li Yu will not let go of his enemies. Tony's original idea was just to capture Obadi and put him in jail, but after the little pepper almost died, for Obadi, who was his own uncle. www.novel.com idea. There is no way for the Iron Overlord to lose his right armor in the air. In the case of a rapid fall in the air, he can't master the balance at all. He can only watch the Tony below emit a beam of energy towards himself. Boom! The Iron Overlord exploded directly in the air, like a beautiful firework blooming in the air. Tony looked at the Iron Overlord that had been blasted into the sky, and there was a little intolerance in his heart. Although Tony kept reminding himself deep in his heart that he had just killed the little pepper, and it was already cheaper for him to do so. But he used to be his uncle after all, but in the event of impermanence, he finally came to this point. Louise is staring blankly at the Iron Overlord that has been blown to pieces in the air. His mood is a little complicated. It seems that the person who just saved himself is not an ordinary person. The Iron Man disappeared together. Suddenly heard a soft voice from around me. Is the fireworks I sent you beautiful? Li Yu has started shamelessly to sorrow her sister. Very beautiful, and I think in order to thank you for your life-saving grace, I should need to invite you to dinner. I don't know if you will agree. Louise looked at the source of the sound and found that it was the familiar figure that had just disappeared in front of her eyes, and could not help asking with excitement. Of course, and as a gentleman, I think I should be the one who invited you to dinner. I don't know if I am honored to know your name. Lois Ryan. You can call me Louise. Lois Ryan? It sounds familiar. Chapter 18, I Am Iron Man. The next day. Iron Man. The name is not bad, but to be precise it is made of gold titanium alloy. But although some descriptions are not accurate, but I like the name. At this time Tony is sitting in a chair, holding the latest newspaper today. Little Pepper is putting on makeup for Tony because Tony will come to power to clarify the incident at this moment. Mr. Stark, this is your proof of absence. At the time you were on the yacht. We made customs documents. You were on Avalon Island last night and there were testimonies provided by 50 people. I thought you would let me say, just me and Pepper are on vacation on the island together. Oh, why didn't Obadi Stan be mentioned here? Tony then exited and asked Coulson. He was on his private plane last night. You know, small planes are often prone to accidents. Don't you think it's a bit fake to say that the robot is my bodyguard? Because this is me. Let me say that this is my bodyguard, I always feel a little. Tony looked a little hesitant and asked a little uncertainly. This is not the first time we have done this, you just have to follow the above, and things will calm down soon. Coulson went out and said. Coulson, I want to express my heartfelt thanks for everything you have done. Little Chili halted Coulson who walked to the door and thanked him. You're welcome, this is my job, and I can contact us directly if I have something in the future. Coulson replied. Your organization is called National Land Strategy. You can call SHIELD. Right, please help tell Mr. Li Yu, our director wants to see him. Coulson added another sentence. I haven't had a press conference for a while, I guess I can only read it according to the card. Rumor has it that I am involved in a robot war on the road. Tony came to the press conference and was ready to speak. I'm sorry, do you really think we will believe that a bodyguard wearing a steel suit just happened to appear? And in fact you usually. The female reporter who had a one-night stand with Tony interrupted Tony. I know this is difficult to understand, but it is one thing to question the official statement, it is another thing to guess that I am a superhero. Tony interrupted the female reporter and continued. I didn't say you are a superhero. The female reporter interrupted Tony ruthlessly. No? Okay, because that's ridiculous. I'm not a hero. Because I have many defects in my personality. And I have done a lot of stupid things publicly. Tony's expression at this time was a little unnatural, as if hesitant. Read according to the manuscript. Looking at Tony's incoherent words, Rod whispered beside him. Li Yu, how do you think Tony Stark will answer media questions? Offstage, Louise, who was present as a reporter, asked Li Yu, who was sitting next to him. I think his answer will make you unbelievable. Li Yu replied, but his eyes were always on Tony, who was hesitant on stage. Tony looked a little dazed, glanced at the audience, and suddenly saw Li Yu under the audience. Looking at Li Yu's slightly encouraged look, he finally made a decision. In fact, I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man. Tony looked firm. So, Li Yu, you already know. One stone aroused thousands of waves. Tony admitted at the press conference that he was Iron Man. The news swept across the country instantly. Almost all news media reported this incident. For Tony Stark, there are admirers, resenters, and purely lively. Anyway, Tony is red, and purple. Hollywood superstars all have to stand by. The name of Tony's Iron Man was widely spread among the public, and the consequence was that Stark Industrial stocks began to grow wildly. Those who sold all of the stocks in their hands because Tony closed the weapons department some time ago, the intestines have already regretted. Tony also included all the stocks held by Obadiah Stane. Now Stark Industries is Tony's word. These are all remarks, not to mention for the time being. But said that when Tony and Li Yu returned to the villa together at night, they were greeted by a braised egg. No, it was the roll of the egg. The current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, was beaten by a sentence he jumped out from time to time. The affectionate name is Mahajakarta. It is also because of his appearance that he is called One-Eyed Braised Egg Man. How did he mention braised egg? Okay, back to the topic. I'm Iron Man, Tony Stark. Do you think there is only one superhero on the planet? Nick Fury's domineering, Suit B, said to Tony, as if to say, Tony, you are to this world has too little understanding. I know that there is Captain America during World War II, and Captain Marvel who returned to Earth in 1995, but people have returned to the universe to become superheroes. Li Yu took over Nick Fury directly. Oh, by the way, your left eye was blind at that time, and was blinded by Gugo. Gugo is a cat. Li Yu ignored the shocked look of Nick Fury and opened it ruthlessly. His scar. Nick Fury had heard Li Yu's words in front of him, but he was only a little shocked. I don't know how these confidential Li Yu learned. But when Li Yu raised his eyes, a colorful expression suddenly appeared on his face. The look changed quickly. www.novel.com. Nick Fury took a few tens of seconds before his face calmed down. He stopped the idea of killing his mouth. This matter was known to Tony. Everyone will know in the future. Haha. This friend who was blinded by a cat, I remember. I don't know you, of course, there should be no one in the person I know who can be blinded by a cat. Say, why should I break into my villa? What is the purpose? Tony was originally calmed down by what Nick Fury said, and then he heard Li Yu's words. He did not doubt whether Li Yu said it was true. He just knew that this domineering one-headed bald head actually had such a bad look back, and uncovering scars was undoubtedly Tony's favorite thing to do. I'm Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L. And that's not just an ordinary cat, but a bitter beast. It's a dangerous creature in the universe. This matter is confidential. Please be sure to keep it confidential. Nick Fury can only explain that if the matter of his own eyes spreads to the ears of other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he, as the director, may be faceless. But he kept telling others that he was blinded because he was fighting a powerful creature. What is a bite beast? I haven't heard it before. Wouldn't it be you who made it up? Tony questioned that he hadn't heard of a bite beast, and then asked again. If you don't talk about these useless things first. What is the matter if you break into my villa? If you don't give me a suitable reason, I will put on my steel armor and throw you out from here. I'm here to talk to you about the plan to form the Avengers. Nick Fury then added. Also talk to this Mr. Li Yu about his superpowers and origins. Chapter 19, Captain America is still alive. The Avengers? What is that? Is a band combination. Tony has always been so indifferent. I have been committed to bringing together some people with extraordinary abilities on the Earth. When the Earth encounters an irresistible strong enemy, they are the last line of defense of the Earth. I call them Avengers. Nick Fury said solemnly that she couldn't help but think of that powerful figure. It was she who defeated the alien fleet that wanted to invade the Earth. It was also because she knew that the Earthman was not alone, and there were countless powerful foreigners in the universe. Star people, they are staring at the Earth. This is why I want to form the Avengers. So how many people are recruited by your Superboy organization? Tony listened to Nick Fury and asked with some curiosity. Because this plan has not been officially approved, so now there are only 2 people. Speaking of this, Nick Fury is also a bit embarrassing. After all, this plan has just been implemented. Strictly speaking, Tony is his first official invitation to join, because the other 2 are Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, the other it is Eagle Eye Patton, and they are all agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and they belong to the default personnel. 2. Do you rely on 2 people to protect the Earth? It's not as good as I do it alone. I think I can protect the world by myself. So I'm not interested in your Superboy plan. Nick Fury looked at Tony's merciless rejection and didn't say much, but looked at Li Yu, who had never spoken. Mr. Li Yu, are you interested in joining? I'll forget it. You should know that my superpowers are not suitable for combat. However, I think we can make a deal. Li Yu also rejected Nick Fury's invitation. However, he felt that he could reveal the future to Nick Fury in exchange for something useful to him. After careful consideration, he still felt that only the Universe Rubik's Cube was useful to himself, or the space gem in the Universe Rubik's Cube. Because Li Yu gained the ability in space, he felt that if he wanted to enhance his ability, the space gem is undoubtedly the best choice. How Li Yu got his own ability, he still does not know. He would not think that he really got this ability after watching a movie. There must be something that he did not know. He is now in Diffuse Way universe, relying on its own ability at present, does not know that it will be killed by the villains one day. Even if it has escaped all the villains, it still has to fight the 50% chance. However, Li Yu's primary idea now is to slap Nick Fury first, let him take a look at the Universe Cube, and try the Space Gemstone, one of the 6 gems of the Marvel Universe, to enhance his own strength. I believe that whether it is Tony or your S.H.I.E.L.D., I am very curious about my origin. Indeed, I am not a person in this world. So you are from another planet? Are you an alien? Then how did you come to Earth? Before waiting for Li Yu to continue, Tony couldn't wait to ask aloud. He wanted to know Li Yu long ago situation, but Li Yu did not take the initiative to say, he is not good to ask directly. Tony, don't interrupt me, okay, let me finish. I'm not a person in this world, I'm not saying that I'm from an alien planet, and I'm also from the Earth, but I'm from another universe. You should know the Earth, the multiverse. Seeing Tony can't wait to interrupt himself before he finished speaking, Li Yu felt a little helpless. So you come from the Earth of a certain universe in the multiverse, is that what it means? But it is really unbelievable. To know that the multiverse is just a theory, no one has ever verified that there really is a multiverse. I have to say, this really makes me feel a little, some ridiculous. Tony, as a scientist, although he is not a professional in this field, but he also understands the theory of multiverse, but he has never heard of anyone who proves that the multiverse is real. At first hearing, it is inevitable that it is unbelievable. Whether you are really from the multiverse or not, I am afraid you have to explain how you came to our planet, and what is your purpose for coming here. Nick Fury did not think about the question of whether the multiverse exists or not, but asked Li Yu's purpose of coming to Earth directly. Nick Fury has always regarded protecting the safety of the Earth as his most important responsibility. In fact, when Li Yu was first discovered, he wanted to send someone to seize Li Yu for questioning, but he was not sure that he could control Li Yu. Li Yu wanted to run, no one could stop him. Where do we start? Let's start with the situation on the Earth in my universe. What is different from this Earth is that there are not only human beings on the Earth of our universe, there is also a kind of special humans of mutants. Like me, mutants have one or more superpowers. For example, there are those who can read and control people's minds. Some who can change the appearance of the body, some who can emit lasers in their eyes, some who can recover from an injury in an instant. Wait, yes, there is another. Tony's nemesis can control metals and magnetic fields. Li Yu looked at Tony, who immediately turned pale after he finished speaking, and continued, the abilities of the mutants are countless, some of them are more tasteless, some of them are very powerful, and they are so powerful that they can destroy the Earth. Of the mutants are out of control, destroying all living things on the Earth. I am under the threat of death, forcibly use my ability to want to shuttle space, and finally lost consciousness. www.novel.com. Wake up again on this Earth. Go up. Nick Fury and Tony listened to Li Yu's words and couldn't help but meditate silently. After a while, Nick Fury was the first to speak. I don't know if your words are true, but I have no way to verify them. For the time being, what you say is true, but if you want to stay on Earth temporarily, you must obey the laws here. Our God the Shield has the right to monitor you and prevent you from doing things that harm the interests of the Earth. Okay, don't you mean that you have to listen to you at your site? I agree. Li Yu now feels that his strength is still too weak. If he has superhuman strength, he still has. I'm here to talk nonsense with you. I have been doing what I want to do. After watching Li Yu agree, Nick Fury continued, now that you agree, let's talk about the transaction you just said. The transaction I'm talking about is that I exchange some information with you for something. Li Yu replied to Nick Fury. Intelligence? What intelligence? I think our SHIELD intelligence department is not the best in the world, but what you want to check is still within reach. What intelligence do you want to use to trade with us? Nick Fury heard Li Yu's words are a bit weird. We still need information from SHIELD? We haven't found it after being monitored for so many days. You are kind enough to inform me. Of course, Nick Fury didn't say it, he just thought about it in his heart, but fortunately he didn't say it. If Li Yu knew Nick Fury's thoughts, he might not be able to give him that black face now. Take a punch and get rid of hatred. For example, Captain America is still alive. How is this news? Li Yu directly released the ruthless news. Chapter 20, Li Yu is in love. What do you say? Captain America is still alive? How do you know? Nick Fury stood up in shock, staring closely at Li Yu with his one eye, anxious to know accurate information. Tony was also shocked. Captain America naturally knew that the shield of the US team was made by Tony's father. But didn't the US team disappear during World War II? It's been nearly 70 years now, how could it be alive? Yes, Captain America is still alive. As for how I know it, I don't know. Maybe I entered the river of time when I crossed the universe. After waking up, I have a lot of strange information in my mind, including my previous. The universe number is 616, and now the universe number is 199,999. There are also some things that happened before and in this universe. Li Yu shamelessly plagiarized the words of the future mystery guest to see how the future mystery guest deceived the little spider. But now Li Yu is in the Marvel world, and the mystery guest will not appear in the future. At this time, Nick Fury finally recovered his calm, and when he heard Li Yu's words, he could not help but directly exit and asked, "Can you predict the future?" It's not to predict the future, just to know what will happen in the future. Some may be changed, but some things are inevitable, such as Captain America will be discovered by you 2 years later, but I told you now, you can dig him out earlier. So what are you going to exchange with Mr. Li Yu? Nick Fury asked Li Yu when he heard Li Yu's words. If what Li Yu said is true, then he can get future news from him, so he can prevent it as soon as possible. Nothing. I just want to look at the Rubik's Cube and study it. I see it in memory as much energy as mine. Li Yu told Nick Fury honestly. He was not afraid that Nick Fury disagreed. Even if he disagrees this time, he still has many opportunities to come into contact with the Rubik's Cube. Okay, I promise you, but Mr. Li Yu, I have to first determine whether the information you provided is accurate. Nick Fury thought about it and agreed to Li Yu. The Universe Cube and their shield are also studying, but there is not much progress. Maybe let Li Yu contact to make new progress. Looking at you so refreshing, I will send you another message for free. If New Mexico falls a hammer in the sky, you can come to me to understand the situation. Li Yu originally wanted to secretly infiltrate the Shield Bureau by the Hydra. Things were told to Nick Fury, but the last thing to think about was to forget it. After doing so, there were too many variables. Okay, then our deal was concluded. If I am sure what you said is true, I will send someone to contact you. Nick Fury left this sentence before leaving, and he asked Li Yu for the details of Captain America. After the news, I couldn't wait to go back to Aegis Bureau. After Nick Fury left, Tony stared at Li Yu, his eyes closed. Tony, I know what you want to ask, and the answer you want is in the items your father left you. Nick Fury returned to the Trident headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. and was calling. Coulson, there are tasks you need to do. Secretary, I just dealt with Tony Stark and I have applied for leave. I think you can consider other people. Coulson expressed reluctance because of Tony Stark's task. He had already no rest for months. Coulson, Captain America is still alive. Nick Fury said directly to the phone. Shen Sheng. Director, please be sure to give me this task to complete. In fact, no one can escape the law of true incense. Director, what will happen to Stark? Coulson asked after Nick Fury had finished the task. Call Agent Natasha Romanoff back. Nick Fury thought and said directly. By the way, there are some people sent to New Mexico. There are special circumstances. Immediately report to me. Nick Fury added. Director, what do you mean by special circumstances? Coulson couldn't help asking. For example, there is a hammer of unknown origin. Coulson listened to Nick Fury and almost did not spit out old blood. What hammer did you ask our most elite agent to find? Then play a hammer. Months passed in a blink of an eye. Li Yu found out that she was in love, and the target was the sister of the reporter, Louise Ryan. Li Yu asked what Louise's work was called. Fortunately, it wasn't the Planet Daily, and Louise didn't know a name. Clark's Man. Since Li Yu rescued Louise that night, they had a meal together that night, and it was really just a meal, and did nothing extraordinary. During the meal, Louise asked Li Yu how he did it, and he disappeared before his eyes. Li Yu did not conceal, he said to Louise about his superpower. Saying what to hide his superpowers in front of ordinary people, Li Yu said that in front of the girl, whether the girl is important or the hidden ability is important, Li Yu undoubtedly chose the former. Li Yu, keep you waiting for a long time. Louise said sorry to Li Yu with a little apology. It doesn't matter, it doesn't take long. Besides, a beautiful woman like Louise, I am willing to wait even for a long time. Li Yu flattered Louise somewhat. Although Li Yu had never had a girlfriend in her previous life, she had heard that a woman needs makeup when going out in the morning. It may be a long time. Li Yu said that it was acceptable. Louise only asked him to wait for less than 20 minutes. Thank you for your praise, Li Yu. Where are we going to play today? Louise accepted Li Yu's compliment. And asked Li Yu. Today is a weekend, Louise does not have to go to work, and Li Yu said that what is at work, can you eat? Now Li Yu is not short of money. www.novel.com. After the big money of Tony, I don't have much money. Today is Li Yu's first official date with Louise. That's right. It was only a few months before Li Yu finally sent an invitation to Louise at the encouragement of Tony. No way, who made Li Yu never had a girlfriend in his previous life. No experience. Lois, I promise today will be your most memorable day in the future. Li Yu said confidently. I'm looking forward to it. Louise said to Li Yu with a smile. Louis, I don't know if I had the honor to shake your hand. Li Yu reached out his right hand and asked Louise. Li Yu, I used to think that you were a bit subtle. I didn't know to ask me to go out for a few months, but I didn't expect to suddenly get rid of it today. Louise smiled at Li Yu Xiao, but still directly and generously reached out. Li Yu's hand. Louis, are you ready? We are going to start. Li Yu said to Louise with a smile, without waiting for Louise to answer. Directly superpower launch, the two disappeared immediately. Let us monitor him. How does this monitor? Not far away, two agents in plain clothes said to each other out loud. Satiate you, that's not bad. A friend of mine was actually sent to New Mexico and said he was looking for a hammer. It was a laugh to me. Another agent replied. At this time, at a SHIELD base in New York, Nick Fury stared at the monitor screen. The room in the monitor was a bit retro, and there was a sleeping man above the bed. Eyes next to Coulson looked at the sleeping figure with eagerness, as if the fans saw their idol, and from time to time touched a prototype shield with a blue 5-pointed star pattern printed on it. Chapter 21, Captain America woke up. This is a retro room with an old-fashioned radio in the corner of the room that is playing a baseball game. A man was lying on the bed at this time. Although he was asleep, he could still see the muscles in his body bulging high, and he could imagine that he was a strong man. At this moment, the person on the bed moved his finger and it seemed to be about to wake up. The nurse is ready. He wakes up and goes in to appease him. Nick Fury ordered to the headset. Finally, the person on the bed slowly opened his eyes and sat up, looking a little confused around. The last memory of Steve Evans was fixed on driving a plane and rushing to the sea. It was here that I woke up afterwards. At this time, Steve slowly noticed that the radio was playing in the corner. Suddenly the door of the room opened, and a nurse came in and asked Steve, "What do you think?" "It feels okay. Where am I now?" Stephen asked the female nurse. "You are in a ward in New York," the female nurse replied. Steve suddenly felt familiar with the game being played on the radio. "Where am I? Who are you?" Steve questioned the female nurse. "I don't understand what you're talking about." The female nurse heard the captain's question and could only murmur. "This game was in May 1941, because I was on the spot." "So where am I now?" Saw Steve found a fatal flaw. The female nurse disguised as an agent quickly pressed the alarm in his hand. Steve saw two armed men with guns coming in the door, flew them out 3 or 2 times and hit the wall of the room. Steve rushed out of the room, got rid of the agent who came to block him, and ran directly out. Steve rushed directly onto the street in one breath, looking at the city that he was familiar with and unfamiliar with, all kinds of cars he had never seen on the road, high-rise buildings, many people walking on the street, strange clothes, absolutely not dress up in your memory. Looking at the screens that are playing pictures, I have never seen them. Steve couldn't help but be horrified. Where the am I? That soldier. Don't be nervous. Where am I now? Steve asked, eagerly exiting, looking at the black man with a blindfold walking slowly towards him. I'm sorry for the game just started. I wanted to let you take it slowly, but now I have to confess to you. You have been sleeping, and you have only been awake until now. The most important thing is that almost 70 years have passed. Nick Fury said to Steve. Are you all right, Captain? Nick Fury asked worriedly after looking at Steve, who had fallen into endless sadness after listening to his own words. I missed my date. Steve heard the situation for the first time and couldn't help saying something sad. He missed an appointment with Carter. Let's talk about Li Yu and Louise again. Li Yu finished speaking to Louise. When Louise didn't react, she disappeared directly with Louise. Louise was not prepared at all, and found that the scene in front of her had changed. She had just been at the door of her house, but she didn't know where she was. "We are now?" Louise just asked Li Yu, who was holding her hand, to ask where she is now, and she felt something was falling on her hair, very light. Louis reached out subconsciously to take what was falling on his head, and saw a pink petal lying quietly in his palm. Louis couldn't help raising her head, and saw countless pink petals on the top of her head, slowly falling towards the ground. Beauty and beauty are the most authentic feelings in Louise's heart. "Do you like it?" Louise nodded and replied when he heard the soft voice beside him. Although Louise has already passed the age of girlhood, she is still very happy. This is the first time she has seen such a beautiful scene. On this day, Li Yu used his superpowers to take Louise to travel around the world, went to the Himalayas to see the snow, ate lunch on the top of the Egyptian pyramid, visited the romantic capital of France, Paris, and tasted all over China. Food. Li Yu can't help but feel a little lucky now. The superpower he got for himself is absolutely unfavorable. It wasn't until the evening that the two SHIELD agents discovered that Li Yu appeared with Louise at the door of Louise's house. The two agents couldn't help feeling uncomfortable for a while. "You're good, playing with beautiful girls all day long. The two of us struggled to keep you here all day. Why is the gap between people so big? Lois, it's late, go back and rest early, and I will pick you up again tomorrow morning," Li Yu said to Louise. "Okay, Li Yu, I am very happy to be with you today. Good night." Louis looked at Li Yu with a little words. "Louis, Dingling bell." While Li Yu was about to say something, his phone rang, interrupting Li Yu's courage to swell up. "Who doesn't come early, does not come late, just come at this time." Li Yu deliberately called to call this. However, he still took out his mobile phone. This mobile phone was a special mobile phone that Nick Fury sent to him. Can only answer the phone. www.ltnovel.com. No other function. "Li Yu, I have something to inform you." Sure enough, Nick Fury was on the other end of the phone, and he opened the phone directly. "Director Nick Fury, you'd better be in a hurry. If not, I'll never end with you." Li Yu was interrupted and was in a very bad mood. If Nick Fury is next to him now, he will not hesitate, and his only the remaining eye punched hard, letting him know the consequences of disturbing his good deeds. "Li Yu, the captain is awake. Your message is accurate. I will send someone to pick you up tomorrow and finish what I promised you." Nick Fury heard Li Yu's tone a little wrong and finished speaking directly to Li Yu. "Hang up the phone." Li Yu heard Nick Fury's words, and was instantly happy in her heart. Finally, she was about to touch the universe cube. But then Li Yu remembered that he had just promised to accompany Louise tomorrow, and he couldn't help but have a big head. How could he just arrived on the same day? "It doesn't matter, Li Yu, if you have something tomorrow, go busy, I'm okay." Louise seemed to see Li Yu's thoughts and said to Li Dafang. "Thank you, Louise." Li Yu saw that Louise was so empathetic, and couldn't help but express her gratitude to Louise for her generosity. "Li Yu, since you saved me that night, I knew you were not an ordinary person, and I was prepared in my heart, so you don't have to worry too much about me," Louise said to Li Yu. "Also, I am very happy to be with you today. This is rewarding you. Trojan." Then Louise kissed Li Yu's face quickly. Then ran home quickly. Is this the feeling of being in love? It feels good. Li Yu sighed as he touched the kissed position on his face. Chapter 22, Li Yu crossed again. The next day, Nick Fury found Li Yu on time. Agent Heel, who met Li Yu for the first time, and Agent Coulson, whom Li Yu was already familiar with, came with him. "Mr. Li Yu, the information you provided is accurate. We have rescued Captain Steve. And the captain has woken up yesterday and is adjusting to his new life. Nick Fury said to Li Yu. Thank you, Mr. Li Yu. Coulson thanked Li Yu with some gratitude. The return of Captain America. Coulson is undoubtedly the happiest person, he has always been a fan of Captain America. If it wasn't for Steve just waking up and the timing was wrong, he would definitely ask the captain to sign. Don't thank me, without my reminder, you can find the captain in 2 years. I just let you advance the time. Li Yu said that you don't have to be too polite. Okay, take me to see the Rubik's Cube first. Li Yu couldn't wait any longer. When he saw the Rubik's Cube, he could know if he could use the Rubik's Cube to improve his ability. Then let's go. Nick Fury is not nonsense. He took Li Yu and rushed to the destination, which is now the secret base for studying the universe's Rubik's Cube. Soon, they came to a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. Li Yu looked at this base and had to say that if no one was leading, they could not really find the location of this secret base. Sitting down the elevator all the way down, Li Yu did not know how many meters above the ground, and the elevator stopped for a long time. It's so big. Li Yu couldn't help sighing at the bottom of her heart when she saw the scene in front of her. This base is indeed very large, anyway, Li Yu cannot see the end at a glance. This base is not the one that was easily invaded by Loki in Fulian 1. Despite being carried by Nick Fury, it was still subject to scrutiny. Nick Fury would verify fingerprints once, verify pupils once, and enter passwords with dozens of digits. Li Yu had to admire that Nick Fury really deserved to be the king of the agents, and the memory was good. When Li Yu didn't get superpower, he often couldn't remember the 6-digit password. Finally came to the room where he studied the Universe Cube. At this time, Dr. Li Yu, who is studying the Rubik's Cube, didn't know that Dr. Raytheon 1 was not called. Dr. Rila, is there any progress in Rubik's Cube research? Nick Fury asked a grey-haired doctor in a white coat. There hasn't been much progress. The Rubik's Cube is an energy body with a very large amount of energy in it, but we haven't developed a way to use this energy. The doctor answered Nick Fury. Doctor, take your people away first. I will take over here now. Nick Fury ordered to the doctor. Although Drive was somewhat reluctant, he still ordered to the researchers, who is Nick Fury, who is his boss. In less than a moment, the researchers evacuated the room, leaving only Li Yu, Nick Fury, Agent Hill, and Agent Collison, as well as an eagle-eyed Barton observing in the dark. Mr. Li Yu, now the universe Rubik's Cube is in front of you, what are you going to do? Nick Fury watched that the researchers had all gone out and turned back to Li Yu. Li Yu? What's wrong with you? Fac, stop him quickly, don't let him touch the Rubik's Cube. Nick Fury turned around and asked Li Yu, only to find that Li Yu didn't seem to hear what he said, and walked straight towards the Rubik's Cube. Looking at Li Yu's expression seemed a bit wrong, Nick Fury hurriedly greeted, and rushed directly at Li Yu. Agent Hill and Coulson also heard Nick Fury's words and reacted together, chasing towards Li Yu together. The eagle eye in the dark shot an arrow towards Li Yu. Of course, the arrow he shot had no lethality, but only caused a temporary paralysis. But then, all the actions of the 4 of them failed, and Li Yu was no longer in his original position. Li Yu appeared again and had reached a place less than 1 foot away from the Universe Cube, and his right hand was directly extended to the Universe Cube. Li Yu, don't touch the Rubik's Cube, you will lose your life. Nick Fury's face was full of anxiety. He knew that ordinary humans would be killed by the Rubik's Cube's energy when they directly touched the Rubik's Cube. If someone can hear Li Yu's voice at this time, they will hear Li Yu say, I don't want to come over, nor do I want to touch the Universe Cube, but I can't control the number of items I send. That's right, Li Yu found that she couldn't control her body since she entered the room. The Universe Rubik's Cube attracted herself closer to it as if she had magic power, and she was like seeing a beautiful woman beckoning herself without clothes. Similarly, he involuntarily walked towards the universe Rubik's Cube, during which they were blocked by Nick Fury and used superpowers directly. Appeared directly in front of the universe cube, and his hand stretched out toward the universe cube without control. Li Yu didn't want to be exiled to Vermilion like a Red Skull, but now he can do nothing but have his own ideas. I can only watch my right index finger slowly reach the universe cube. Under the anxious gaze of Nick Fury and others, Li Yu finally touched the universe cube. I saw that when the Rubik's Cube touched Li Yu's index finger, violent energy erupted instantly. The research instruments that were not taken away by Jojo were instantly destroyed into fragments. There was even an energy storm around the universe Rubik's Cube. Fortunately, Nick Fury waiting for someone to see the bad situation and ran far away, he was not hit by the energy of the Rubik's Cube. Under the watch of Nick Fury and others, I saw the corner of the Rubik's Cube resting on Li Yu's index finger, turning at a rapid speed, and a stream of blue energy flowed into Li Yu's body along Li Yu's arm. www.novel.com. The meridians and blood vessels on Li Yu's arm turned into crystal clear blue, and the energy source visible to the naked eye continued to flow into Li Yu's body. This process lasted for several minutes before it ended, and the cosmic cube finally stopped. The ding sound fell to the ground, and the energy storm just caused was slowly stopped. Only the messy scenes on Monday and Monday proved that what just happened was true. Yes, it's not hallucinations. Nick Fury and others saw that at last they were quiet, and they slowly approached carefully, only to see that there was only a universe cube left in place, but Li Yu's figure disappeared. Does anyone know what just happened? How did Li Yu disappear? Nick Fury asked the people around him. Director, I saw that the Rubik's Cube seemed to be sending a lot of energy to Li Yu. Then something like a wormhole appeared behind Li Yu, and then disappeared with Li Yu, and the universe Rubik's Cube also calmed down. Eagle Eye from a few jumped from the height. Answered Nick Fury's question. The matter just listed is in the top secret, and no one present should be leaked. Nick Frey thought about it for a moment, then said seriously. In addition, send someone to search for Li Yu's whereabouts in the world. Be sure to find him. Don't tell Stark about this matter. Nick Fury added. At this time, they did not find that the space a few meters away from them shattered like a mirror, but in the blink of an eye, they became intact and could not see any traces. At this time, Li Yu's figure appeared at the entrance of a bar, and he passed out. If Li Yu knew his situation at this time, he would definitely think, I have crossed again? Also, why should I say again? Chapter 23, One Pair of Good Friends. This time Li Yu did not coma for too long, and slowly woke up. He glanced around in confusion, wondering what he was doing now. Did I cross it again? Li Yu looked at himself and found that he didn't slept naked on the street again this time. His clothes were not destroyed by the huge energy burst of the universe cube, but the sleeve of his right arm was missing. It is the hand that touches the universe cube. But it can also be worn as a half sleeve. Like the situation when he first arrived in the Marvel world, Li Yu found that his spirit was a little sluggish. He looked up and saw the pub in front of him, and then walked in with his legs raised. This is a very old tavern. It seems that there are some regulars in it. Li Yu's face has been watched by the people as soon as he entered the door. However, seeing a thin Asian face, those who are drinking will no longer pay attention to Li Yu, and turn around to continue to work together. Li Yu didn't care too much about these people. He walked straight to the counter a few steps away from the door, ordered a few glasses of not too strong liquor, and paid the money, which Li Yu brought from Marvel World. It actually works. Li Yu also wanted to order a drink, but it was not provided here. Li Yu sat down in a corner and sat down, and began to recall the things in his mind carefully. If he expected it, he had basically determined that he was no longer in the Marvel world because he was at the door. After trying to go to Tony's villa with superpowers, there was no response, and after several trials without any response, Li Yu also determined that he was no longer in the Marvel world. But he was not sure that he was not in the Marvel world or Li Yu's ultimate goal. He had to first determine which world he came to, but now he has no clue. After Li Yu came to this world, he found that the first thing he missed was actually Louise instead of Tony. Is he a person who values friends more than others? Author: yes. Who is speaking? Forget it, don't think about it for now. The most important thing now is to find out whether the world you are in is the world you are familiar with. How do I return to the Marvel world? At the time of Li Yu's cranky thinking, he didn't notice that after he left the bar counter, there was another man with a big beard and a very fierce look. The hair on both sides stood up like a needle, and the clothes underneath muscles bulge high. At first glance is a very strong man. The man sat directly on the stool in front of the bar, took out a lot of money and patted it on the counter, ordered a strongest drink and drank it. After a while, there were two handsome men in the doorway. They were gorgeously dressed and out of step with the personality of this pub, but a man's hairline was relatively backward. They walked straight towards the sturdy man who was drinking in front of the counter. "Hello, this is Charles," the man on the right introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Eric." The man on the left also introduced himself. "We want to talk to you." The two faced the fierce man one by one and wanted to say something. "Go away," the man said unkindly. After Charles and Eric, the pair of good friends, were ruthlessly rejected, they could only walk out helplessly. Charles, who reached the door, suddenly stopped and felt carefully. When Eric saw Charles like this, he stopped silently and stood silently waiting. "No, I feel there is a companion here. Let's go back." After sensing for a while, Charles greeted Eric and turned his head back to the bar. At this time, Li Yu was stunned by himself. Just after taking a break, he finally felt that his head was much better. He couldn't help feeling his mental strength to see what changed. This time he almost gave his life. And he traversed into an unknown world. If he has nothing to gain, then he will be in a great loss. Then Li Yu was surprised to find that after concentrating, boom! There was a roar in my mind, and the shocked Li Yu almost comatose. Then Li Yu found himself inexplicably appearing in another starry sky, and then Li Yu found something was wrong. He now has no body. What's going on? Li Yu was a little scared. What the is going on here? How inexplicably appeared here, and only thoughts, not feeling the body. Li Yu suddenly felt a huge suction coming. Although he didn't have a body, he could still feel it, and he couldn't resist. He was directly sucked away by this suction. Li Yu only felt that the starry sky was getting closer and closer to him, and he had come to the middle of the starry sky in the blink of an eye. It was found that there was a sphere-shaped object in the middle of the starry sky, and countless blue light flows continually on it. At first glance, I only found it very chaotic. This kind of law makes people involuntarily addicted to it. Countless light spots are spreading around it. There are two light spots that are particularly clear and bright. Li Yu involuntarily focused on the two light spots, but suddenly felt the second light spot getting brighter and brighter, more and more. Then Li Yu found that his thoughts had not returned to his body some time, and there was a cold sweat on his forehead. Lifted his hands and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Li Yu couldn't help but wonder whether the experience he had just had was real. If it was real, why did he appear to be in this situation? At this time, Li Yu felt that there were two people sitting opposite him, and he couldn't help looking up, but only saw two handsome faces. And these two faces, Li Yu, feel that they are very familiar. Did they come to? "Hello, this is Charles. I am Eric, we have something to talk to you about." Sure enough, the next two words confirmed Li Yu's thoughts. "Hello, I am Li Yu, what are you looking for from me?" Li Yu still suppressed his thoughts and looked at the two people on the opposite side, pretending to be suspicious. "Li Yu, right, you are not alone, we are the same kind of people." After Eric answered Li Yu, his right hand spread out, with the coin in the center of his palm, and then slowly floated up, just like there is an invisible energy dragging it. So do you want to join us? Charles looked at Li Yu's surprised expression, pretended, then asked to pretend to be B. In the end, Li Yu still agreed to the invitation of Charles and Eric, and he also learned that the world he is now in is exactly the world of X-Men First War. Chapter 24, Goldfinger will be late, but not absent. Li Yuejin and several young men and women were sitting in a house at this time. These people were the mutant team recruited by Charles and Eric, the same people as in the movie, but now there are more Li Yu. After Charles and Eric gathered them together, they didn't care about them anymore, but went out to do business. Hey, since everyone will fight side by side in the future, I think everyone should give each a code name and introduce their own abilities. The magic-shaped woman suggested. I want to call the magic form, and the magic form woman first said her nickname. Hey, I still want to call the magic form, but I didn't expect to be preempted by you. The young man with long hair said that this person Li Yu also remembered that he could send out ultrasonic waves, and he could glide by the backlash of ultrasonic waves. Look at who should be called the demon form. The demon form used her abilities directly, and her skin changed into a long-haired young man at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the voice of the speech was exactly the same. Cool. JoJo's young men and women were shocked by the magic-shaped girl's hand, and made a surprised voice. Darwin, what about you, what do you want to call? Demon Girl asked the black driver sitting next to Li Yu. I think Darwin is my code name, because the fittest survive, just like me. After speaking, the black driver stood up directly, walked to the front of the fish box on one side, and put his head into the water. When he entered the water, he grew fish gill-like things on both sides of his face. The people sitting on the sofa applauded together. The black driver finished his performance and sat back next to Li Yu. It's time for me, it's time for me. It's best to cover your ears. The long-haired young man stood up, and could not wait to perform his ability. He squatted against the cup on the table, and when others thought he would show his ability at the cup, he aimed at the glass of the window and launched his superpower. The glass on the window was directly affected by his ultrasound. Shattered. Caused these young men and women to exclaim, Li Yu was helpless, this guy loved to show off too much. I want to call an angel, because... At that time, the woman next to Li Yu also stood up. She was a prostitute before she came here, and later joined the villain camp. She took off her coat to the back of the crowd, revealing something like a tattoo on her back. Suddenly her tattoo seemed to have life, and she came alive, becoming a pair of transparent insect wings, shaking quickly, and she also left the ground, flew up. You can fly. It's cool. And this? I saw her sputum spitting out of the broken glass window, falling on top of the statue outside, burning. Li Yu looked at her ability and couldn't help thinking that even if you could kill the undead, your ability would be disgusting. Hey, Li Yu, what is your ability? The magic-shaped girl suddenly asked Li Yu. My ability is like this. Li Yu put his hand directly on the black driver next to him, and then disappeared with him instantly. What the hell? What about them? Why are they gone? The people in the room exclaimed. We are here. The black driver only felt that the scene in front of him changed, and he came outside the house, watching the people in the house looking for themselves, and yelled directly at them. At this time, Li Yu felt that the ability was just a little different from before. In the moment of transmission, he seemed to return to the unknown starry sky, and there was no time when a blue star appeared on the middle ball. The big hand formed by the color energy grabs directly towards the second brighter light spot, then seems to grab something, and then withdraws his hand. The big blue hand disappeared, and everything returned to its previous appearance. Li Yu's thoughts returned to his body. He felt that his body had changed, and he did not care to play with these children who had not grown up. Li Yu took the black driver directly back to his place in the house. Sit down and feel the change of body quietly. Wow, Li Yu, your ability is really cool. How did you do it? Was it moving instantaneously? I think Li Yu should be called Speed. The long-haired young man said. Li Yu couldn't help but vomit, I'm still a Flash. Li Yu is not fast, I think he should be called to Blink. The magic-shaped girl continued. This title is okay. Li Yu, which one are you going to call? You come to choose. The demon girl asked Li Yu's opinion. I don't choose any of them. You can call me a transmitter. In addition, I feel a little uncomfortable. I went back to the room first. Li Yu stood up and walked towards his room. He felt that with these people, he couldn't calm down and feel the changes in himself. Please, Li Yu, stay. Li Yu ignored their retention and walked back to the room without hesitation. Alex, it's your turn. Back to the room, Li Yu felt the changes in his body carefully, and felt that there was something more in each cell of the body. Is it? Li Yu picked up the fruit knife on the table and cut it against his arm. When the blade was about to touch the skin, Li Yu's powerful mental power felt an inexplicable command from his mind. Li Yu's hand quickly turned into a rock-like substance, and a fruit knife chopped on it made a ding sound, but did not harm Li Yu's hand. Sure enough, he has the ability of Darwin. Li Yu saw the reaction of his body and had a conclusion in his heart. However, Li Yu suffered a lot, and finally added one more ability, but it was copied from the black driver who would take the lunch box in a while. If he copied the psychic ability of Professor X, or the abilities of Magneto, okay. It's the worst thing to copy a magic girl, or the hula hoop ability of that Alex. Li Yu, who has only seen the movie, feels that the ability of the fittest to survive is a little weak, otherwise how can the Black Man even be connected with the Black Emperor? The energy sphere can't bear it, and no broken is left. Sad Li Yu made the decision silently in his heart. He must experiment with Magneto after a while, and whether he can replicate his ability again. At this time, the young men and women downstairs have already played, and let go of their own www.novel.com all show their abilities. However, Charles and Magneto, who went out to work, and the female agent of the CIA just came back and saw the group of men and women immersed in the flying self at a glance. What are you doing? The female agent used a lion roar to interrupt the young man who was flying, scaring them to be at a loss. Who made the statue? The female agent continued to ask. It's Alex. The beast mercilessly betrayed the man who ran against him many times. You are really too lawless. We feel that we need to have our own code name. Charles, you call Professor X, Eric, you call Magneto. The demon girl was not scared by the female detective, pointing to her group of people to introduce their respective code names. Then they gave Charles and Eric their code names. I think it's not bad. This is what Eric said. Suddenly a figure appeared next to Eric, frightening Eric. He almost punched and attacked. Came from Li Yu, who heard the sound upstairs. He couldn't wait to come to Eric's side with his ability, and touched Eric directly, and disappeared with him. After appearing not far away, Li Yu felt it carefully, but did not feel the same feeling as that time. I couldn't help but feel sorry. It seems that I can't reproduce it again, but Li Yu did not show it on the bright side, but he took Eric directly back to his place. Eric, who has been slowed down, can't help but look at Li Yu. He attaches great importance to Li Yu's ability. He is Li Yu, codenamed Transmitter. What he just showed is his ability. The magical woman was a little confused to see Charles and Eric, and then introduced Li Yu's ability. Chapter 25, The Black Emperor is here. Your ability is cool, and you are very skilled in it. Eric praised Li Yu. Li Yu, I apologize to you first, because the day I first saw you, I wanted to check your thoughts, but they did not succeed. I can feel that you have a huge spiritual power in your mind, which is more powerful than mine. Times, isolate my mental strength directly. Can you tell me what is going on? Charles asked doubtfully. Charles will not abuse his mental ability when he treats his friends, but there is no such restriction for Li Yu who meets for the first time. Professor, how is it possible that Li Yu's mental strength is stronger than you? Then is he not a person with more powerful spiritual abilities than you? How is this possible? The magical woman first exclaimed with incredible surprise. Li Yu also couldn't believe it. The professor is a 4th-level mutant. Wearing a brainwave enhancer can instantly kill the existence of humans all over the world, saying that his mental strength is stronger than ordinary people. I believe that, but I want to say that I can be stronger. Professor Charles, Li Yu really doesn't believe it, let alone countless times. I don't feel that my mental strength is huge. I have increased my mental strength and physical fitness a lot because of the transmission ability, but it is only a few dozen times more than ordinary people. I always feel that the more mental strength, the more I can. The weight of the transmitted object is heavier. Nothing else feels different. Li Yu gave a brief account of his ability. He also did not know what his ability is. Moreover, there are cases of copying the ability of others today. Li Yu also hopes that the smart Professor Charles can let himself treat himself, learn more about the ability. Charles, are you feeling wrong? If Li Yu has a stronger mental power than you, it is too incredible. Eric also felt incredible. Li Yu is still so young. If he also has the transmission space, the ability, combined with the ability to control the mind more than Charles, it is not that no one can stop him from doing anything. Eric was wary of Li Yu for the first time. If he had to do something bad, he must be killed as soon as possible. Li Yu didn't know Eric's thoughts at this time. He had a guess. He watched the starry sky twice. Maybe it was the reason why Charles could not invade his mind. However, Li Yu was also fortunate. He didn't expect Charles to not play according to the routine, saying that he is a good old man. Fortunately, he did not make the invasion successful, otherwise the secrets of people who are not in this world would certainly be untenable. If Charles sees them again, these people are just fabricated by others, and I don't know if they will go crazy on the spot. Remember that there is this bridge in the comics on the Earth. The old Charles knew in the mind of the dead waiter that he was actually just a character in the comics. He could not accept it for a while, causing the psychic ability to run away and hurt many innocent people. Of course, these are just the thoughts in Li Yu's heart. Fortunately, Charles has not invaded his mind, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Forget it, Li Yu's things will be studied slowly in the future. Now the most important thing is to find a way to stop Sebastian Shaw. I don't know what plan he has. The female detective interrupted everyone's attention to Li Yu explore, and then remind. Eventually, as in the original, Charles and Eric went to the Soviet military base. Only their young men and women stayed at the base of the CIA. Sure enough. At night, Sebastian Shaw took his 2 men, a mutant who could be transformed into a tornado, and a red devil. His ability is similar to that of Li Yu, but Li Yu's ability is more arbitrary. The red devil has some restrictions. For example, the red devil must bring the things and people he is in contact with, while Li Yu does not have this defect. What should we do? The group of young men and women heard screams, gunshots, explosions outside and hugged together helplessly. They were only a group of children under the age of 20. When they encountered these things for the first time, they were already scared. Li Yu also heard the voice upstairs and used his ability directly to disappear. Appeared again, in front of the group of mutant children downstairs. Li Yu, what should we do? This was asked by the magic-shaped woman. She is not the murderous woman who won't blink. She is still a little girl who loves her first. She can only keep her calm as far as possible. Watching Li Yu coming, and did not show the same panic color as them, the magic-shaped woman could not help Li Yu as their main backbone. Don't worry, I will send you to a safe place first. Li Yu finished speaking to the demon-shaped woman and others, directly approaching them and disappearing with them. You are waiting here, I will go back and see. It's okay, I will pick you up again. Li Yu finished, and disappeared. After Li Yu returned, he saw Sebastian, who was ruthlessly massacring the CIA. Li Yu still decided to obey his own heart. If he can be saved, he can be saved. So the situation became 3 mutants who killed when they saw someone, and Li Yu saved him when he saw him. It didn't matter at first, but after a while, the Red Devil first discovered the anomaly, because sometimes he heard gunshots clearly www.novel.com and found no one after that, which made him a little surprised. But I didn't feel something wrong once or twice, but after many times in a row, it was a fool if I didn't find something wrong. Sebastian Shaw quickly discovered that someone was secretly saving someone. Boss, someone is saving people under our noses, maybe a mutant like me who has the spatial ability. The Red Devil came to Sebastian Shaw and said to him. Really? When did they find a mutant with space ability? Red Devil, can you perceive his space trajectory? Sebastian Shaw was a little surprised when he heard the Red Devil's words, and then looked at the Red Devil. Ask. I'm sorry, boss, I can't perceive it, more than that. If it wasn't somehow that many humans disappeared, I couldn't find anyone around us. His use of abilities seems to exceed me a lot. I can't find any trajectory of space movement at all. The Red Devil reluctantly replied that he had lived for thousands of years before applying his abilities to such a proficient level. Now he does not know where to come from a mutant, which is actually more perverted than himself. Really? It's actually more skillful than your use of abilities. This is a bit scary. Sebastian Shaw was unbelievable when he heard the Red Devil. The Red Devil is his last guarantee. As long as there is a Red Devil in, he is not afraid of any danger. I want to see him now, and I hope he can be brought under him. Call the hurricane to stop, we are waiting for him here. Sebastian Shaw ordered. Then shouted loudly around, this friend, we are all similar people, why don't you come out and talk? 1 second, 10 seconds. 1 minute soon passed, and nothing happened. Chapter 26, Li Yu and Number 039, S Evolutionary Ability. At this time, Li Yu had already removed all the people who were still alive, and now he was standing not far away, observing the 3 of Sebastian Shaw and saw them standing there for a minute. Li Yu can't help feeling funny for a while. If you ask me to go out, I will go out, so I am not ashamed. My compatriots, you don't have to doubt, my purpose is not to hurt your own kind, besides you have the space ability and want to leave, no one can stop. Sebastian Shaw saw that no one had appeared for such a long time, and he couldn't help but wonder if that person had already left. Do you have the invincible ability, but you dare not even meet me? Are you too cautious, or too timid? Sebastian began to use the aggressive method. Oh, the radical method is used, do you think I will be fooled by you? Li Yu thought to himself. However, I can't stand the act of provocation. Li Yu appeared directly about 10 meters in front of Sebastian Shaw. Sure enough, everyone couldn't escape the law of true incense, and Li Yu was no exception. Shout what shout, I'm not here, if you have something to say, let go. Li Yu is confident, and at this distance, he has the ability to transmit what he did as soon as possible. You have such a powerful ability, they are too stubborn to follow Eric, it is better to follow me. After my plan is successful, you can have money and beauty, and then our mutants will be the masters of this world. Sebastian Shaw said confidently, his tone full of temptation. I am not interested in money. Li Yuezhuang said. Beauty I can soak myself, and the right is not what I want, so your condition is not attractive to me. I refuse. Well, since you made your choice, I respect you and hope that you will come to me if you regret it later. I also welcome you to join. Sebastian Shaw seems to be not angry about Li Yu's rejection. Let's go. Sebastian Shaw turned directly to greet the Red Devil and the Hurricane. The Red Devil and the Hurricane approached him, holding Sebastian's hand from left to right, a burst of red light flashed and disappeared in place. There is no danger. Li Yuesheng breathed a sigh of relief. No. At this time, Li Yu suddenly flashed red behind him, and the three Sebastian Xiao who had just left appeared again behind Li Yu, and Sebastian Xiao held a mass of energy in his hand and printed directly back to Li Yu. When he was about to touch Li Yu's back, Li Yu felt that his mental power was uncontrolled and returned to Li Yu's mind after touching Sebastian Xiao's body. Then Li Yu felt a strange feeling in his body, but before he could feel it carefully, he felt a strong attack behind him. If the ordinary mutant refused my invitation, I would not kill him or even be angry, but you can't, your ability is too special, this ability can only be in my hands. So sorry, you have to die. Sebastian looked at his hand on Li Yu's back and said with regret. Let's go. A flash of red light flashed over, leaving only Li Yu's figure in place. But at this time, Li Yu felt that he had not suffered any harm. Instead, he felt that the energy behind was absorbed by his body, and his body became stronger because he absorbed the energy. What's going on? Li Yu was a little stunned at this time. He thought that he would overturn the boat in the gutter this time, and he would be seriously injured this time if he didn't die, but he didn't expect it to develop like this. He touched his back, his skin was smooth, there was no sign of injury, but the clothes on his back had disappeared, and it must have disappeared under the tremendous energy. But I just didn't come and do anything, why did I not get hurt? Li Yu couldn't think of it for a while, so he decided to pick up the people first. It seems that Sebastian Shaw will not come back. Thinking about what happened just now, Li Yu felt that there was a fire spreading in his chest. Unexpectedly, he often hit the geese. After all, he was pecked by the goose. Thinking of this, Li Yu disappeared directly, and appeared again in front of the survivors. Those several mutants were also here. Li Yu threw all the brains of the rescued together. Li Yu, what's the situation now? How did your clothes break, are you injured? Seriously, not serious. The demon girl first asked, but when she saw the clothes on Li Yu's back disappeared, she asked with some concern. It's okay, I'm not injured. Those people have left. I will take you back now, and you will each take the hands of your companions. Li Yu said that he was not injured, and then ordered the survivors. Soon, they did what Li Yu said, and Li Yu also took them directly to the base. Those who survived came back here at this time, some could not accept it, all around were corpses, and some houses had been destroyed. It turned out that there were more than 100 people at this base. Only Li Yu rescued 30 or 40 people, and the rest were turned into corpses. If you have this ability, why don't you go against those few people? Why don't you shoot early? If you shoot early, they won't die. At this time, a CIA agent suddenly couldn't bear the stimulation and extended his finger to point. Li Yu questioned loudly. First, put your hand down, I don't like being pointed at. Secondly, why do I have to explain to you that you are saying one more word? I will send you to those people just now, don't doubt it, I said it is done. www.novel.com. Li Yu was already angry. Now he was accused by another person he rescued. He broke out directly and said to the person pointing at him, Shen Sheng. The voice was not loud, but the coldness contained in the tone could be heard by anyone. The detective was frightened directly, quickly put down his hand, and dared not say a word. The pictures of the people who just killed them are still fresh in his memory. He survived finally, but he didn't want to face those people again. Li Yu, how are you doing? The magic-shaped girl took the lead and asked in a low voice that Li Yu's expression just surprised them. They were the first time they saw Li Yu have such a side. Some people will always treat your kindness as his arrogant capital for you. When you meet such a person, you don't have to be polite with him. Okay, let's go back to the room, let them handle it here. We can wait for Charles and Eric to come back. After Li Yu finished speaking, he walked toward his room without looking back. Now, in this base, their room is one of the few rooms that has not been damaged. Li Yu can't wait to see what changes have happened to his body now. He now needs to do some experiments. After a night of testing, Li Yu finally figured out that his change was due to the ability copied from the black driver Darwin yesterday. Darwin's ability is to adapt to the environment and evolve itself. When Li Yu arrived, this ability had some variation due to mental support. He was able to use mental power to detect the target, and then his body evolved accordingly. Just like today's situation is because Li Yu's mental power has detected Sebastian Shaw's ability, and thus has evolved the ability to absorb energy, but there is no energy to release this ability, only to absorb energy to enhance own physical fitness. Chapter 27, Training Mutants Squad. While Li Yu was experimenting with his abilities, Charles and Eric, like the movie, seized the White Queen who had tempted Soviet officers. Eric destroyed the diamondization of the White Queen and made Charles read the memory of the White Queen. This made Charles aware of Sebastian Shaw's plan to let the Soviet Union deploy missiles in Cuba and eventually provoke the United States and the Soviet Union. The start of the war will then lead to a worldwide nuclear war. Human beings will be extinct due to nuclear radiation, and mutants can follow the trend to become masters of the Earth. Charles knew this, and he was not calm at the time. He always imagined that human beings could get along with mutants peacefully. Eric had no idea. His purpose now is to get revenge on Sebastian Shaw. He killed his mother in that year. Charles and Eric handed over the White Queen to the CIA, and then heard that the base was attacked, and there were countless deaths and injuries. Charles worried about the safety of the magical woman and drove towards the base quickly. At the base at this time, some CIA people are packing up the messy scene. While the magic woman and the mutants are sitting there doing nothing, they are not so afraid of last night, unlike in the movie, because of Li Yu's reasons. Angel Girl did not defect to the villain camp, and the black driver Darwin did not die. Thanked Li Yu for saving them last night, and they found that with Li Yu beside them, they would become very at ease. Riven, how are you? No harm. Charles drove to the magical woman's side, and was assured that she was not injured. We are okay, there is no injury. At that time, Li Yu saved us. The magic-shaped girl said briefly about the situation last night. I will send someone to send you home in a moment. Charles looked at the other mutants again, and then said. We don't want to go back, we want to fight with you, not to mention that we no longer have a home, our loved ones look at us like a monster. This is the black driver brother. I don't want to go back to prison again. This is Alex. I don't want to go back and continue to be a prostitute. This is an angel girl. After listening to these words, Charles could only be silent, but Eric blinked his eyes, not knowing what to think. I don't want to meet this kind of thing, I can only tremble in the corner, and I can only survive by someone else's help. The magic-shaped girl also said, and looked at Li Yu who was standing still without a word. We can train them. Eric said abruptly on the side. He was faced with the mutant team, but the tone was obviously for Charles. Eric, let's borrow a step. Charles took Eric to the side. Eric, they are still children. Once it was, they experienced what happened last night, and now they can no longer be treated as children. Moreover, Sebastian Shaw has their team of mutants, and we also need to train a team of mutants. Eric continued. After listening to Eric, Charles pondered and looked back at those still green faces, and finally agreed. We need special training, everyone. But we can't stay here anymore, even after this is repaired, it is no longer safe, we have no place to go. The beast suddenly interrupted. No, we have a place to go. Charles seemed to think of something and said something mysteriously. This is your house. Looked at this huge European castle-like building, everyone was a little shocked, and the young man with long hair blurted out. No, it's ours now. Charles replied. Charles, I don't know how you make money. Your life is too extravagant. Yes, Lao Wan is the jealousy of Chiguo. Li Yu was also a little shocked next to him. The professor deserved to build the local tyrant of the X-Men Police College by himself. Let's go, it's time to go in for a visit. But the demon-shaped girl is like a mistress, and she took the lead and walked in. Professor S. castle is really luxurious enough. The magnificent decoration inside is different from the villa of Tony in Marvel World. It is full of retro style. Tony's villa is futuristic and sci-fi. Although the style is different, the degree of courage is up and down. After visiting the villa, the next step is to conduct special training. Charles first took Alex to a refuge built to avoid nuclear war. Alex, your ability is very powerful, but your shortcoming is that you can't control it very well, so the first thing you need to exercise is your control. Let your attacks accurately hit the target. At this time, the Kraken and Charles and the female detective stood together, and saw a wave of the Kraken smashing the glass in front of it a few meters away. Cool. Your ability is also very powerful, you can make your tone frequency and glass frequency consistent, so as to shatter the glass. Charles analyzed the ability of all people, and made suggestions to teach them how to better display their abilities. But when he came to Li Yu, Charles didn't know how to help Li Yu improve his ability. Li Yu's space transmission ability had been used very well, and there was no need to exercise any more. However, Li Yu has extremely powerful spiritual power, but he does not know how to use it. This is also a headache for Charles. He can only tell Li Yu that the ability to use power is between anger and calm. This is also Charles's opinion to Eric. If Li Yu can use half of his mental power normally, he can easily transport away an island. This is what Charles said to Li Yu. Professor Charles, can you help me find some harder metal? Li Yu said to Charles, who was about to leave www.novel.com. What do you want hard metal for? Forget it, I will order people to buy it, and it should be available in a few days. Charles are a little surprised what Li Yu wants to do with hard metal. But I didn't ask much. I promised to go out and continue to guide others' proficiency. Charles did not know that Li Yu was looking for metal because of his other ability, that is, the ability to evolve. Li Yu found that his body could be turned into rock or ordinary steel to resist the attack. Li Yu thought if he himself it can be changed into Genjin or Edelman alloy, which is not invincible, so Li Yu thought of looking for some hard metals. Although it may not be possible to find top metals, it should still be found that are stronger than ordinary metals. At this time, the people outside were gathered together. Li Yu was also curious and couldn't help going out to see what they were doing. Turned out to be a gliding wing for the Kraken, and was preparing for a pilot flight. The Kraken had dressed his gliding wings and was sitting on the third-floor window. Beast and Charles were guiding him. As long as you shout as loudly as you are about to land, you should be able to fly. The Beast besides said. I heard the right words, did you just seem to have said? The Kraken doubted the Beast's words. Okay, ready to start. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Charles encouraged him. Preparation, 3, 2, 1. What? Boom. The sea monster didn't come at all and shouted loudly, it hit the ground and splashed to dust. Seeing that Li Yu almost didn't smile. Nearby the people watching on the window, they couldn't help laughing. Chapter 28, Preparation before the War. Soon, a week passed, and Li Yu was staying in his room, looking at the metal blocks on the table, some fist-sized, slightly smaller, and a silver-white dagger less than the size of a slap. According to Charles's introduction, those metal blocks are the hardest metals available on the market, some are resistant to high temperatures, some are resistant to corrosion, and some are relatively strong and not easy to break. If there is no dagger behind him, Li Yu will really consider these metals, but after hearing that the dagger is made of Edelman alloy, Li Yu has no mood to look at those pieces of metal. Although this dagger was not cast by the original Edelman alloy, it was only a secondary Edelman alloy, but it was enough to please Li Yu. You should know that the hardest metals on Earth in Marvel are Edelman alloy and vibration gold. Edelman alloy is a metal injected into Uncle Wolf's body, but it is specially made and will not inhibit Uncle Wolf's self-healing factor. Genjin is the US team's shield and the Panther's suit, but let's say that the hardness of the Edelman alloy is above Genjin. Li Yu has heard that in the comics, Uncle Wolf pierced with his claws past the shield of the American team. However, Genjin also has a characteristic of absorbing kinetic energy, which is why the US team can open up with others. So Li Yu was really happy at this time. He didn't expect Charles to actually find the Edelman alloy. Although it was secondary, it was much harder than ordinary metal. Li Yu swept the metal blocks aside directly, put the dagger in front of his eyes, closed his eyes, and explored it mentally. After a full hour, Li Yu opened his eyes with sweat, but there was a flash of joy in his eyes. It is worthy of Edelman alloy, it took so long to discover its structure. But it was successful. Li Yu stretched out his right hand and saw that his index finger slowly changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into a silver-white metal finger, and without stopping, the entire right hand palm slowly became silver-white metal. Li Yu shook his fist and made a symphony of gold and iron symphony. Li Yu picked up the silver dagger on the table and first scratched the knife gently without any feeling. Li Yu gradually increased his strength until he used all the strength did not cause damage on the metal palm. Li Yu couldn't help but rejoice, but then he combined his index finger and middle finger, and saw that the index finger and slowly changed again. After a few seconds, he turned into a dagger. Li Yu poked directly towards the table, without feeling any obstruction. Chi was not in the table. Li Yu poked again at the metal blocks. Although he felt some resistance, he poked in easily. But now the palm can only be changed to Edelman alloy. It seems that it takes a while to exercise if you want to change the whole body. Li Yu thought to it, and then the thought moved, the palm returned to the physical state, and then quickly changed into the state of Edelman alloy. Li Yu has been practicing all the time, and has been able to control it in a short while, and has changed in many states. Li Yu is now imagining that in the future, the skin of the body will change into vibration gold, without fear of any harm, and his arms will become weapons made of Edelman alloy materials, all invincible. At this time, the training of the mutants has all progressed. Under the stimulation of death, the Kraken has been able to rely on the sound to fly. Alex also can accurately hit the target with the help of Charles and the Beast. The Angel Girl is trained her flying speed, as well as her accuracy and frequency of spitting fireballs. Charles helped Eric think of his memories of getting along with his mother when he was a child, which greatly increased Eric's ability. Only the black driver Darwin's ability progressed slowly. His ability needs to be slowly cultivated, and even to the end he can have an undead body. This is what Charles told him. At this time, the US president also issued a speech. As long as the Soviet ships crossed the embargo line, they would fight back. Only one night left for the mutant team. Many things happened this night. First of all, Hank made 2 sera based on the Magic Woman's genes. The purpose was to eliminate changes in appearance, but when she gave it to the Magic Woman, she was rejected. Hank can only return to the laboratory and inject himself one. Then his feet became the same as ordinary people, but before he was happy for a long time, the side effects came, and his entire body swelled into a hairy monster with blue skin. The professor who was playing chess and Magneto also had a disagreement. Charles was only to stop Sebastian Shaw and prevent war because of him. And Magneto wanted to kill him, and reminded the professor to be careful of humans, because when humans see the power of mutants, they will be afraid of mutants and want to destroy them. Facts have proved that Magneto's view is correct. After anticipating this matter, Magneto, who had parted ways with the professor due to disagreement, even came to Li Yu and asked Li Yu who he would follow if he separated from the professor. Li Yu has the feeling that his parents are fighting for their children after divorce. However, Li Yu said that he would consider it carefully. At the same time, the professor and the magic-shaped woman also had a disagreement. The magic-shaped woman felt that the professor would not fight against the world because of his own appearance. He just let himself become a human to integrate into the human society. And Magneto is to let the magic-shaped woman not hide her true self, let her show her blue skin bravely. No matter what happened, the time of the night passed quickly. The next morning, everyone was gathered together. Only Hank was missing. When they came to the laboratory together, they found a sticker on the door. A piece of paper. I'm going to the flying base first, you remember to bring the box marked with the X symbol. What happened here? Charles opened the door of the laboratory www.ltnovel.com but found that it was as if it was raged by beasts, and it was messy, but they still found the box with the X symbol on it and opened it. It turned out to be a special set of warfare. One set per person. It seems that Hank is not idle, the professor exclaimed. Do we really want to wear this? First of all, we can't resist the extreme gravity, nor the bullet, so it's better to wear it. At this time, Li Yu and his party were dressed next to a fighter plane that looked very advanced. Of course, it was very advanced for this era. Where did Hank go? I'm here. I saw a figure walking in front, but unlike the familiar Hank, this person has blue hair all over his body and looks like a beast walking upright. The serum did not eliminate that change, but strengthened them. I failed. Hank said at this time. You didn't fail, this is what it was like, you don't need to hide it. The magic-shaped girl comforted Hank. You are so great. Friends. Eric also said. But unlike the magical woman, Hank, who became a beast, directly pinched his neck. Li Yu could not help seeing this. It was funny, it was not that the beauty was still messing around with the beast, was her throat locked. Hanka, put him down. Charles called. Don't joke me. I'm telling the truth. Eric felt aggrieved. Hanka. We should start. Can you fly the plane? The Kraken had some doubts about this Hank. I made this plane. Chapter 29, The Most Famous Lao Wan. Everyone got on the plane and fastened safety measures. We should start. The beast directly started the plane slowly accelerated, and then whistled directly into the sky. At this time, Li Yu discovered that not only did the aircraft look more advanced than in this era, but the speed was already able to reach supersonic speed, and he had to admire the mind of the beast. Not long after, Li Yu and their planes had arrived at the place of the incident. At this time, the US and Soviet warships had locked the opposite ship. As long as the intermediate cargo ship passed the embargo line, it would directly fire, and then the war would have to start. 3 minutes before the cargo ship crosses the embargo line, sir. If they cross the line, they will ask for more blessings. May God bless you. Raise the alarm and prepare for battle. The US military commander gave the order. US warships are ready for battle. If Soviet cargo ships do not return, they will be directly hit by them. The Soviet commander, who was ready for the war at this time, received an order from the superior to allow the cargo ship to return, not to cross the line. But no matter how the herald ordered, no one on the cargo ship responded and continued to drive forward. There are no more living people on the cargo ship. Sebastian Shaw has been there. He killed all the people. The professor directly used telepathy to detect the situation on the cargo ship. How to do? If the cargo ship continues to travel, it will be hit by the US warships, and then the Soviet troops will also fight back, and the war will come. The female agent of the CIA said with some concern. Professor thought for a moment, and directly controlled an officer on the Soviet warship with his psychic abilities. The eyes of the officer suddenly became sluggish, and went straight to the control position, pushed away the soldiers sitting there, and pressed directly on the missile launch button. The officer who finished these things suddenly seemed to be refreshed, standing stunnedly in place, not knowing what happened. At this time, everyone on the plane was in danger because the missile's direction of advance was exactly where the plane was traveling. If there was no accident, the missile would first hit the plane. What? The beast directly roared to control the aircraft's steering to avoid close contact with the missile. However, Li Yu discovered that this missile, which had been unavoidably frightened and avoided in the movie, could not be avoided anyway at this time. Seeing that the missile would collide with the aircraft. At this moment, Li Yu had too little time to think about it. He used his abilities directly, and took the plane and the people in the plane to disappear directly on the route of the missile, and then appeared in the air not far away. Who? Li Yu, you are so cool. Everyone on the plane escaped the threat of death and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Yu, thank you for saving all of us. The professor expressed gratitude to Li Yu. Professor, let me say it when I do this again. The beast expressed his dissatisfaction with the professor. Just now, if it was not Li Yu, they would die. Because of the sudden incident, Magneto did not react. Everyone on the Soviet warship watched their missiles blow up their cargo ship, and they all watched dumbfounded as things happened. Until now, there has been no response. Good job, you just avoided a nuclear war. At this time the commander said to the officer who was still being forced. What? Come here, take him to the confinement room. The commander said that this pot still requires you to carry it. What happened? The officer was taken down with a brutal look. The Red Devil on the cargo ship felt the danger and teleported directly to the submarine. It's those Soviets who opened fire on their cargo ships. They came, they did it, I already felt it. Sebastian Shaw said, and then picked up the trait helmet and put it on. Did they just ruin our plan like this? No, we just need to use another matchstick to ignite the fuse. We also have the most powerful weapon in the world, that is me. As long as I absorb 100% of the energy of the nuclear reactor, during this period I can't be disturbed. After speaking, Xiao went directly into a room in the submarine. The Red Devil outside turned on the nuclear reactor switch. Xiao held the reactor in both hands and began to absorb it. On the plane, the professor said, Xiao must be hiding underwater, but we did not have sonar detection and could not find his specific location. After listening to the professor, everyone on the plane felt a bit regretful. Magneto was even more sorry. This kind of feeling that the enemy is not far away, but he can't avenge himself is the most unacceptable. No, we have a sonar. The Kraken suddenly broke out, interrupting everyone's contemplation. Professor and Magneto both looked up in surprise, looking at the Kraken, yet, how could he forget him? Professor and Magneto directly unbuckled their seat belts, stood up, and took the Kraken to the back of the plane. Open the hatch, beast. The hatch slowly opened to both sides, and the professor did not forget to ask the Kraken. Your vocal cord is like a muscle, you just need to control it. We will see you later. The professor pointed to his head, indicating that I would enter your mind in a moment. The Kraken jumped off the plane directly and shouted when he was about to fall into the sea. He had to buffer the falling speed first. After gliding for a while by the power of recoil, a fierce man got into the sea. The sea monster who entered the sea shouted directly, and a circle of visible waves quickly spread to the distance, and then touched the submarine and reflected back. The Kraken is looking for the location of the submarine. Hank, the plane drops a little. Eric, are you ready? Let's go find him. Professor felt the information in Siren's mind and told Magneto that the professor asked Hank to fly the plane closer to the sea. Magneto directly grasped the aircraft landing gear with his left hand, and reached the sea with his right hand to fully launch his ability. However, no matter how Magneto increases the output of power, he cannot pull such a heavy submarine out of the sea. Eric, remember, the key is to stay somewhere between anger and calm. After being encouraged by Professor Hau, the Magneto burst into self-confidence instantly, the magnetic control ability fired fully, and the submarine in the sea rose at a speed visible to the naked eye until it was pulled out of the sea. Everyone in the military has been stunned to see this picture. www.novel.com can't believe this is something human can do. The human beings used at this time also saw the terrible place of the mutants. Li Yu was also shocked in his heart. He deserved to be the most famous Lao Wan. On the scene, he could really feel the shock brought by Lao Wan's ability. Looking at the submarine weighing thousands of tons, he was so punished. Magnetic King is in the air, no one can calm down. The hatch above the submarine opened, and the hurricane headed out, looking at the aircraft not far away, and his submarine was being lifted into the air by some force. He was ready to start making waves. Turned directly into a hurricane and blew towards the plane. Under the strong hurricane, the plane could no longer maintain a smooth flight. The wing on one side was blown off, and the plane rushed towards the coast like a kite with a broken line. Professor did not forget to rescue the old man who was still outside the plane in anxiety. Sure enough, he was a pair of good friends, and the cabin of the plane also became a mess. Various lines sparked, and the beast was fully controlling the plane. Li Yu did not want to try the feeling of the plane crash, and directly launched his ability to take the plane to the beach on the nearby sea. Although the impact is still very strong, it is still within the range that it can bear. The plane did not disintegration, just gliding a distance, then stopped. There were people who were shocked and unhurried to unfasten their seat belts and helped each other to come out of the plane. What is different from the movie is that Sebastian Shaw has absorbed the energy of the reactor at this time, directly blasted a big hole with the energy on the submarine, and came out. The Red Devil and Hurricane also stood like guards behind him. So you didn't die. This is Xiao's first sentence after seeing Li Yu. Chapter 30, Perverted Black Emperor. I haven't reported you for attacking my revenge, how can I be willing to die? And today is the time for my revenge. Li Yu said bitterly. Anger. I have to regret to tell you that you are a little too self-confident. Now, my body contains the energy of a nuclear bomb. If you want to escape, I can't treat you, but if you want to kill me, it's far worse. Xiao felt the huge energy in his body, and he was extremely confident. If he released it with all his strength, no one here could bear it, including himself. Alex, Hank, you have a way to hold the Red Devil. Darwin, Angel, you hold the Hurricane. Eric, Li Yu, you have a way to take off the helmet on Xiao's head, and I can control it by then his actions. The professor laid out plans to the crowd. Then turned to the magical woman and the CIA female agent and said, you find a place to hide, the battle is not something you can participate in. Despite some unwillingness in her heart, the demon and female agent could only obey the professor's arrangement and nodded. You need to be more careful. I still have to ask one more question, is there any of you who want to join my great plan? It's not too late to come over now. Xiao is worthy of being a qualified leader, approaching the war, and feeling digging the corner of the other party. Others have nothing to say, only the angel girl's eyes flashed, and I don't know what to think. Don't talk nonsense anymore, Dai, Sha. Eric was the first to resist. The war is on the verge. Eric tore the metal shell of the submarine directly and smashed it hard towards Xiao. At the same time, Alex also urged his ability to see a red energy shot from a special piece of iron on his chest. After a week of exercise, the accuracy is already very high. His attack was directed at the Hurricane, because the other two did not grasp the hit. The Hurricane did not respond to such a sudden attack, but Xiao directly reached out his crotch and attacked Alex's attack, directly absorbed into his body. At the same time, the other hand shoots a beam of energy at the metal that Eric controls. That piece of metal melted directly. The Red Devil behind Xiao disappeared directly in place, leaving only the remaining red energy, like a red flower blooming. Reappeared just behind Alex, grasping Alex will continue to disappear, but Hank quickly grasped the future and disappearing Red Devil with the intuition of the beast, and disappeared with him. They appeared together in the sky. The red devil released Alex, and wanted to fall him, but the beast that followed came into his body with a claw, and the other hand grabbed Alex. To die together. As the falling speed became faster and faster, the beast shouted directly that he certainly did not want to die, so he believed that the red devil would certainly not want to die. Sure enough, when they were more than 10 meters above the ground, the red devil still took them and teleported to a warship. At this time, the water on the coast was also hot and fierce. Magneto constantly controlled the metal to smash towards Xiao, but Xiao now has too much energy in his body, and he is releasing it with no life. There is no sign of depletion at all, even many times. Attack towards Eric. A burst of energy banged. Li Yu can only carry Eric to keep transmitting, avoiding Xiao's energy attack. There is no chance to take off the helmet on Xiao's head. Professor can only watch from the side, but he can't help, so he is very anxious. On the other side, the hurricane turned into a tornado. In a short time, the flying sand and stones were blown away, and a large amount of smoke was raised. And Darwin was standing in the center of the hurricane, but no matter how the hurricane increased the wind, Darwin remained motionless. It turned out that Darwin's legs turned into tree roots and plunged deep into the soil. The skin has also changed to look like a rock, without fear of flying sand and rocks being blown up by the wind. Angel Girl is flying in the sky, waiting for the opportunity. The hurricane cannot be turned into a tornado for a long time, he also needs to rest. The situation at this time fell into a state of anxiety, depending on which side could not hold it first. The soldiers on those warships watched the battle on the coast in shock, and with a blast, the dazzling fire rose into the sky. Not far away, a hurricane with a height of tens of meters was roaring, setting off a burst of flying sand. In the sky there, you can see a woman with wings like a dragonfly circling in the air. The officers did not know what to do at this time. Human beings can have such a powerful ability, which is too unbelievable. They can only report the situation of this place to their superiors faithfully, waiting for the superiors to give orders. On a warship, the Red Devil suddenly appeared with Alex and the Beast. Alex is a beam of energy in front of the Red Devil. Not to mention, his move is really like Angela. Did not accurately hit the Red Devil, but left a row of high-temperature burn marks on the hull. The Red Devil saw the situation and was ready to escape, but he didn't expect the Beast to pounce on himself again, and took the Beast back to the submarine. The Beast threw the Red Devil out directly and smashed it into the submarine. The Red Devil hastily teleported, avoiding intimate contact with the submarine's metal shell. But he subconsciously teleported behind the Beast, trying to make a sneak attack. Did not expect that the Beast may have been expected, or that the Beast naturally felt keen, and was directly punched on the head by the Beast turning around. The Red Devil's intuitive head roared, and then he was unconscious. This situation just happened to make Xiao see, he was anxious in his heart, and directed an energy bomb directly at the Beast. The Beast couldn't dodge it in a hurry. At this very moment, Li Yu's figure appeared in front of the Beast. Blocked that mass of energy. Do not. The Beast was in a hurry, his face was shocked, he couldn't help shouting. But the next scene made him dumbfounded. Li Yu was hit by the mass of energy, as if nothing else, grabbed the hand of the Beast, and the Red Devil already comatose on the ground, and then did not forget to look back at the surprised Xiao, grinned and disappeared. Xiao was almost stricken by Li Yu's smile, but he was shocked in his heart. Just now he saw that his energy had hit Li Yu's body www.novel.com, but he didn't seem to hurt at all. How similar this situation is to myself. Does he have the same ability as himself? Xiao was taken aback by his own thoughts, a little unbelievable. But remembering that last night, exactly like this time, Li Yu was hit by himself and appeared intact in front of himself. Li Yu at this time did not know how much shock he brought to Xiao's heart. He appeared in front of the demon-shaped woman who was not far away, put down the Red Devil, released the Beast, and disappeared without waiting for them to say a word. After Li Yu is afraid of delaying some time, he will collect the corpse for Lao Wan. Sure enough, Lao Wan didn't have Li Yu with an evasive attack, and could only control the metal to block in front of him, while Xiao was merciless to Magneto, who could only passively defend, and freed the huge body of his body. Energy. Masses of energy bombarded on the metal controlled by Magneto, pressing him back continuously. Li Yuegong was going to help in the past, the professor's voice suddenly came to my mind. Li Yu. Can you hear me? Professor, can't you not enter my mind? Why now? I haven't entered your mind, I'm just talking to you with my psychic abilities, the professor explained. Li Yu, this is not the way to go. Xiao absorbed the energy of the entire reactor, it will not be exhausted at all, and we will be exhausted by then. What should we do? We can't get close to him, let alone take off his helmet. Li Yu was a little depressed. When he was watching the movie, he didn't find this Xiao so difficult, he was easily taken off by Magneto. A helmet. But now I really found out at the scene, the fully charged Black Emperor, really TM metamorphosis. Chapter 31, Human Decision. Li Yu couldn't help thinking, if in the movie, Lao Wan didn't open the protagonist aura, I don't know how many times he would be killed by Xiao. Li Yu, you will bring the Kraken and Alex back and let them attack Xiao together. Isn't that let him absorb more energy? Li Yu asked the question in his heart. I have observed Xiao's ability. His variant ability should be to absorb energy and release it. But he must have an upper limit to absorb energy. If the absorbed energy exceeds this limit, his body will also be unable to bear it. He just after absorbing a nuclear reactor, it should be close to his upper limit. We just want to give him more strength. The professor explained to Li Yu. Well, now I can only listen to you. Li Yu looked at how Lao Wan could persist for a while, and decided to hurry up and bring Alex and the Kraken back. Alex was being pointed by a large group of soldiers at this time, and he consciously held his head with both hands. He dared not confront these soldiers with live ammunition. Suddenly, Li Yu's figure appeared beside him, directly grabbed him and disappeared. Only left a group of brutal soldiers beside him. Who am I? What am I doing? Li Yu, who brought Alex back, did not stay. He believed that the professor would tell him what to do. Li Yu went directly to the Kraken. He was thrown in the sea for such a long time, wouldn't he drown? Soon Li Yu discovered that the Kraken was flying in that moment, and fell into the sea for a while, and he was having a great time playing. I'm going, we are fighting there to die, you are still playing here. Li Yu was speechless for a while, directly appeared beside the Kraken, and took him back to the coast. The Kraken is preparing to plunge into the sea. Where would he think that Li Yu had suddenly come out so that the sea in front of him turned into a beach, and the Kraken fell directly to the ground, and came a dog to eat shit. Seeing this, Li Yu next to him almost didn't laugh. But Li Yu didn't have time to think about that much, and Lao Wan over there was almost disabled by Xiao. The metal iron pieces used for defense have been reddened by energy. Then Xiao was bombarded with another energy attack. Li Yu hurried to Lao Wan and continued to open the way to escape. On the other side, the professor also ordered Wan Siren and Alex to let them attack Xiao in the distance. Xiao refused to come from these energies, and absorbed them into his body. The frequency of attacks is also getting faster and faster. Li Yu can only keep dodge with Magneto. It lasted for more than 10 minutes. Xiao felt that something was wrong. He no longer madly attacked Magneto, but attacked the Kraken and Alex who attacked him from time to time. This made Li Yu feel some difficulties. He must now take care of 3 people, whoever Xiao attacks, Li Yu will go to his side to rescue him. Xiao suddenly stopped frequent attacks and began to stand in the same place. His hands crossed his fingers and a ball of walnut-sized red energy in the middle of his palm was slowly increasing at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Is he going to zoom in? Li Yu thought this way, but his mental energy poured out, paying close attention to Xiao's next move to see who he was going to attack, so he could take him for the first time. After more than 10 seconds, Xiao stopped to charge. The energy ball in his hand has become the size of a basketball. This is the result of his continuous compression, otherwise it will be bigger. The red energy even became a little purple. From a distance of more than 10 meters from him, Li Yu could feel the horror power contained in it, which was really horrible. Finally, Xiao ended the charge, and blasted directly in the direction of the Kraken. The speed was extremely fast, as if a meteor pierced the sky. Li Yu quickly came to the Kraken and took him to avoid, dangerously avoiding this energy. This is worthy of Xiao's big move of more than 10 seconds. The ground passed by left a trace of being scorched. Li Yu, no, his goal is not the Kraken, but the warship behind him. While Li Yu was relieved, the professor's anxious voice suddenly came to his mind. After listening to the professor, Li Yu turned and looked. Sure enough, the mass of energy was bombarding a warship at a very fast speed. Wherever it passed, the sea water was evaporated into white water vapor by the horror energy contained in it. Seeing this situation, Li Yu couldn't think much about it. Directly disappeared in place. Report to the Sir, the radar has detected that a terrorist energy is coming towards us, unable to intercept and avoid. On the battleship, a soldier suddenly reported loudly. At this time, the commander had no time to listen to the soldier's report. He had been paying attention to the situation on the coast. He had been shocked to discover that a group of terrorist energy was attacking here, and the goal was where he was. This warship. I am very happy to work with you. The commander patted the shoulders of the soldiers next to him, and then straightened his body, preparing for the next death. Me too, sir. Suddenly, when the energy reached less than 100 meters away from them, a figure suddenly appeared in front. I saw that this figure raised his arms, changed from the palm of his hand, and gradually changed into a silver-white metal. Eventually, it became a silver-white shield with a height of 1 person and a width of more than 1 meter. It's just that the shield is too thin, it is only a few millimeters thick. It seems that a lot of time has passed, but in fact this process was completed in less than a second. At this time, the mass of energy also directly hit the shield in front of the figure. Boom! A deafening voice came into everyone's ears, and they couldn't help covering their ears. The location of that figure www.ltnovel.com. A violent explosion produced a small mushroom cloud. The surrounding seawater was evaporated by the high temperature generated by the explosion, an 8-size sound was emitted, and the surrounding white mist filled. Can't see clearly what's inside. Sir, we are saved. The figure just now was Li Yu. After being reminded by the professor, he came directly to that energy. Li Yu knew that the ability of his body to absorb energy is not enough to absorb this level of energy, and he can only use his arms to change into the Edmund alloy shield is hard to resist. Fortunately, the Edmund alloy is worthy of being the hardest metal. Under such a violent explosion, it did not hurt Li Yu. At this time, Li Yu had disappeared there and returned to the coast. Without him, Xiao would soon be able to resolve Magneto and others. The battle on the coast fell into anxiety again. But human beings are not idle, and the senior staff of all parties received reports that were caught in intense discussions. Finally, the high-level parties unanimously decided that those mutants must be eliminated. They are afraid that they will be killed by someone who has the ability to move instantaneously. They are afraid that they will be invaded by someone and know their secrets. In short, the superior gave the order to attack, at all costs, destroy them. The commander on the warship frowned when he received the order, but soon his eyes became firm. Everyone, prepare to fight, target people on the coast, prepare. Sir. Okay. Do you know that they saved us? No. Then why do you still? I am a soldier. Fire. Chapter 32, Li Yu and Number 039, S Decision. All the warships fired together, not just the order issued by a certain country alone. The two countries that were originally prepared to fight, now become extremely united, and the goal is the group of mutants who have just saved them. This has to be said, ironically. The dark muzzles burst into sparks, and the missiles cut through the sky like arrows. Everyone, there is bad news, the warships in the distance are firing at us. Professor S' voice is remembered in everyone's mind. Of course, this does not include Xiao. At this time, 4 people were beating Shaw together. Yes, a few minutes ago, Angel and Darwin finally exhausted the strength of the hurricane. The Angel spit on the hurricane, and he almost burned. So the Angel also joined the team around the boss, but she was flying in the sky and it was safer. At this time, Xiao's condition is not good, he feels that his energy is almost reaching the limit of his body. But he couldn't help it. He is like a math problem done by Li Yu's previous life. A water pipe adds water to the pool, and a faucet releases water. Although the process is slow, it is always full, and he already has more than half of his energy. At this time, Li Yu was like a jungler. Wherever he was needed, he would go to help. Lao Wan and Alex, Siren and Angel, they are a DC and mage, just let them die. It would have been almost a while before Xiao's body could not bear the huge energy he absorbed, but this time humans launched an attack on them. Li Yu, you take others away, I will deal with these missiles. Eric said to Li Yu next to him. Li Yu is taking Eric to avoid Xiao's attack. They are almost ruined by Xiao to 100 meters. Can you do it yourself? Hearing Eric's words, Li Yu couldn't help but express some doubts. Relax, you can still do it for a while. Eric had given up the attack and controlled the surrounding metal to create a thick shield in front of himself. Li Yu looked at Eric's movements and had to listen to him, flashing away and disappearing, sending the others hundreds of meters away with the fastest speed. Actually, there are not many people, except for the 4 of them who are attacking. The professor is relatively close. The magical girl and others could not help much, already ran far away to watch the battle. Li Yu just passed on Alex, Siren, and the professor, and the angels. He didn't care, who can make the family fly. Xiao found that they had suddenly stopped attacking themselves, and he was relieved in silence. Looked at the only remaining Magneto, attacking the metal in front of him in a hurry. Eric, I'm sorry for your mother's affairs, but without me, you wouldn't have the achievements of today. So you should thank me for it. While Magneto resisted Xiao's attack, he controlled the missiles that were fired. A little hard, did not answer Xiao's words. Eric, I am back, and the others have been sent to a safe place. What next? Li Yu suddenly appeared next to Eric, and explained the situation at this time. I never thought of hurting you, Eric, every decision I make is to make you stronger. We are the future of mankind, and this world will ultimately belong to us. Xiao said loudly while attacking, and the tone was full of sincerity. Xiao felt that he was right. Everything he did was for the future of mutants. I understand that everything you do makes me stronger and stronger. You made me now, but you killed my mother. Li Yu, right now, go. Li Yu heard Eric's words, grabbed him directly, and disappeared. Before Eric left, he had pointed all the missiles to Xiao's position. At this time, the missiles in the air lost Eric's control and all screamed towards Xiao. Boom! An endless burst of sound reached everyone's ears. At this time, on the coast, countless fires rose into the sky, and smoke billowed. If Xiao is in a good physical condition, such a violent explosion can't hurt him at all. But in front of him, he first absorbed the energy of a nuclear reactor, and was besieged by several people for nearly half an hour. At this time, together with this explosion baptism, he finally exceeded the limit of his body. Is often the last straw that crushes the camel, and this is exactly what Xiao is in now. His skin was cracking inch by inch, and the red energy visible to the naked eye was slowly flowing inside. He raised his hands and looked at the palm that was about to crack, knowing that he could not be spared this time. Silently made a decision, irrespective of the ability of his body, directly mobilized all the energy in his body. Yes, knowing that he can't survive, he is going to explode. He knew that he could not kill Li Yu and his mutants if he blew himself up, but he could kill the humans in the naval warship. At this time, Li Yu and others were watching the situation here in the distance, watching the explosion that slowly subsided, and Sebastian Shaw still standing in the same place. I don't know what the situation is now. Li Yu said aloud. Professor directly uses his psychic abilities for induction. No, Xiao wants to release all his energy at once. If all his current energy is released, a radius of nearly 1,000 kilometers will be destroyed by a violent explosion. Professor's tone was very anxious, because if Xiao really exploded, those warships on the sea could not escape with Ben. Li Yu, are you able to rescue those humans? The professor can only look at Li Yu for help. Now only Li Yu is likely to have a solution. Sorry, Professor, I have no way, and I won't save even if there is a way, because when they fired missiles at us, they were my enemies. I can save someone who has nothing to do with me, but I will never save my enemy. www.novel.com Li Yu said directly. After listening to Li Yu's words, the people at the scene looked at Li Yu a little differently. Professor's eyes are unbelievable. He has always been kind. He doesn't understand how Li Yu can say such things. But in the eyes of Magneto, it is the color of approval. He and Li Yu's ideas coincided with each other. Even, he already had plans for those human beings. Looking at the eyes of others who doubt or approve of themselves, Li Yu does not say much. He is still not a person in this world. I don't know when he will suddenly leave this world, so no matter how these people think of themselves, Li Yu will not be allowed to change his decision. Let's go, it won't be safe here for a while, of course, if any of you want to stay, I have no opinion. Li Yu reached out, Shen Sheng said. Magneto was the first to hold Li Yu's hand, followed by the magic-shaped girl, Angel. Professor, don't you go with us? Unsurprisingly, the professor is still a little hesitant, looking at Li Yu with both eyes, expecting him to change his decision. He knows that Li Yu must have a way, otherwise he won't say anything later. Looking at everyone looking at himself, and Li Yu's expression has always been so firm, the professor sighed helplessly, and finally extended his hand. There was no sound, they disappeared here at the same time. After a few seconds. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rises, and a terrifying shock wave quickly sweeps towards Jojo. Wherever he went, he was destroyed and destroyed. Looked at the energy sweeping in front of him, and a soldier asked. Sir, do you regret it? No regrets, just. I have no chance to say sorry to him. Chapter 33, Li Yu? *A. In Professor's luxurious manner, a group of people suddenly appeared in an empty place. It was the mutant team sent back with Li Yu. Li Yu, they are all living lives, how can you? Then the mutants and humans will be hard to get along with again. Professor has still been a bit unbelievable until now. Li Yu really didn't save from death. He doesn't have to save those humans. Although he is kind, he will not be indiscriminate. He just wants the mutants to get along with humans in peace. With such consequences now, countless soldiers died in the hands of mutants. Mutants have entered the sight of humans without reservation. The strength of mutants will make some humans fear. Now the relationship between mutants and humans is already very difficult. Humans will retaliate against variants, and countless variants will suffer unfair treatment, especially how the variants get along with their families. Professor, I think Li Yu is right. Our mutants will stand opposite humans sooner or later. If it is not that Xiao and I have a common enemy, I think I will join his team. The first person to speak out was not Li Yu, but Eric. He had a very different idea from the professor. He now understands that mutants and humans cannot coexist peacefully. Humans never want to have more powerful species than themselves appear on the earth. Just like human beings can protect wild animals, but if any kind of animal suddenly evolves the same wisdom as humans, the first thing to deal with them must be humans. Not only will they be caught in captivity, and even inhuman experiments will be carried out on them. Eric, do you think so too? The professor looked at Eric with some disbelief. Has his good friend also diverged from his own ideas? Charles, I joined the team because of the need to fight Xiao together. Now that Xiao is dead, it is time for us to part ways. After talking to Charles, Eric turned to the mutant team and invited, Charles's society will not accept us, then we will create a new society. If humanity wants to fight with us, we will accompany it to the end. Now, does anyone want to join me in creating a kingdom that belongs to our mutants? Eric finished his hand to the mutant team. The angel girl's eyes flickered, without much hesitation, directly disregarding other people's obstructions, and walked to Eric. Other people's expressions changed a while, but no one came out. Eric looked at the demon-shaped girl, her eyes full of encouragement. The magical girl finally came out, but it was towards Charles. You should go with him, that is the real idea in your heart. You promised not to read my ideas again. I promised you many things, but I'm afraid. Take care of yourself. Eventually, after hugging and saying goodbye to the magic girl, she walked to Eric, which was her choice. Li Yu, how about you? Your thoughts should be consistent with me, should you be with us? Eric saw no one came out again, and finally looked at Li Yu and invited him. I'm sorry, Eric, I will not join you, nor will I join Charles. I decided to travel by myself. Li Yu directly refused, he is not a person in this world, there is no need to join the mutants and humans during the war. I respect your choice, there will be a date. Eric saw Li Yu refused. Although disappointed, he still expressed respect for Li Yu. Charles, I hope we won't be enemies when we see you again. Eric turned to Charles. Eric, take care of Raven. Charles also yelled. I will. In the end, Eric took two sisters, turned around without hesitation, and walked away without looking back. Everyone watched their backs, and they didn't look back until they disappeared in front of their own eyes. They looked at Li Yu, but they discovered that Li Yu didn't know when she had disappeared. Just yesterday, a mutant species called a mutant, they cruelly claimed the lives of countless soldiers in the waters of Cuba. They are declaring war on us, and we humans will never give up on this. Finally, Professor X founded the Xavier School of Genius Youth to absorb the children of the mutants and protect them from some human beings. Eric also established the Brotherhood of Mutants to absorb mutants with powerful abilities to fight against humans. Li Yu had no way of knowing what happened afterwards. He was now grilling skewers at a barbecue stall in a night market in China. While he was having a good time eating, suddenly his spirit was pulled into the unknown starry sky. And there was an irresistible suction in front of him. Li Yu only felt that he was getting closer and closer in a light spot, and then he suddenly rushed into it. At this time, Li Yu, who was eating a barbecue, appeared behind him a blue wormhole with a height of one person. The middle was as dark as a black hole, and he could not see what was inside. The blue energy at the edge of the wormhole slowly flowed to Li Yu's body. www.ltnovel.com wrapped around his body, making his body glow light blue, and then suddenly pulled Li Yu's body into the dark in the wormhole. All phenomena disappeared immediately, as if it were just an illusion. There was only one old man with few teeth left in his mouth. He stared dumbly at what was happening in front of him and blurted out, "Wotroff, merciless. I rely on that person just now, I haven't given any money yet." When Li Yu crossed the previous 2 times, he carried out unconsciously, and this time, he was finally clear-headed. It's just that he didn't want to be sober. Li Yu only felt that his soul was forced to be pulled out of his body by an unknown force, and he became light and fluttered slowly towards the sky. But before he could fly away, that force grabbed himself again, and as if there were several pairs of hands, he flattened himself like dough, then rubbed it round, and then flattened again and again. From time to time, he also smashed it twice with a rolling pin. And he can't resist at all, he can only let that force knead. It feels like pain, itchy, and the unspeakable feeling is very uncomfortable anyway. I don't know how long this state lasts, it seems that tens of thousands of years have passed, and it seems that it has only passed for less than a second. That force finally stopped its destruction. Li Yu suddenly felt that she was falling out of control quickly, and did not know how long it took before finally stopping suddenly. At this time, Li Yu felt as if he had returned to his body, and could control his body freely. Li Yu opened his eyes in a hurry, trying to see where he was now. But Li Yuegong opened his eyes and found a huge yellow fist hitting himself in the head. Chapter 34, Bullying. A few minutes ago, a huge monster with yellow skin suddenly appeared in the Harlem neighborhood of New York City. The monster is more than 2 meters tall, and it is composed of muscles and bones. It looks like a skeleton on the chest. Rows of bones bulge on the back, like fins. Is wreaking havoc on the street, the car is like a plaything in its hands, and it is easily thrown out. Call the sir, something just ran into the street. On the plane, General Ross was happy to be able to easily grasp Dr. Banner, and suddenly the soldier with a headset in front turned back. General, you must listen to something new. General Rose didn't think much, walked over to pick up the phone, only heard the roar of the car over there, and the voice of an anxious soldier. Hulk is on the street. Repeat, Hulk is on the street. Hearing the words from the soldiers, General Rose looked puzzled, turned his head to look at Bruce Banner, and just sat on the plane. Why did another Hulk appear on the ground? Impossible, calm down, soldier, where are you now? General Rose asked. Over there. 121 Street, walking north along Broadway. Listening to the report from the soldiers, General Ross ordered the pilot to turn around and told the soldier on the other side of the phone, tell the scene. How did you turn around? Bruce Banner expressed some doubts about his girlfriend. At this time, the soldiers on the ground finally caught up with the giant monster, and found that it was destroying on the street. There were some panicked citizens next to them, running wildly to escape. Explosions, screams, and car sirens rang all over the city. Everyone on the plane looked at the picture below, and they were all surprised. This is also a product of your military experiment. Banner looked at General Rose with contempt. Oh my God, what have you done? Rose's daughter Betty even directly accused General Rose with an incredible face. General Rose is also very intimidating. How do I know where suddenly such an ugly monster suddenly emerged, not to mention the power, but also ran to a crowded place to wreak havoc. The policeman below shot the monster crazy with a pistol, but the bullet was tickling the monster, leaving no trace of it. The policemen were flew out by the angry monster. Dead, crippled. Watching the end of the police, the two soldiers couldn't help but be horrified. Do you think the rifle is useful for it? Come on, get the big guy. The soldier took out an RPG in the carriage and fired at the yellow monster. The missile flew quickly towards the monster in a roar, but was caught by the monster when he turned around. The violent explosion only ignited a little flame on it, which did not cause any harm to it, but it attracted its attention. Run quickly! The soldiers hurriedly drove back and wanted to evacuate, but the monsters stared at them and chased them. Everything that blocks the monster on the road is thrown away by it as soon as it is pulled. In the end, the soldier's vehicle was still unable to escape, and was stuck in a place where he could not retreat. The monster ran directly in front of them, raised his foot and stopped a car that rushed towards it, and lifted the car up with no effort. Hit them hard against them. On the plane, watching the retransmitted picture turned into a snowflake, and everyone fell into a long silence. Hated watching the tiny human who dared to shoot himself, was smashed to death by himself, and raised a roar in the sky. "Give me a fight!" Suddenly, in front of it, a figure in casual clothes appeared, and he did not know what to hold in his hand, but Lao Yuan could smell a scent. Seeing his posture seemed to be sending the string to his mouth, was disgusted by the interruption of the process of pretending to be, and was very angry. He directly clenched his fist and smashed it hard towards the tiny figure. At this time, Li Yu saw a big yellow fist hitting himself when he opened his eyes. He hurriedly dropped the grilled skewers he held in his right hand. The palm of his right hand changed for a while, and finally turned into a silver-white round shield. It is the same shield as Captain America. Boom! S fist fell on the shield, making a loud deafening noise. The invisible shock wave was like a gust of wind rushing around, shaking away some damaged vehicles. The yellow giant did not take a step back. In contrast, Li Yu was shocked by a huge force for several meters, and 2 long scratches could be clearly seen on the ground. Li Yu's transfiguration is the Edmund alloy, which would not be the case if it was the US team's shield. The US team's shield can absorb kinetic energy. Eileen, the strength is really great. Li Yu retracted his right hand, which became a shield, and returned to his normal arm shape in the blink of an eye. The skin on his body also changed from petrified to normal human skin. "Tiny human, you angered me. I want to tear you to pieces." Hated but was dissatisfied with the result, clenched his fist directly, and rushed to Li Yu, who had changed back to a normal person. Li Yu no longer hardened his fist. In front of him, he had just crossed over, his spirit was not stable yet, he could not detect his surroundings, he could only hardly attack it, and now he would not fight like a fool. When his fist was about to hit Li Yu's body, he hated but was shocked to find that Li Yu suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes, and before he could move, there was a sharp pain in his back. This is his state. Feeling the pain for the first time next time. Without thinking hard, Li Yu directly used superpower to come to the place where the abhorrence was less than tens of centimeters. The palm of his right hand changed a bit, and 5 fingers turned into blades like the Wolverine claws. Waving it fiercely, leaving 5 deep scars on his back, a puddle of yellow liquid slowly flowed out, making it look very disgusting. Once disgusted as an experienced soldier, was attacked on the back, almost subconsciously, punching his fist behind him, but it was still empty, and there was a burst of pain behind him. The next step is to hate being abused. It can't see Li Yu's figure at all, and his back has been hurt more and more. www.novel.com. He couldn't help but yelled out loud. Hate came up with a way, ran to a building, and then leaned against the wall, looking forward. Li Yu's figure finally appeared in front of the hate, but he did not attack again. At this time, the back of the hatred was bloody, and the spine-like spine could not see the original appearance, but the hate was worthy of hate, and even such a serious injury could still give birth to a tiger. "Don't you dare to confront me head-on, don't carry out a sneak attack behind your back," hated leaning against the wall and said loudly to Li. "Come on, who is afraid of who?" Li Yu's right hand changed back to a normal palm shape, but his left hand became a round shield, making a look of waiting for an abhorrent attack. Hated seeing Li Yu like this, but also clenched his right fist, used his greatest strength, and rushed over. It wanted to punch the man who hurt himself. Of course, Li Yu is not so stupid. When he hates the right fist and will hit his shield, he directly flashes away and disappears. It appears again, next to the hated right arm, and in the middle of the air. Li Yu merged his hands. Raising his head, the arm's naked eye changed into a silver-white long sword with a width of 3 centimeters and a length of nearly 4 feet. By falling, he severely cut into the abhorrent right hand. I saw a silver flash, and the half-arm of disgust hit the ground hard. A few seconds later, poof! A stream of yellow liquid spewed out from the fracture, a few meters away. Ao. A huge roar almost shattered the surrounding glass. Originally, Li Yu, who was so disgusted with such damage, should be happy, but his heart was terrified now. Because he found that his body actually tended to evolve toward hatred. I don't want to be so ugly. Chapter 35, Hate Pawn. The time returned to a few minutes before. The SHIELD headquarters building, the office of the director. Nick Fury was leisurely tilting Erlang's legs, holding coffee in his hand, and sipped from time to time. The electronic screen in front of him is showing the chaos in the Harlem neighborhood of New York City. This is the picture that the agent below passed back a few minutes ago. In a few minutes, Nick Fury had received several calls from the government asking him to immediately send his hand to support, but Nick Fury directly refused. Just kidding, what the military has done, why did we use SHIELD to wipe your ass? And only when this incident is so big will the Council of Idiots be able to approve the Avengers project. Boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Nick Fury put down the coffee in his hand and sat upright, said with a blank expression. Director, this is... Coulson walked in and spoke directly. Which department urged us to shoot, is it the government? Or the military? Nick Fury asked without raising his head. None. Director, this is the news that our on-site staff has just passed back. I think you must check it out. Because there was a figure of Mr. Li Yu who was looking for us for months without results. Hey! Nick Fury heard Collison's report and stood up directly from the chair, leaving only one eye slightly wider on the dark face. Reaching directly to take over the flat panel display in Coulson's hands, he looked at it intently. In less than a minute, Nick Fury had determined that Li Yu, who had disappeared for several months, was fighting the yellow monster on the video. He took out his mobile phone directly and pressed a number, but was quickly hung up by the other party, and Nick Fury was not angry, and continued to call. Hey, Nick Fury, you are not going to recruit your band members, and bothering me to do something again. Am I already rejecting you? There was a cynical voice over the phone, and the words were still so annoying. It was Tony Stark. Stark, do you know what is happening in the Harlem neighborhood of New York City? Nick Fury ignored Tony's tone and asked quietly. Of course I know that Jarvis had informed me from the beginning, and Rhodes still called me for help in the past, but I refused it directly. I wouldn't go to wipe the for the military. If you call, don't ask am I going to help? I'm sorry, I refuse. I won't help if I get killed. Tony listened to Nick Fury, and spoke a lot of words like a cannonball. He heard Nick Fury frown straight, but soon he unfolded. Originally I wanted to inform you that we just got the news that Mr. Li Yu appeared at the scene of the accident, but since you are not willing to go, I will ask someone to help. Nick Fury said unhurriedly, but the tone always felt a little fun. Jarvis, help me wear the steel armor immediately. Hearing the voice over the phone, Nick Fury's mouth showed a playful smile. Next to Coulson looked at what was happening in front of him and always felt a little familiar. At this time, Li Yu was concentrating on suppressing the cells in his body. He didn't want to become such a shit yellow monster in front of him. Hate because the right hand was cut off, and under the huge pain, it continued to destroy the surroundings, as if to destroy everything around him, but fortunately, there were no innocent people within 100 meters, but it was smashed by the anger. One car after another. Li Yu finally suppressed the throbbing in his body, looking at the abhorrence in front of him, and thinking in his heart, how could he kill this ugly monster as soon as possible, otherwise he could not suppress his body and evolve into what about this monster? Li Yu carefully observed the abhorrent actions and waited for the timing of the shot. Finally, when he hated the left hand and threw a car out, Li Yu disappeared directly in place, and appeared again directly in front of the hate. The left hand turned into a long sword, but it was much thinner than the two hands, only 1 more centimeters. Superpower must also pay attention to the conservation of quality. Haha. Li Yu's left-handed longsword speared directly toward the abhorrent left chest. No accident happened. The long sword passed directly through the chest, and the blade pointed out through the abhorrent back. Was also caught flat-footed by this disgust. Only the left hand hurriedly fisted towards Li Yu's body, but he didn't use much force between the rushes. Li Yu had long expected that his right hand quickly changed into a round shield, blocking the abhorrence of this punch, and with the power of this punch, he drew out the long sword transformed into the left hand and appeared on the ground not far away. Li Yu, who succeeded in striking, looked at the left hand that had changed into a palm, frowned, and saw that the palm of the left hand was covered with disgusting yellow liquid. Li Yu hurriedly looked for something to wipe. This he was relieved, not because Li Yu had a cleansing habit, but the blood of abhorrence was too unbearable to look directly at. Li Yu, who had been busy with all this work, turned to God to watch the situation of abhorrence, but at first glance, Li Yu couldn't help but stunned. The abhorrence was still alive and well, as if it was not just the one who had just been injured. The wound on his right chest, it is no longer bleeding, and it is still healing slowly, and there is no blood spray on the fracture of the right hand, but there is a tendency to scarring. www.novel.com. Your cow, the heart is pierced. Vitality is really tenacious. But it is too ugly. Li Yu couldn't help but give countless praises to the abominable tenacious vitality. He even wanted to say an old iron, 666. But it is still necessary to fight, and the next blow must be fatal. After all, just after that, my body has evolved towards it again. Li Yu stood on the spot waiting for the next shot, and hatred seemed to learn smart, instead of throwing things in a frenzy, but staring at Li Yu's figure only in case Li Yu suddenly attacked again. The two sides stared at each other so tightly. A minute passed, and suddenly a loud noise of boom came from behind. Looked back abhorrently and saw that the ground behind did not know what was hit by a big hole. It's not good. The disgusted reverence hurriedly wanted to turn his head, but it was too late. Of course, Li Yu will not miss such a good opportunity. He directly flashed in the air behind the hatred, keeping it at the same height as the hatred. Turned a long sword into his right hand, but this time it was not a thin sword, but only a little shorter in length, and he chopped it horizontally toward the hated neck. Poof! Boom! Two voices came one after another, abhorred that the huge body fell on the ground, making a loud noise, and its head also fell not far from its body, and its face could be seen a little unwilling. Li Yu now sighed with relief and finally solved it. Don't ask Li Yu how he feels when he kills for the first time. First of all, he is already prepared. Secondly, can such an ugly hate be considered human? Roar! But before Li Yu Yisong breathed, there was a roar in the big pit, and a big green hand stretched out from it. Chapter 36, Hulk Hulk. With a deafening roar, a green giant hand stretched out of the pit, and a green giant slowly crawled out of the pit. After the green giant came out, he directly opened his hands and clenched his fists, leaning his neck against the sky and shouting. This loud roar scared Li Yu. Li Yu looked up and looked forward. Sure enough, Bruce Banner jumped off the plane and finally broke through the ground, successfully turning into Hulk Hulk. But the situation in front made Hulk a little stunned. What about the monster that just raged in the block? How did it fall to the ground, and there is still a short distance between the head and the body? A man was standing next to the monster's body. The long sword in his right hand slowly contracted and shortened like a liquid, and eventually became a normal palm. The man slowly raised his head and looked at himself, perhaps because he had just killed a monster. A sharp look appeared in his eyes. Hulk felt provoked, but could not help but yell again. And Hulk, who didn't talk much about people, clenched his fists directly and ran towards Li Yu. I rely on, did you make a mistake? How did you rush towards me? Watching Hulk rushing towards himself quickly, Li Yu couldn't help but yell and scream, I helped you defeat your old enemy, you are now to fight me, what the hell? However, Li Yu did not dare to confront Hulk head-on. Don't look at Li Yu's abhorrence as easy. That's because Li Yu has the ability to transmit, no need to touch hard, plus the secondary admin alloy can break the defense of abhorrence. Kill hatred easily. But for Shang Huo, he only escaped. Li Yu could not cause fatal damage to Huo Hu, but would anger it. Hulk is the most powerful combat power, only Thor can compete against it. And the most perverted Hulk is that the more angry it is, the more powerful it is. As for some people who said that the Hulk of the Fulian 3 was defeated by a set of tyrants, Li Yu felt that it was pure nonsense. Hulk was controlled by the illusion of the Scarlet Witch before the Fulian 2, and went crazy in the crowd. After wreaking havoc and fighting with Tony, waking up and looking at the disgusted and fearful eyes of the surrounding humans, this makes the child's mental Hulk feel that the Earth humans don't like themselves, and it is not willing to fight for the Earth, so when the Earth Hulk will not appear. Is far away. At this time Hulk is less than 10 meters away from Li Yu. Li Yu is also ready to run. On the road, Li Yu recognizes the second, who dares to recognize the first. I can't beat you, I'll run the head office, after I have the strength, I will find the place with you again. Li Yu thought viciously. While Li Yu was about to use his ability to pass away, he suddenly heard a burst of music coming from behind him, and Li Yu immediately realized in his heart that he was not ready to use his ability to run away. When Hulk was only a few meters away from Li Yu, the running feet exerted force, and the ground could not bear its power. A small pit appeared. Hulk flew up in the air, and clenched his fists and smashed towards Li Yu. Hey monster, take a punch! Did not disappoint Li Yu. A rapid figure screamed past Li Yu's head, and the target was Hulk in front. Boom! A sound like a symphony of gold and iron came. Hulk's forward figure was slammed into the air, turned his head in the air, and fell on it, and there was no harm, but his eyes were full of anger. Color. Tony directly hit Hulk by the impact of the rapid flight. A handsome one kneeled on the scene. Hey, Li Yu, where have you been in the past few months? Your little girlfriend called me every day and asked you. Tony was posing handsomely, and he didn't forget to look back and ridicule Li Yu. Tony, be careful behind you. Li Yu did not answer Tony's question, but reminded him with a loud voice. Before Tony came and turned around, he was blown out with a punch, and the direction was exactly the direction of Li Yu. Li Yu disappeared in place, and was not affected by Tony's body. Hey, your strength is so great! Tony, who was flying, quickly stabilized his body with his hands and feet, flew in the air, and sighed at Hulk. Hulk didn't care what Tony said, but with his feet hard, he emptied directly and rushed towards Tony. Tony was not willing to be outdone, but he didn't confront Hulk, but kept avoiding Hulk's attacks, and then used his weapons on his hands to continuously attack Hulk. Because Tony wears steel armor, can fly in the air and has a more flexible figure, Hulk did not cause any damage to Tony, but Tony's attack on Hulk did not cause him much damage. For a moment, the two sides stalemate, and no one can help anyone. At this time, Li Yu was sitting on the side as a melon-eating crowd, watching Tony and Hulk fighting with relish, and holding a bag of shaxiang seeds in his hand. Yes, this is what Li Yu just bought. At this time, Li Yu was very fortunate that he had acquired this ability, which was really convenient. Finally, the figure of Tony and Hulk finally separated, and the two sides seemed to have made an appointment, and neither shot again. Tony's steel armor has been damaged in several places. This is still the reason why he has not been attacked by Hulk. The Hulk's skin also left a trace of high-temperature burning, but there was no wound, and slowly recovering. Jarvis, ready to start FHK2. Tony was a little reluctant. www.novel.com. He had undoubtedly prevailed in the battle just now, and he was ready to start his most powerful armor. Get a fight. Li Yu stood up, shook his clothes, and walked to Tony without saying anything, and then took Tony to disappear directly. Jarvis, stop starting. Tony told Jarvis after watching the scene change in front of him. At this time, on the streets of Harlem, Hulk watched Liu and Tony's figure suddenly disappear, and couldn't help but roar into the sky, venting his anger. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter in the sky caught Hulk's attention. As the propellers roared, the helicopter slowly hovered in front of Hulk, and a group of people came down. The first one was General Ross, and the other was General Ross's daughter, Bessie, the former girlfriend of Bruce Banner. "Banner, okay, it's okay." Betty slowly walked toward Banner, who became the Hulk. Looking at Banner now, Betty couldn't help but eyes slowly shed tears. Banner at this time, looking at Betty in front of her, do not know how to do it, trying to reach out to help her wipe away the tears in her eyes, but looked at his huge palm and received it again. At this time, the supporting police and soldiers surrounded Hulk with guns, but did not shoot. The light from the sky directly shone on Hulk. Hulk looked at the people around him, and then looked at the eyes. Betty, still decided. General looked at the abominable corpse on the ground and waved at the soldier next to him, saying not to fire and let him go. Hulk's legs leaped hard and jumped directly to the roof of the nearby building. In a few jumps, they disappeared into everyone's vision. Banner chose to leave Betty and leave his familiar city. Chapter 37, Conversation with Tony. At this time, Liu and Tony had returned to Tony's villa. Tony took off his steel armor with the help of Jarvis. Liu took out a bottle of chilled Fat House Happy Water in the refrigerator and sat on the sofa without a drink. "I just had a fight with hate. Although I didn't make much effort, I still had to concentrate on it to prevent it from being hit by the hate. Now I can relax and feel a little tired." "Tony, your suit is still so beautiful. Why do you wear it so formal every day? Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Liu watched Tony take off the armor, walked to the refrigerator first, and finally took out a jar of Fat Mansion Happy Water, and came to Liu, sitting elegantly on the sofa, drinking a few dollars of Mansion Happy Water. "If you don't know, you think he is holding hundreds of thousands of red wine. Liu, you don't understand this. I'm Iron Man now, the most well-known superhero in the world, so I have to maintain my noble and gentleman style all the time." Tony tilted Erlang's legs and leaned back against the sofa, pretending to say, "Come on, Tony, this is your villa, and there are no outsiders. Hurry to change the clothes of your bag, and it makes me dizzy. It's the same as saying, wait a minute, I'll come as soon as I go." Tony stood up directly, put the drink in his hand on the table, returned to the room and changed his clothes. When he came out again, he was already a casual dress. Although he can see that the clothes are equally valuable, but looking at it is much more comfortable. "Tony, is your clothes specially made? How can the reactor be exposed?" Liu looked at Tony's arc reactor, which was exposed outside his chest. It was already a triangular model, and was no longer a round one. He wanted to come to Tony and have created new elements. But the reactor was exposed, and the clothes were not intended to make a hole. Of course, this was designed by the world's top and most famous designer, but it cost me. Okay, stop. When you were in New York, you said I disappeared for a few months." Liu interrupted Tony's shameless behavior of showing off his wealth, remembering what Tony said when he met today, and asked some unexpectedly. "He has only been in the X-Men world for more than a week. Why has this time passed so long? Yet, to be precise, it has been 5 months since you disappeared. Your girlfriend came to me every day a few months ago to ask you for news, which made my head too big." Speaking of this, Tony had another constipated expression, indicating that I was really difficult. "Okay, Louise, I will go to her in a moment. Let's talk about what happened in the past 5 months. Has the Stark Industry Fair opened?" Liu asked. According to the movie plot, it should not be the beginning of Iron Man 2, but Liu is not sure whether the plot will change because of himself. "Major event?" "No major event happened. After your reminder, I kept looking at what my father left me, but there was no progress at the beginning. Until a few months ago, I found out that my father was actually Aegis, one of the founders of the Bureau. I went to the One-Eyed Dragon director immediately and asked him the truth. He didn't hide it from me, he told me everything he knew, and gave me some of my father's relics. Palladium poisoning method. So, Li Yu, have you known this for a long time, and have not told me clearly that it has caused me to waste a few months in vain? However, Li Yu, I still want to express my sincere thanks to you. When speaking of Tony, there was no such cynical expression on his face, and he became very solemn and sincere. Because of Li Yu's reminder, he got his father's relics, knowing that his father did not care about himself, but just like himself, he was not able to express his love for himself. Tony, you have to know that these are all things you have to experience. Only if you have experienced them will you completely change in the future, and then. Li Yu also said to Tony in a deep voice, but he didn't talk about it halfway through. Li Yu knows that only after going through some things can Tony become the Tony who finally gave his fingers to sacrifice his life for the world. Li Yu, I understand your intentions. Tony did not blame Li Yu, but thanked Li Yu for letting him know something. Where did you just say? Oh, yes, when I found a solution to palladium poisoning, it was to invent a new element. To be precise, my father discovered it, but he couldn't make it with the technology of his time, but it's not difficult for me as a genius. So now I have the arc reactor with new elements on my chest. Tony said here, there was an unexplained expression on his face, there was a sudden, happy, and finally tapped the arc reactor with his finger on his chest. Okay, you mean no major events happened during this period, right? Li Yu stroked his forehead and said helplessly. Of course, with this Iron Man in this world, the bad guys are afraid to show their heads anymore, what can happen? Tony regained his narcissistic character. So what's going on today? Asked Li Yu ruthlessly. Well, today is a special case, that is their military self-reliance. I don't want to wipe them ass. Tony was choked, but the dead duck said hard. Hiccups, well, don't rip these with you www.novel.com. Let me go and see Louise first. Li Yu finally raised his head and drank his can of beverage at a stretch. Then he placed the empty bottle on the table, stood up and hiccuped, and said to Tony, ready to leave first. Li Yu, remember to come here tomorrow, but I have upgraded my armor several times, and I will show you how powerful they are. Seeing that Li Yu was leaving, Tony hurriedly reminded. Li Yu didn't say anything, made an okay gesture with Tony's right hand, and then disappeared in front of Tony instantly. I really envy him for this ability. No, I want to step up the research and development of armor, maybe one day I can get the technology of the shuttle wormhole. Thinking in his heart, he was full of enthusiasm. He directly drank the drink in his hand and quickly walked to the underground laboratory to conduct research on the armor. At this time, Li Yu had already come to Louise's door, but he walked around the door for a long time, and he did not have the courage to knock on the door. I don't know what expression Louise sees when she is happy. Still angry? Eventually Li Yu made up his mind and raised his right hand to knock on the door. But when Li Yu's right hand had not touched the door, a sound of glass shattering passed into Li Yu's ear. Li Yu immediately turned his head to look around, but found that the surrounding scenes did not know when a major reversal occurred. It seems that the world is rolled up like a scroll. A man wearing a yellow monk robe with a hood on his head, unable to see his face clearly, made an inexplicable gesture with his right hand and lifted it in front of his right. Li Yu, let's talk about your unauthorized entry into this universe. Lying trough, why is she here? Looked up in front of his eyes, took off his hood, and faced his face. Li Yu was horrified. Chapter 38, Ancient One is coming. Li Yu looked at his eyes and took off the hood. There was no hair on his head. I was bald and I became stronger. The figure was slightly thin, the face was somewhat neutral, and my hands were carried behind my back. The same strange necklace, staring at himself so straight. Li Yu's mind came up with this person's information. An ancient one, known as the Supreme Master, has powerful magical powers, the guardian of the time gem, has lived at least 500 years, and protects the earth from threats from other dimensions. It is also the biggest obstacle for the dark dimension Dorma to devour the earth. Hello, Li Yu. I think we should talk. Guyi was about to see Li Yu a little uncomfortably before finally speaking. Master Guyi, what are you doing with me? Seeing Guyi did not directly do it, but to talk to himself. Li Yu couldn't help but secretly relieved. Li Yuk really didn't want to go with Gu, he felt that he would give back to Guyi. To say something else. Now that he has obviously been pulled into the mirror space, he does not know whether his transmission capability can be used. You really know me, it seems that you should know a lot about this universe. The look of Guyi remained unchanged, and he said with a smile. Well, Master Guyi, you should know that I am from the multiverse. Li Yu's tone was somewhat guilty and explained that he didn't know if he could deceive Guyi, the Supreme Master. You don't want to use this set of rhetoric to fool me. I have traveled through various multiverses in a spiritual state. The 616 universe I know is not as you said. Guyi directly interrupted Li Yu's next words, and ruthlessly dismantled Li Yu's lies. The moment you first appeared on this earth, I already knew, but I did not immediately expel you, but silently observed your every move. Guyi said slowly, as if it was a normal conversation with his friends, but what he said made Li Yu feel a bit cold. Li Yu didn't expect that Guyi had discovered the moment he passed by. If Guyi was going to be bad for himself, he didn't know how many times he had died early. I can't detect where you came from, why you came here, what you have to do on Earth. So I watched your future with the eye of Agamamato, but the results surprised me. Your future is blank, like the universe. There is no one like you at all. The look of Guyi did not change, and he was playing with a fan who didn't know where he was in his hand. And I found that from the moment you came to Earth, many of the established futures have also undergone unpredictable changes. I even found out that I even directly tried to get rid of you, but in the end it was still restrained. Living. Listening to Guyi's inner thoughts being said in such a grand manner, Li Yu couldn't help but fear for a while, he almost disappeared without knowing it. But your ability has attracted my attention. After my observation for a period of time, and your performance when you touch the universe cube, which is the gem of space, I have a rough idea. My ability? Guyi Master, do you know exactly what my ability is? Li Yu already knew that Guyi had no intention of shooting himself. If he had to deal with himself, Guyi had already shot. Why should he explain this to himself? Hearing Guyi knowing his abilities, Li Yu hurriedly asked, and he also wanted to knowing why he acquired this ability. He did not believe that he really got it by watching a movie. When I first saw you use power, I just thought it was the use of primary space energy, just like our mage's portal, but after many observations, and what happened when you touched the space gem, let me with a rough guess, you are not getting the method of communicating space energy, but getting a trace of space origin. The origin of space? What is that? Li Yu listened to this seemingly past name in the novel of the previous life and couldn't help but ask curiously. The origin of space is similar to the power of the law of space. The power of the law is only in the hands of powerful gods, such as eternity, death, annihilation. This powerful power, but somehow appears in you. After you master this power, you can use the power of space in the universe freely, even space gems can be used by you, and this energy it can also take you through the universe. Guyi said here, the expression on his face had changed for the first time, there was exclamation, longing, and incredible. Li Yu is a face of coercion, so he traversed into the Marvel universe because of this energy called the source of space? But Master Yi, after I get this power, I don't have any strong feeling, just can transfer space at will. What's going on? Asked Li Yu with some curiosity, because he shuttled the universe passively, and could not take the initiative to shuttle. Since he got such a powerful force, why did this happen? This is because you have not cultivated your abilities. Like our mage, your abilities must also be cultivated in order to be able to control freely. Okay, today's conversation is over. If you want to know how to cultivate your abilities, you can come to Comitage and someone will receive you there. Finally remind you that no one will get something for nothing. Guy I looked at Li Yu as if to ask something, but ended the conversation directly. www.ltnovel.com did not give Li Yu the opportunity to continue to ask. I saw Gu Yi's right hand drawn a circle in the void, and a circle made of orange energy appeared in front of her. Gu Yi's right hand waved forward, and the yellow aperture rushed directly to Li Yu, and there was no reaction in Li Yu. At that time, he slipped onto Li Yu's body. Li Yu looked around and found that the scene had returned to normal, and then went to see Gu Yi, only to see her back, was walking into another yellow aperture, and then the aperture narrowed and disappeared together with Gu Yi's figure. Not see. Li Yu looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. Although not as convenient as his own, it was cooler than himself. Then Li Yu fell into a dilemma again, and had no courage to knock on Louise's house. But in the end Li Yu summoned the courage and knocked on the door bravely. Li Yu, you are finally back. It was Louise who opened the door. When he saw Li Yu at the door, there was a look of surprise on his face, and he immediately rushed into Li Yu's arms, and the tears could not stop falling. Comforted Louise, Li Yu apologized, and said that he would disappear for a while. He told Louise not to worry. Although Louise was a little bit reluctant, she still said generously. Li Yu, who had seen Louise, flashed back directly to her home. This house was bought by Tony and was not very luxurious, but it was definitely not rudimentary. Lying on his bed, thinking of what Gu Yi said to himself today, Li Yu made up his mind and went to Comitage tomorrow. Slowly Li Yu entered his dreamland. He dreamed that he had returned to the earth and used his superpowers to earn unendless money. Sleeping Li Yu slowly slobbered. Chapter 39, to Comitage. Happy dreams always pass quickly. The morning sun shines on Li Yu's face, awakening Li Yu who is still asleep. Li Yu sat up from the bed, stretched out and went to the bathroom to wash. Back to the room, Li Yu picked up the phone and thought about it or called Tony. The phone was quickly connected, and there was a familiar voice from Tony. Li Yu, are you coming? Wait until I'm busy and go upstairs. Hey, little, that part is not there. You are so stupid. If you make a mistake, I will donate you to MIT. Listening to Tony's words, Li Yu reluctantly stroked his forehead, and Tony was bullying again. Li Yu thinks Xiaoduo is very cute. Although he has no voice system, he can't speak. Tony, I won't go by today. In addition, let me tell you, I will disappear for a while. Li Yu said to the phone. What? Are you going to disappear again? Where are you going this time? The one-eyed bald head has been looking for you for several months. There should be something to ask you, so you disappeared so quietly. Tony over there heard Li Yu's words, and his voice was a little louder. I don't know how Li Yu disappeared just one night after appearing, and immediately remembered Nick Fury, since he knew his father was the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. after one. Tony's view of S.H.I.E.L.D. changed a lot, and now he will think about them. You don't have to worry about him at the S.H.I.E.L.D. side first. There shouldn't be any major issues for me. It's you, Tony. Be careful when you go out. Don't be killed by some people. Li Yu thought of Iron Man 2's villain, Yvonne Vank, who was a genius scientist on par with Tony, who was able to use a pile of broken copper and iron to get out of the reactor. At that time, he ran out to attack Tony. How could I have an accident? I'm the famous Iron Man, and the bad guys walk around me too late. There is also my latest Mark Warframe, the size of which is only the size of a suitcase, and can be worn quickly in an emergency. I want to show you, but now I have no chance. But you can rest assured of my safety. Although Tony didn't care about his mouth, he still took Li Yu's words in his heart. He knew that Li Yu had the ability to predict the future, and he must have been stared at by some people in the future. Li Yu was reminding himself. When you go out in the future, let Happy's box stay away, so you are not afraid. If Happy knows that in the future, he will carry the suitcase wherever he goes, even when he goes to the toilet. Just because of Li Yu's reminder, I don't know how I would feel about it. In this case, pay more attention to yourself. Also, please take care of Louise. If something goes wrong, you can call me. Don't disturb me when there is nothing. I am going out to practice magic this time. Li Yu felt that there was nothing to hide from Tony. Anyway, he will also come in contact with Doctor Strange. What? Practice magic? You might as well say that you are going to aliens, which makes people sound credible. Well, I will let someone take care of your little girlfriend. Whether you go to aliens, if you still want to do something unseemly, you can go at ease. Bye. Tony heard Li Yu's words, his face was unbelievable, and the tone seemed to say that you were teasing me. But Tony didn't ask much, he directly agreed with Li Yu's request, and didn't give Li Yu the opportunity to speak again, and hung up the phone directly. I rely on, you can go at ease. Li Yu listened to the busy tone on the phone, and there was no place to spread his anger, so he could hang up the phone severely. When I come back this time, I'm looking for you to settle the bill. Somehow, Tony's character always makes people want to kill him. Calmed down. Li Yu checked Kamataj's photos with his computer. After turning off the computer, he disappeared directly in his room. Not long after Li Yu disappeared, the door of his room was suddenly knocked, and after a few minutes no one responded, the door lock opened automatically, and two men in black outside the door came in and checked it in the room. No figure of Li Yu was found, and then took out the phone to report to the superior, and then walked out the door, leaving no trace. Kamataj? Where is that? Li Yu, what purpose do you go there? Nick Fury, who was far away from the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., closed his eyes and pondered. Kamataj's location is derived from Li Yu's computer query. Li Yu appeared again, and has come to Kamataj, located in Kathmandu. This place is very old, and the house looks a bit old. No one can imagine that the most powerful supreme mage on earth is hiding here. Li Yu stopped and walked on the street. Fortunately, he was not robbed by a like Dr. Kiwi. Finally, when his leg was about to break, a man in a black robe and a hood found him. Mr. Li Yu, I am Casillas, a follower of the ancient Yij, who has been waiting for a long time, please come with me. The hooded man confronted Li Yu and took off the hood, revealing a very sunny face, but when he heard his name, Li Yu couldn't help but glance at him more. This is the villain in that strange doctor? It doesn't look like a villain. It looks like a sunny middle-aged uncle. Master Casillas, please lead the way ahead. But Li Yu did not show it, smiled at Casillas and nodded, saying that he should lead the way ahead. I didn't know how many corners I turned. Li Yu didn't know where he was anymore. Casillas, who was leading the way, finally stopped at a very ordinary door. When he opened the door, Li Yu advanced. Thank you. Li Yu politely thanked her, and then did not deny it, striding in directly. Casillas also looked back at www.ltnovel.com and did not find any special people to follow, so he went in and closed the door. After Li Yu entered, he felt that his eyes were suddenly bright. Although the buildings inside were also very chronological, they exuded a mysterious atmosphere, which made people indulge in it. Mr. Li Yu, here, please, Venerable Gu has prepared tea in it. Casillas politely interrupted Li Yu's contemplation, and then took Li Yu to a hall. Li Yu followed into the hall, and found that Supreme Master Gu Yi, who had met only yesterday, was sitting in the center of the hall, and a pot of tea had been brewed on the table in front of him. Gu Yi looked up at Li Yu, and did not show an unexpected expression. It seemed to know that Li Yu would come. He nodded at Li Yu and invited Li Yu to sit opposite. "Mr. Li Yu, you still came." Gai filled a cup of tea for Li Yu himself and said, "An ancient venerable, take the liberty to disturb, please forgive me, I came to learn from you how to control your energy, and also ask venerable to teach." Li Yu is now too good to be good, he is really afraid that his words will be bombarded by Gu Yi. "This is not enough, drink tea first, and then slowly speak." Gu picked up his teacup at one end and gestured to Li Yu. Li Yu also hurriedly picked up the teacup in front of herself with both hands and slowly drank it. Li Yu didn't have the habit of drinking tea before, and he didn't even taste tea or know what kind of tea is good. But after drinking the tea from Gai, he finally knew that this was good tea. This tea entrance only felt a burst of fragrance, as if the soul had been washed once. After drinking a cup of tea, it was refreshing, as if the body was a little lighter. "Li Yu, let's talk about your abilities next." Chapter 40, Cassilis and number 039, Past. Hearing that Gu Yi finally mentioned the business, Li Yu hurriedly put down the teacup in his hand, and then sat in danger, like a pupil looking forward to the teacher's lecture. "Your ability is different from our magic. We practice magic and focus on communicating the energy that exists in the multiverse. The more energy we communicate, the stronger the effect of magic. And you are different. You need to absorb the energy in the universe, but can only absorb spatial energy. And the upper limit of absorbed energy depends on your upper limit of spirit," said in a deep voice. "That said, my ability is not as powerful as your magic." Li Yu asked with some curiosity. "There are many limitations to his ability." "Your idea is wrong. Our magic practice requires not only good talents, the ability to communicate magic energy proficiently, but also proficiency in all kinds of joke magic spells. And you don't need these, you just need to cultivate the spirit and absorb the space energy in the universe. This energy is almost everywhere, and the energy after you absorb it can be completely controlled by you. You don't even need all kinds of spells, you can use the corresponding magic." Guo explained to Li Yu that Li Yu understood what happened, that is, he didn't need to practice how to communicate energy, but after absorbing energy, he could use it directly. Frankly said, just like opening the portal, the mage must bring a hanging ring and also try to describe the destination in his mind. And Li Yu can go directly wherever he wants. "Master Gu Yi, how do I cultivate my abilities?" Li Yu asked Gu Yi a bit anxiously. Gu Yi stood up and waved at Li Yu, beckoning him to stand up too. Li Yu stood opposite Gu Yi, and Li Yu suddenly had an idea in his heart, it would not be. Sure enough, Gu Yi grabbed Li Yu's right hand with his left hand and pointed to himself. The right hand hit Li Yu's body with a palm. A transparent and illusory Li Yu was directly shot out. Li Yu was a little curious about the current state. It was different from the last crossing. When he last crossed, his soul was pulled out of the body roughly. Now, it seems that the soul is leaving the body on its own initiative. There is no uncomfortable feeling, but it feels a little flirty, as if it can fly out with a little force. This is called astral projection, and Hwasya also calls it soul out. You should feel your current state carefully, and your future cultivation will be carried out in this state. Gu said to Li Yu in the void, and then with his right hand, Li Yu felt an irresistible suction from his body, and he was directly sucked into it. Astral projection must be carried out in a safe environment, because after your soul is away from the body, the flesh will become very fragile. If the flesh is destroyed, you can only wander the soul in the world, nowhere to be attached. Then Gu Yi explained in detail to Li Yu the method of astral projection, and how Li Yu cultivated his ability during the projection of the astral. After Li Yu said that he had written down all of them, an ancient Cassilis called in and took Li Yu to a room. This is the place where Li Yu went to practice and rest. "Thank you, Master Cassilis." Li Yu thanked Cassilis and then thought in his heart that this person doesn't look like a villain in Doctor Strange. Now, he is full of sunshine. How could I imagine that it would become such a cruel killing afterwards? Mr. Li Yu, next we will practice together with Gu Yaizun, so you don't have to be so polite. Cassilis answered with a smile. Master Cassilis, take the liberty to ask, why did you come here to learn magic with Master Gu Yi? Li Yu was a little curious about Cassilis's life experience and couldn't help asking. How to say, originally I had a very happy family, a beautiful wife, and a lovely son. At that time, I was very happy and prayed in my heart how happy it would be to live a happy life. Cassilis' eyes filled with happiness, slowly talking about his past. But I don't know if I desecrated my deity in my last life, and doom began to fall on my loved ones. First of all, my son, who was only a few years old, died in an accident. I can only comfort myself, and I have a wife to accompany me. Speaking of this, Cassilis' face was full of sadness, and tears burst into the corners of his eyes. But it's not over yet. One day I was sitting with my wife on the bridgehead, watching the surrounding scenery, but my wife was suddenly comatose. After being rescued by the doctor, I finally failed to wake up. Said that Cassilis had already burst into tears, and the tears drowned. I'm sorry, it caused your sadness again. Li Yu apologized to Cassilis. It doesn't matter, after that I have nothing, I can only give up myself and drink like alcohol. Walking on the street, everyone is hiding from me, just like seeing a demon. However, I still have a belief in my heart that if I can see my wife and son, I will be willing to pay whatever the price. Said that Cassilis' eyes were full of firmness. Later, when I had nowhere to go, Master Motive found me and brought me to the Ancient One, who taught me magic knowledge, opened up my horizons, and I worked hard to practice magic. But there has always been a belief in my heart www.novel.com is to be able to see my wife and children again. For this purpose, even if I sacrifice my soul to the devil, I will not regret it. Li Yu listened to Cassilis, and had mixed feelings in her heart, not knowing what to say. Perhaps it was because of this obsession in his heart that he finally believed in Dormammu and embarked on the road to extinction. Okay, Master Li Yu, don't disturb you anymore. What can you tell me? Cassilis finished speaking to Li Yu, then turned around and walked out slowly. Li Yu looked at his distant back and fell into a long silence. Since then, Li Yu has lived in the Karmitage, and he practiced magic and fighting skills with a group of mages during the day. This is what Li Yu wanted to vomit. The master of this world does not practice long range, but always thinks of melee with others, and later Doctor Strange is better. In the evening, Li Yu used astral projection. The body was sleeping, the soul floated over the body, sitting cross-legged, slowly absorbing the surrounding energy. After a week of training, Li Yu has been able to feel his rapid progress, he has been able to control his own energy, and can use magic to draw a teleportation array. Unlike other mages' teleportation arrays, Li Yu's teleportation array is not orange-yellow like the sparks generated by the grinding wheel rubbing the metal, but is composed of blue energy, and there is no direct sparking special effect, just a blue aperture, and Li Yu did this without wearing a hanging ring. This made other mages look at him endlessly. Of course, Li Yu has the superpower of transmission. This teleportation array is not very useful to him. He just borrows it and uses his own ability to create magic effects. Therefore, Li Yu is going to go to the library to borrow the collection of Master Gu Yi. Chapter 41, Library Trip. Of course, to go to the library to borrow books, Li Yu felt that it was better to consult with Master Gu Yi. Li Yu immediately walked out of his room, found Cassilis, and said that he wanted to see the next ancient master. It is worth mentioning that the original receptionist was the work of Master Motu, but on the day Li Yu came, Master Motu happened to be not in Karmitage, so Cassilis received Li Yu. And I don't know if Cassilis had a more speculative relationship with Li Yu. He said that Li Yu can continue to find him if he has anything here. Master Cassilis, I have something to ask the ancient Master Mage. I wonder if the ancient Master Mage has time now. Li Yu walked out of the room and saw that Cassilis was practicing magic on the square. The orange energy changed in his hands. Magic whips, magic shields, portals and other magic became more and more proficient under his practice. In this situation, Li Yu has seen it too many times in a week here, and I have to sigh. Cassilis's cultivation of magic can no longer be said to be hard work, and he has reached the point of extremes. Even if he except apart from eating and sleeping and going to the toilet, I spent the rest of my time trying to practice magic and reading books in the library. His purpose is only one, to see the dead wife and children again. Master Li Yu, unfortunately, this morning, a venerable king went to a master's exchange meeting, and I don't know when I will come back. What do you have to see the venerable Gu? Cassilis stopped practicing magic, and smiled at Li Yu. Well, I would like to ask Master Gu Yi, can you go to the library to read some books about magic? It seems that today will not work. Li Yu said with some regret, thinking in his heart that Gu Yi could not come back. It turned out to be this matter. Venerable Gu has already explained that if Master Li Yu needs to go to the library to borrow books, without asking her, you can just take you to the library. Master Li Yu, please come with me. Cassilis finished, invited Li Yu, then turned and walked to the library with Li Yu. Not long after, Cassilis took Li Yu to the library. Master Dennis, this is Master Li Yu. Master Li Yu wants to borrow some books. I'm bothering you, Master Dennis. Cassilis introduced Li Yu to the librarian. Hello, Master Li Yu. You can call me Dennis. If you need to borrow books in the future, you can come directly to me. Hello, Master Dennis, please. Li Yu also politely said hello to this librarian. The current librarian is not the fat Lao Wang next door who was later, nor is it the librarian whose head was cut off at the beginning of Dr. Kiwi. But this has nothing to do with Li Yu, he mainly came to borrow books. Master Li Yu, the books here are the enlightenment of the masters of the past to magic, and there are some basic theories of practicing magic. What do you need to read? Librarian introduced to Li Yu. Is there any books on magic? For example, some books on attacking magic and defensive magic. Li Yu asked curiously. Here are some must-read books for beginners in magic. Those you said are books that you can only read after you become a mage. They are only open to mage. Although our Kamatage knowledge is shared, some books still need to have a certain foundation. You can borrow it later. The librarian said to Li Yu, saying that what you said could not let you borrow now. Li Yu thought it right, if the ordinary people who had just come here to study, ran directly to borrow advanced magic books, I might be able to see them get into trouble. Of course Dr. Strange's genius that never forgets is not counted. Master Dennis, an ancient venerable confessor, the book here, Master Li Yu can be borrowed at will, his cultivation method is different from ours. Cassilis said at the side exit. Since the Ancient One has explained, then come with me. The librarian hesitated for a moment, but said to Li Yu and Cassilis and took them to the inside. Follower librarian, Li Yu and Cassilis came to the library and saw a row of iron bookshelves with chains hanging some old books. What books are these? Li Yu looked a little bit pretentious, but suddenly saw a bookshelf with several books hanging on them. These books looked different from ordinary books, a bit like the card pack in the game Hearthstone, although Li Yu already had these books I guess, but I still asked aloud. Those are the private collections of Gu Yaizun. Only Gu Yaizun can understand, other masters cannot understand the content inside. Li Yu was a little curious, and when he approached, he didn't know which one was the Book of Emperor Weishan. It is said that the Book of Emperor Weishan recorded all the white magic in the world. www.novel.com. There is also defensive magic, but there is no any attack magic. Li Yu carefully picked up the first book on the left-hand side. Li Yu also noticed that there is a place missing on this shelf. I don't know if it's lost or... Li Yu flipped around curiously, but what he saw with his eyes directly shocked him, quickly closed the book quickly, and guilty glanced at Cassilis next to him with guilty conscience, seeing that he did not show anything. What's abnormal? Just let me down. That is the book of Cariastro, it is a record of time magic. Introduced the librarian. Oh, I can't understand the contents, so I should put him back in place. Li Yu smiled guilty, and quickly put the book back in place. Li Yu had no way to be guilty, because Li Yu had just opened the book, which happened to be a red weird rune. In the end, Li Yu, with the help of the librarian, selected a few books on basic magic, some space magic, and mirror space magic. After leaving here, he went to the library outside and chose a few introductions. The Book of Theory, together with Cassilis, left the library. Master Cassilis, I am going back to the room. Thank you for your help this time. You are welcome, Master Li Yu, this is what I should do. After Li Yu finished, he returned directly to his room and prepared to study the books in his hands. Cassilis stood on the spot, watching Li Yu's disappearing back, and then looked back deeply at the location of the library. Dormam, dark space, eternal life. Master Gu, how many things are you hiding from us? Chapter 12, Learning Mirror Space. Li Yu returned to his room, first took out the book borrowed from the library, and flipped it up. It's just that the books stored in the outside room don't involve much magical knowledge. Everything is the most basic thing, the history of Karmitage, the biography of certain characters, the world seen from the perspective of Karmitage, etc. Wait, the most are some theoretical things. These collections are also enough for readers to have a sober and comprehensive understanding of the world of the mage, theoretically know what magic is and analyze the mechanism of action. Moreover, unlike Li Yu's original idea, Karmitage's spell system is not exactly an accumulation of experience, and a lot of calculations are also designed, etc. There is no shortage of the magicians in the past to break up the spell itself. Broken, a little bit of characters who are parsed. To sum up, it is very tedious to learn magic, not only need to be proficient in communicating magic energy, but also need to master magic knowledge, rune knowledge, and link magic energy to form a complete magic whole. But now Li Yu has finally realized the benefits of having this kind of spatial origin in his body. Although he cannot borrow external forces and can only practice by himself, the power he cultivates is his own, and he can use them as he pleases. After reading all these basic books, relying on Li Yu's relatively strong spiritual power, although not like Dr. Qi, you can remember them all after reading it and be able to use them proficiently. But Li Yu has mastered the basic understanding of magic and how to use energy to construct magic. It's already evening after reading this. Li Yu directly performs astral projection, and a transparent soul body is drilled out of Li Yu's body. Li Yu did not routinely practice as usual, but floated to the table, grab those borrowed books. No surprise, the book was directly caught in Li Yu's hands, and even felt the touch of the entity, and did not feel the weight of the book. Li Yu was also puzzled, he just remembered that the strange doctor in the movie was reading books with his soul at night. The body is resting, so I tried it. Did not expect that it can really be done. It should be that these books have some special ability, which can allow people to read normally in the state of soul. Li Yu is now reading books about space magic borrowed from the library. Not to mention, looking at this book, Li Yu finally knows why the mage of Karmitage should learn melee combat and become a combat mage. Because of the proliferation of space magic, now basically every mage learns first transmission aperture. Teleportation aperture is also the best to learn. As long as you can communicate magic energy, you can basically use teleportation aperture, so it has caused a phenomenon. If you use long-range magic with the enemy, others can't beat you, directly find a chance to draw a circle to run to. Moreover, it will not be melee attacked by others who often draw a circle behind him. Therefore, long-range magic gradually faded out of the mage's vision. The mage first had to learn melee play, how to use magic energy to build a magic shield, and a magic whip, and then the use of magic tools. This section about the melee mage is written by the author Hu Zhang, just look at it as a joke. After reading the theoretical knowledge of basic space magic, Li Yu picked up the long-awaited mirror space magic. When Li Yu watched the movie, he was very enthusiastic about this magic. Watching the Ancient One simply waved his hand, and the whole world would be feel free to flip. Mirror space can also be called mirror dimension. Everything here only follows the rules established by the magician, and no longer in accordance with the original rules of the world. Because this is the space controlled by Master Karmatage, a different dimension. Unreal or real? Life is already psychedelic. In this dreamlike mirror world of pirate space, everything is even more weird. If the mage is strong enough, you can also change the environment of the mirror space, distort the structure of the entire space, completely reverse it, and continuously cut the mirror world. At the same time, controlling the structure of certain objects in space is even more of a problem. Because all the rules are made by the magician. As long as you have extraordinary magical power and surpass your opponent, you can subvert the mirrored space structure changed by another mage. In the mirrored space, the mage can manipulate buildings, roads, rivers, etc., distorting the shape of these environmental objects. And the changes in the space will not affect the real world. It can be described as the perfect place to trap people, monitor, fight, and practice. With the ability of Supreme Master Guyi, constructing, subverting, and controlling mirror space are all very easy things. Guyi can easily change the direction of gravity, make a big hole, or make the building disappear. Although Li Yu understood the contents of the book, he still did not have the ability to master this kind of mirror space. Li Yu felt that she needed time to ask Master Guyi, believing that she could give herself the perfect answer. Li Yu put down the book and entered a state of meditation. The faint blue light spot in the surrounding space slowly converged towards Li Yu's illusory figure, and finally concentrated on the eyebrow. After a week of meditation, Li Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that after entering the state of meditation again, it seemed to be back to the unknown starry sky. The blue light spot he absorbed was converging toward the sphere in the center of the starry sky. Slowly blend into it, spinning around the ball irregularly. Although Li Yu's feelings are not so clear, he feels that this is a major breakthrough. After all, he hasn't practiced for long. Unconsciously, another few days passed. In addition to studying and practicing with the mages every day during the day, Li Yu was surprised to find that his melee combat ability has actually made a lot of progress. At least under the attack of Master Modu, it can last for a few minutes, and it is the case without using the transmission ability. Don't underestimate this little progress. You must know that Li Yu has never learned to fight before, and it was like this in less than 2 weeks, which was highly praised by Master Modu. Master Guyi had returned 2 days ago, but Li Yu didn't go directly to her, but waited until today to decide to go and ask about the mirror space of Master Guyi. Ancient Venerable, bother me. I came here this time to learn how to use mirror space magic skillfully. In the hall, Master Guyi and Li Yu were sitting opposite each other. The same tea was the same as Li Yu's first visit, but the difference was that the content of the conversation was not the same. Master Li Yu, come with me. Master Guyi didn't have much nonsense. www.novel.com stood up straight, waved his hand to the front, and clicked. I saw the space not far in front, shattered like a mirror, but it didn't fall apart. Guyi walked directly in with the curious Li Yu. Li Yu only feels that he has passed through a film, and has not encountered any obstacles, and the environment inside has not changed much, but everything is contrary to the real world. Mirror space is a place where mages fight. In this, you don't need to worry about the damage to the real environment, but it is also very dangerous. Remember, if you don't have a dangling ring, you can't open the door to the real world. We'll be trapped here. Well, Venerable Gu, I can open the door without hanging rings. Li Yu's whispered explanation, fearing to anger Guyi master. Yes, you don't need it. Nodded slightly, and didn't say much. Next, Guyi showed Li Yu the various abilities that can be used in the mirror space, and taught Li Yu how to open the mirror space. Li Yu was also revealed by Master Guyi, and he quickly mastered this ability, but not very skilled. It requires more practice, and Guyi can easily turn the building, and Li Yu can now turn the roof. Thank you, Venerable Gu. My confusion has been resolved, so I will not disturb Venerable Gu. After Li Yu finished speaking, he disappeared directly in the mirror space controlled by Guyi. This is the result of Li Yu experimenting whether his superpower can be trapped in the mirror space. Sure enough, it is indeed the first ability to escape. This ability is really amazing, but because of your appearance, the future has changed, and the ringer must be the person who answers the ring. Watched Li Yu's disappearance of Guyi, leaving a self-talk, then waved his hand, drawn a circle and walked out of the mirror space. Chapter 42, Learning Mirror Space. Li Yu returned to his room, first took out the book borrowed from the library, and flipped it up. It's just that the books stored in the outside room don't involve much magical knowledge. Everything is the most basic thing, the history of Karmatage, the biographies of certain characters, the world seen from the perspective of Karmatage, etc. Wait, the most are some theoretical things. These collections are also enough for readers to have a sober and comprehensive understanding of the world of the mage, theoretically know what magic is and analyze the mechanism of action. Moreover, unlike Li Yu's initial thoughts, Karmatage's spell system is not exactly an accumulation of experience, and a lot of calculations are also designed. The masters of the past generations are not lacking the kind of breaking the spell itself. Broken, a little bit of characters who are parsed, this is a bit like learning mathematical equations. To sum up, it is very tedious to learn magic, not only need to be proficient in communicating magic energy, but also need to master magic knowledge, rune knowledge, and link magic energy to form a complete magic whole. But now Li Yu has finally realized the benefits of having this kind of spatial origin in his body. Although he cannot borrow external forces and can only practice by himself, the power he cultivates is his own, and he can use them as he pleases. After reading all these basic books, relying on Li Yu's relatively strong spiritual power, although not like Dr. Qi, you can remember them all after reading it and be able to use them proficiently. But Li Yu has mastered the basic understanding of magic and how to use energy to construct magic. It's already evening after reading this. Li Yu directly performs astral projection, and a transparent soul body is drilled out of Li Yu's body. Li Yu did not routinely practice as usual, but floated to the table, toward grab those borrowed books. There was no accident. The book was directly caught in Li Yu's hands, and he even felt the touch of the entity, and he didn't feel the weight of the book. Li Yu was also puzzled. He just remembered that Doctor Strange in the movie read the book with his soul at night. The body is resting, so I tried it. Did not expect that it can really be done. It should be that these books have a special ability, which can allow people to read normally in the state of soul. The books Li Yu is about to read are books about space magic borrowed from the library. Not to mention, looking at this book, Li Yu finally knows why the mage of Karmatage should learn melee combat and become a combat mage. Because of the proliferation of space magic, now basically every mage learns first transmission aperture. Teleportation aperture is also the best to learn. As long as you can communicate magic energy, you can basically use teleportation aperture, so it has caused a phenomenon. If you use long-range magic with the enemy, others can't beat you. Directly find a chance to draw a circle to run. 2. Moreover, it will not be melee attacked by others who often draw a circle behind him. So long-range magic gradually faded out of the mage's vision. The mage first had to learn melee combat, how to use magic energy to build a magic shield, and a magic whip, and then the use of magic tools. This section about the melee mage is written by the author Hu Zhang, just look at it as a joke. After reading the theoretical knowledge of basic space magic, Li Yu picked up the long-awaited mirror space magic. When Li Yu watched the movie, he was very enthusiastic about this magic. Watching the Ancient One simply waved his hand, and the whole world would be feel free to flip. Mirror space can also be called mirror dimension. Everything here only follows the rules established by the magician, and no longer in accordance with the original rules of the world. Because this is the space controlled by Master Karmataj, a different dimension. Unreal or real? Life is already psychedelic. In this dreamlike mirror world of pirate space, everything is even more strange. If the mage is strong enough, you can also change the environment of the mirror space, distort the structure of the entire space, completely reverse it, and continuously cut the mirror world. At the same time, controlling the structure of certain objects in space is even more of a problem. Because all the rules are made by the magician. As long as you have extraordinary magical power and surpass your opponent, you can subvert the mirrored space structure changed by another mage. In the mirrored space, the mage can manipulate buildings, roads, rivers, etc., distorting the shape of these environmental objects. And the changes in the space will not affect the real world. It can be described as the perfect place to trap people, monitor, fight, and practice. With the ability of Supreme Master Guyi, constructing, subverting, and controlling mirror space are all very easy things. Guyi can easily change the direction of gravity, make a big hole, or make the building disappear. Although Li Yu understands the contents of the book, he still has no ability to master this kind of mirror space. Li Yu felt that she needed time to ask Master Guyi, believing that she could give herself the perfect answer. Li Yu put down the book and entered a state of meditation. The faint blue light spot in the surrounding space slowly converged towards Li Yu's illusory figure, and finally concentrated on the eyebrow. After a week of meditation, Li Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that after entering the state of meditation again, it seemed to be back to the unknown starry sky. The blue light spot he absorbed was converging toward the sphere in the center of the starry sky. Slowly blend into it, spinning around the ball irregularly. Although Li Yu's feelings are not so clear, he feels that this is a major breakthrough. After all, he hasn't practiced for long. Unconsciously, another few days passed. In addition to studying and practicing with the mages every day during the day, Li Yu was surprised to find that his melee combat ability has actually made a lot of progress. At least under the attack of Master Modu, it can last for a few minutes, and it is the case without using the transmission ability. Don't underestimate this little progress. You must know that Li Yu has never learned to fight before, and it was like this in less than 2 weeks, which was highly praised by Master Modu. Master Guyi had returned 2 days ago, but Li Yu didn't go directly to her, but waited until today to decide to go and ask about the mirror space of Master Guyi. Ancient Venerable, bother me. I came here this time to learn how to use mirror space magic skillfully. In the hall, Master Guyi and Li Yu were sitting opposite each other. The same tea was the same as Li Yu's first visit, but the difference was that the content of the conversation was not the same. Master Li Yu, come with me. Master Guyi didn't have much nonsense. www.novel.com stood up straight, waved his hand to the front, and clicked. I saw the space not far in front, shattered like a mirror, but it didn't fall apart. Guyi walked directly in with the curious Li Yu. Li Yu only feels that he has passed through a thin film, and has not encountered any obstacles, and the environment inside has not changed much, but everything is contrary to the real world. Mirror space is a place where mages fight. In this, you don't need to worry about the damage to the real environment, but it is also very dangerous. Remember, if you don't have a dangling ring, you can't open the door to the real world. We'll be trapped here. Well, Venerable Gu, I can open the door without hanging rings. Li Yu's whispered explanation, fearing to anger Guyi Master. Yes, you don't need it. Nodded slightly, and didn't say much. Next, Guyi showed Li Yu the various abilities that can be used in the mirror space, and taught Li Yu how to open the mirror space. Li Yu was also revealed by Master Gu Yi, and he quickly mastered this ability, but not very skilled. It requires more practice, and Gu Yi can easily turn the building, and Li Yu can now turn the roof. Thank you, Venerable Gu. My confusion has been resolved, so I will not disturb Venerable Gu. After Li Yu finished speaking, he disappeared directly in the mirror space controlled by Gu Yi. This is the result of Li Yu experimenting whether his superpower can be trapped in the mirror space. Sure enough, it is indeed the first ability to escape. This ability is really amazing, but because of your appearance, the future has changed, and the ringer must be the person who answers the ring. Watched Li Yu's disappearance of Gu Yi, leaving a self-talk, then waved his hand, drawn a circle and walked out of the mirror space. Chapter 43, Comitage Trip ends. Comitage Practice Square. Li Yu stood opposite to a person wearing a dark green robe. The man held a short stick with a few feet in length and posed, waiting for the opposite attack from Li Yu. Li Yu is not nonsense. He stretched out his hands and made a semi-fist shape, slowly pulling away to both sides. A blue light beam slowly appeared in Li Yu's hand. Li Yu waved the blue energy beam in his hand a few times with one hand. It can be used hard as a stick or soft as a whip. After Li Yu finished this, an energy shield outlined by blue energy appeared on his left fist. Li Yu ran directly to the left-hand shield and rushed toward the opposite figure with his right hand. Li Yu's speed was very fast, and he rushed in front of the man in less than a second, directly striking the man with a stick, and the man did not avoid it. He directly raised the short stick to block Li Yu's blow, and then the two he began to wrestle in close quarters, and the various moves were used one by one. Li Yu used all of the melee moves he learned this time, but was easily picked up by the person opposite. Li Yu is not discouraged. The various moves are no longer used in a consistent manner, but become unpredictable. Instead of sticking to one move, you can use whatever move you want. After this, the person opposite was caught off guard by Li Yu's sudden recruiting, and could only be resisted rashly. Although some were embarrassed, he didn't show any defeat. Perhaps I felt that I would lose if I continued this way. The figure stepped back quickly. Before Li Yu missed and caught up, he stepped on the air directly with his feet, and a yellow light appeared suddenly under the shoes on his feet, like a circle. Pan, the man stepped on it, as if stepping on the entity, and actually stepped on the volley for a few times, then crossed the top of Li Yu's head. The yellow light on the short stick in his right hand wrapped around, facing the direction of falling Li Yu's back split. Li Yu looked at the figure that was in front of him, and suddenly quickly circumnavigated himself in the air, turned around hurriedly, and saw a yellow stick hit the head. He hurriedly raised the blue energy shield of his left hand to resist. Boom! With a loud noise, Li Yu's blue shield could not support it, and it turned into fragments and disappeared into the air. The person who resisted the attack was also bounced back. After landing, he stepped back a few steps to stand shape. Master Modu, you won again. Both sides did not attack each other again, but Li Yu said aloud first, yes, it was Moduo who taught Li Yu to fight in close combat. Although it seemed to be a tie between the two sides, Li Yu knew that Modu was only defending his attack and feeding himself. If he also uses attack moves, he may not last long. However, Li Yu is also useless in many ways. At least he has not fully used the power of his own body, because Li Yu's physical fitness is also growing steadily. He can only suppress his strength and motive to learn fighting styles. If he breaks out with all his strength, he is really afraid that Modu will be killed by himself. After all, even if Modu uses magic energy to strengthen his body, it is only a few times that of ordinary people, but now Li Yu, with a punch, has 5 tons of power, which is dozens of times that of ordinary people. Li Yu has been more and more proficient in the control of his power these days in battle with Modu. Master Li Yu, you are too modest, and your progress is obvious to everyone. If it is not by the power of magical instruments, I will hardly win you. Modu also smiled and praised Li Yu. The time passed quickly. Li Yu had been studying at Comitage for a month. This month, Li Yu is progressing faster and faster, and the mirror space spell has been completely mastered by him. He can even manipulate the power of space in the real world and fold space and matter at will. As in the movie, Cassilis showed the same after absorbing the power of Dormammu's dark dimension. But Li Yu does not have to become a panda eye like Cassilis. However, Li Yu has not used it in front of people, but just secretly practiced by himself. This ability is not enough to affect the real-world environment, but it can be used for personal use. For example, after Li Yu used it against Modu, only he could feel that the world was flipped and folded by Li Yu at will, but in fact the real world did not change. During this period of cultivation, Li Yu was also thinking about how to change the fate of Cassilis and Master Mudo, but there was no good way. Cassilis has fallen deeply into obsession. He lives to resurrect his wife and children. For this purpose, he can do whatever he wants. Master Mudo is a relatively old-fashioned person who doesn't know what to do, and even hates people who break the rules of the world. It is known in the movie that Guyi took power from the dark dimension to achieve eternal life, which caused his world view to collapse, so it became blackened, which made Li Yu feel a little sorry. However, Li Yu did not come up with a very good way. He could only instill Modu every time he saw him. The strength was good or bad, only the talents were good and evil. But looking at Modu, it doesn't seem to have much effect. While Li Yu was thinking about how to change their destiny, his mobile phone rang for the first time, giving Li Yu some bad hunch. Wouldn't it be an accident? Li Yu answered the phone and hurriedly asked, "Tony, what happened? What are you doing so anxiously?" "Nothing happened to you." You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. You have disappeared for a month. How are you doing? I have upgraded my armor several times. When will you come back? I let you see how powerful they are. Tony heard a familiar voice over the phone, and Li Yu was relieved when he heard that there was no major event, and then he was a little angry. "Don't call me if you're okay, scaring me, I thought something happened," Li Yu said to Tony angrily. "Li Yu, you don't want to know what your little girlfriend is doing after you have been away for so long? Are you afraid that she will run away with Xiaobai?" Tony's whispered voice came, and what he said made Li Yu even wish to transmit it and beat him up. "Tony, is there anything? I'll hang up if it's okay." "Don't say it, don't hang it first." "I'm right. The Stark Industry Fair will start tonight. Would you like to come to the opening ceremony? There are many beautiful women here." Tony finally started talking about the business. Hearing Tony's words, Li Yu couldn't help but sigh. The time passed so fast, a month passed in the blink of an eye, and it's exactly the time for Tony to hold the Science and Technology Expo, which is also the beginning of Iron Man 2. But now that Tony has solved the palladium poisoning, he should not go to the car to die, nor know how to play the whip Yvonne. "If you don't go, you must have as many bags as you want. I have no mood to see you install B." Li Yu finished answering Tony's call, and didn't wait for Tony to continue talking, and hung up directly. But this still made Li Yu feel that it was also time to end this trip to Comitage, and it was time to resign with Master Guyi. Thinking like this, Li Yu entered the state of soul out and began to practice regularly every night. Chapter 44, Ancient One Reminder. Although Li Yu said not to go to the opening scene of the Stark Expo, he watched the live broadcast of the opening ceremony on his computer. Tony jumped down from the plane wearing a steel armor. With the sparks of fireworks in the air, Tony was on a kneeling posture and landed directly on the stage of the opening ceremony, causing the audience below to cheer. Immediately after Tony's steel armor was taken off by the mechanical arm protruding from the ground, Tony appeared in front of everyone wearing a decent suit, which caused even more fierce cheers from the audience. Applause and cheers continued for more than 10 seconds. During this period, instead of opening his mouth, Tony turned his head, put his hands behind his ears, and listened to the cheers under the stage. His face was full of pride and pretentious expression. After the applause subsided, Tony spoke, and he only said something pretentious. "I can guarantee world peace and the like alone." Seeing that Li Yu kept vomiting, it was indeed the most narcissistic Tony. In the movie, Tony was arrogant at the opening ceremony during the palladium poisoning. Now he has got rid of the threat of palladium poisoning. The audience under the stage, listening to Tony, caused a burst of cheers. In short, after watching the live broadcast of Li Yu, he didn't see what was the opening of the Science and Technology Expo, more like the personal performance of the superhero Iron Man. Li Yu was not bored to watch the opening ceremony. He was afraid that some people could not help but start working with Tony at the opening, but nothing seemed to happen at the scene. Seeing the perfect opening of the Stark Expo, Li Yu stopped paying attention and started his cultivation. He planned to go with Gu Yi tomorrow and prepare to go back. At this time, Tony just stepped down. After going out, a large group of people gathered around. There were Iron Man fans who wanted to sign. There were also some young stars who wanted to rely on the relationship with Tony. Some of them wanted to and Tony talks about company executives who cooperate. Under the of the bodyguard happy, he finally got rid of those people's siege and came to his own sports car. And beside the sports car stood a blonde woman. Although Tony, who is a playboy, is still a little bit out of control, she still can't help but export the tease. Unfortunately, this beautiful woman is a policeman. He came to Tony to present him with a subpoena and asked him to attend the Senate Military Committee in Washington at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Tony had expected this. Sure enough, the military couldn't help but he wanted to take something from Tony Stark. They were still tender. Tony, whose beautiful mood was destroyed, directly started his sports car and quickly left in a burst of motor roar. The next day, Li Yu got up very early in the morning. He basically does not need to sleep now. As long as his soul is cultivated and his body rests at night, he will be full of energy the next day. Li Yu got out of her room directly, after some washing, came to the training square, and began a morning practice time with a group of masters. There are all kinds of mage here, including yellow, black, white, normal, and some physically impaired, such as an old man with a white beard wearing a robe. He is only one hand half left. Li Yu had met him in the movie and slapped the man who faced Doctor Strange fiercely. When Li Yu saw him for the first time, he stared at him for a long time, which made him feel inexplicable. Kamatage is training some basic magic in the morning, like drawing portals, making magic shields, magic whips, etc. Although Li Yu has mastered these magics, he still insists on training with these mages. After finishing the morning training, Li Yu felt that it was also time to resign with Gu Yi. By the way, thank her for her teachings on her cultivation. This month is her first start and also her most important period. Because Li Yu finally figured out how to travel through the world, the starry sky he saw before crossing was in his mind. To travel through the world, he needed to light up the stars in his mind. Now his stars have lit up too. The first represents the Marvel world, and the other represents the X-Men world. He now needs to practice space energy until he can completely light up the third star, that is, Li Yu crosses again in the world. The last traversal of the last one was because he touched the cube of the universe and absorbed a lot of space energy, so the second star was lit. Therefore, Li Yu felt that it was necessary for him to find a way to get the space gem, so it is much easier to cross the world. But these are all Li Yu's ideas, and the actual situation has yet to be tested. I thought about it. Li Yu unknowingly reached the entrance of the hall where Gu Yi was. Li Yu walked directly in. He believed Gu knew he had already arrived. After coming in, I saw Gu Yi was sitting there, with a teapot and 2 cups on the table in front of him. Gu Yi was making tea there, and his movements were not in a hurry, as if it contained some natural laws. Ancient Venerable, I think. Master Li Yu, without further ado, sit down and have a cup of tea first. Master Guyi smiled and interrupted Li Yu, invited Li Yu to sit down, and poured a freshly brewed tea for Li Yu. Seeing Guyi like this, Li Yu did not rush to ask about leaving, and slowly drank tea. Although Li Yu still does not know how to taste tea www.novel.com, but it is not like before in that way, drink it directly, but drink it bit by bit, slowly reminiscent of the fragrance of tea. Master Li Yu, I already know the purpose of your coming today, and I will not keep you, but I still need to tell you something. After Li Yuelian drank 2 cups of tea, the silent Guyi finally broke the calm, and said that he knew the purpose of Li Yu this time. Thank you, Venerable Gu, for teaching me this month. I must bear in mind, if you have any instructions, please say, I will try my best to complete. Li Yu solemnly replied that although the teaching time of the ancient couple Li Yu is not long, Li Yu is still very grateful for the teaching of Guyi. I don't have any instructions, you just have to do what you think is right. But I still want to remind you that the future has changed and you can't be too dependent on what you know. Just after you come to this earth, many things, I cannot predict it now. After listening to Guyi's words, Li Yu fell into contemplation, secretly thinking about the meaning of Guyi's words. An ancient venerable, can't you see the future with time stones? Li Yu couldn't help asking. It's not that you can't see the future, but that the future has become blurred. There are so many possibilities. Before you come to Earth, I see that Cassilis will fall into darkness after a few years, and Strange the Doctor will come to Karmitage, he will heal his hands, and eventually save the world, and I will die. Guyi said slowly, the tone did not change, as if the things she said had nothing to do with her. But now that kind of future has changed. No one can anticipate what is about to happen. Chapter 45, Telmodineza. During the time Li Yu and Guyi talked, the Senate Military Committee in Washington has already begun. The senator headed by took the lead in sending trouble to Tony, asking him to surrender the technology of the steel suit. In the follow-up movie, it also pointed out that the senator is actually a member of the Hydra. And who is Tony? In 3 or 2 sentences, the senator was speechless. Under the helplessness of that senator, the Hydra can only first invite Justin Hammer, the president of Hanmer Industries, and hope that he can stress Tony. However, Justin Hammer was also unlucky, and was sneered by Tony when he came in. Justin Hammer, the current president of Hanmer Industries, he always expected to surpass Stark Industries and cooperate with the US military. When Tony suddenly shut down the Stark Industrial Weapon Production Department, he almost jumped with joy. Do you think Tony Stark's brain is broken and made such a stupid decision? And his Hanmer industry also took the opportunity to seize the arms business with the government and sell the arms produced by the Hanmer industry to the US military. When Justin Hammer had to laugh and wake up for this dream, where would he think that Iron Man suddenly came out, and Tony Stark actually admitted to the public that he was Iron Man? And the US government would not be so jealous of seeing such advanced technology, and wished to drive the tank directly to Tony's villa to the steel armor technology, but they could not do that, nor dare to do that. Can only secretly strongly support Hanmer industry, hoping that they can copy the steel armor, but unfortunately not everyone is a genius like Tony. With the strong support of the government, Hanmer industry has no work on the imitation of steel armor. Progress. The government can only helplessly give up the large investment of US dollars, but cannot see any hope of return. Even a fool will not continue. But watching Iron Man's reputation grow stronger and stronger, even the steel armor on him has been changed from generation to generation. The support of the American people for Iron Man has even exceeded the government, which has caused some politicians to panic. So it was only after the Hydra organization secretly conspired that we had today's hearing, the purpose of which was to force Tony Stark to surrender his steel suit technology, and Justin Hammer was also invited to come and visit the government's weapons expert. Justin Hammer didn't have Tony to be able to speak, and under Tony's sarcasm, he could only sneer Tony's father. Senator Hydra's meeting with Justin Hammer didn't help much, and he had to ask the military representative, Colonel Tony's good friend, Colonel, to let him read a specific paragraph. It is a pity that Rod is a friend of Tony. Of course, speaking to Tony, if it is not that Rod is reconciling between the military and Tony, the military can't help but take Tony's suit technology. However, Tony didn't want to waste his time. He directly took out his mobile phone and under some operations, he invaded the system here and made the video of imitation of steel armor in various countries public. Looking at the terrible results after the failure of North Korea, Iran, and Hanmer Industries to copy the steel armor on the display, the audience burst out in shock. Tony also took the opportunity to sarcastically say to Justin Hammer, "It will take 5 to 10 years for other countries to copy the steel armor, and Hanmer Industries may take 20 years." Caused a burst of laughter from the audience. I can bring world peace alone. Eventually, this confrontation ended with Tony winning, but the government would not be so good, especially the Senator Hydra. At this time, in a dilapidated room, the light was dim, an uncut long-haired uncle, looking at Tony after the victory on TV, his face full of hatred. Then he no longer paid attention to the TV picture, but intensified to create a device, and finally a simple exoskeleton armor was put on his body, and there were lashes with flashing arcs in his hands, and there was also a Tony's similar arc reactor. At this time, Li Yu had ended his conversation with Gu Yi and was ready to leave Comitage. Before leaving, Li Yu still wanted to say goodbye to Master Casillas and Master Mudo. When he found Casillas, he was diligently practicing this magic, and Li Yu was already surprised. "Master Casillas, I'm here to say goodbye to you this time, I'm leaving Carmitage." Watching Li Yu coming, Casillas stopped practicing magic. "Master Li Yu, why are you so eager to leave?" When Li Yu arrived, Casillas couldn't help but wonder. "It's nothing. It's just that my cultivation has been on the right track, and I'm not an official mage. I don't need to stay in Carmitage and practice again, so I'm going back." Of course, Li Yu can't say that I'm going back to participate in the plot, I can only find an excuse to suffocate the past. Casillas didn't say much, just regretted that he couldn't continue to practice with Li Yu, but still respected Li Yu's departure. "Master Li Yu, there will be a period in the future. Master Casillas, take care, remember that the departure of your wife and children is not your fault, I hope you can come out soon, and hope that we will be friends when we meet again." Li Yuruo finished his thoughts, and then turned directly to leave. "Friend? Hope?" Casillas looked at Li Yu's back, his eyes flickering, and I wondered what he was thinking. "Master Mudo, I'm here to say goodbye to you." Li Yu found Master Modu again, but it seemed that knowing that Li Yu was leaving, Modu did not show an unexpected look. "Master Mudo, let me tell you a story." Didn't wait for Modu to react, Li Yu said straightly. "A long time ago, heaven and earth aura gave birth to a Hung Yuan bead with huge energy. Yuan Shi Tianzun refined the Hung Yuan bead into spirit beads and magic pills. www.novel.com. Spirit beads were reborn as human beings, which can cut off demons and remove evil spirits to protect the world. It will not be invaded, and the magic pill will give birth to the devil, and it will cause harm to the world. Yuan Shi Tianzun launched the heaven tribulation spell. After 3 years, Tian Li will come and destroy the magic pill. Tai Yi was ordered to bear the Lingzhu on Chen Tangwen's son Neza. However, there are yin and yang errors. Maru was dropped out. Neza, who was supposed to be the hero of Lingzhu, became a great demon king. In the end, Neza and Ao Bing gave their lives to save the world. Yes, Li Yu adapted the plot of the domestic animation Neza's Devil Comes that he had seen in the previous life, and told Modu. Mainly highlight the greatness of Neza. "Master Modu, anyone born to be a demon can change his destiny and save the world. Therefore, power is not good or bad. You can use power to save the world, or use it to destroy the world." Li Yu continued to flicker at Master Modu. Modu's face can't tell what expression is now. There are doubts, shocks, and unbelievable. The impact of Li Yu's story on his worldview just now is very huge. Although he did not know who Yuan Shi Tianzun was, who the Tai real person was, and what the heavenly tribulation was, he could still understand the general idea of the story that a person who should have become a devil had saved the world. He has now begun to doubt himself, doubting whether his persistence is correct. So, Master Modu, don't stick to conventions and learn to break down the secular boundaries. Hope you can think about it next time you meet. Li Yu looked at Modu, who was in a deep contemplation, thinking in his heart that he can only help you to get here. Whether he can change your future destiny or not depends on yourself. Li Yu did not disturb Modu, disappeared directly in front of him, disappeared in Comitage. Chapter 46, Yvonne Vank. California's Malibu Tony Villa, Li Yu's figure suddenly appeared in the living room. Welcome to you, Mr. Li Yu. Jarvis' voice sounded, welcoming Li Yu's arrival. Although it did not understand why Li Yu suddenly appeared in the villa, it was used to Li Yu's sudden appearance. Hello, Jarvis, what is Tony busy? Li Yu was also not polite. He took out a can of Happy House water directly in the refrigerator of the villa, drank on a soft sofa and drank it, while asking out loudly, Tony was busy. Li Yu practiced at Carmitage this month. Although it is not very bitter, it is unavoidable for rough tea and light rice. After all, Carmitage is the place to clean up. Mr. Li Yu, Mr. Stark, and Ms. Pepper are in the underground research room and are discussing some issues, but they are discussing a bit intensely. Jarvis's voice came, it is worthy of the most emotional artificial intelligence, but also knows to save face for Tony. Need me to inform Mr. Stark that you are here? Jarvis asked Li Yu on the sofa. No, Jarvis, I will wait for them here. Li Yu said to Jarvis that he would not need to notify Tony. Jarvis, project a game out, it's boring to stay. Li Yu sat upright, asked Jarvis to project a game onto the table, and then started playing. Li Yu waited for more than 10 minutes. After playing several games, Tony and Pepper came from the underground laboratory. Little Chili smiled, and Tony came to see Li Yu, who was playing games on the sofa. Yo, after a month, you are finally willing to come back? Jarvis, why don't you tell me when Li Yu comes over? Tony teased Li Yu first and then asked Jarvis. Mr. Li Yu said. Well, Tony, I let Jarvis not disturb you. Li Yu saw that Tony and Pepper were coming up, so he stopped playing games. With a wave of his hand, Jarvis intelligently turned off the virtual projection. Li Yu got up from the sofa and came to Tony and Pepper. Ms. Pepper, long time no see. Li Yu didn't talk to Tony first, but extended a hand to the little Pepper and said hello. Mr. Li Yu, long time no see. Little Chili also reached out and shook Li Yu, then released. Because Li Yu once saved Xiao Chili, their relationship is good. Okay, Li Yu and Tony are talking to you. There are still things in the company. I'll be busy first. After Chili said hello to Li Yu, he took an excuse to understand and left first, leaving Li Yu and Tony alone. How can it feel weird? After Xiao Chili left, the atmosphere between Li Yu and Tony was much easier. They are now very good friends. Even now Li Yu's position in Tony's heart may surpass Colonel Rod. Li Yu, why did you go this month? Don't bother. Tony and Li Yu sat on the sofa. Tony took the lead and asked Li Yu. Don't you tell me, I'm going to learn magic. Are you kidding? You told me that there are aliens in this world, and I can barely believe that magic? What is that? Tony listened to Li Yu's words and couldn't believe it. Okay, it doesn't seem to let you open your eyes. Li Yu directly pressed down with both hands. The whole villa was like a toy block that was shattered into pieces, and began to slowly split and combine. Walls and roofs began to flip and fold at will. The ground at the foot of Li Yu and Tony began to slowly change, and the distance between them was getting farther and farther away. I believe it. I believe it. You stop, my villa. Watching the villa was broken into pieces by Li Yu directly, watching him get further and further away from Li Yu, the ground at his feet actually extended infinitely. Tony was already frightened by everything in front of him. He hurriedly made Li Yu stop, and his villa was ruined without stopping. Li Yu looked at Tony and couldn't help but laughed. The first time he saw Tony, Li Yu felt very interesting, but he still stopped the magic of mirror space and restored the villa to its original state. Li Yu, you will let me know this time next time, I can't stand such a sudden attack. However, Li Yu, how did you just do it? I clearly saw that the villa will be destroyed by you, how can I blink? Is it the same again? Tony looked at the villa intact and patted his fragile little heart. But Tony is Tony after all. Although shocked in his heart, he quickly overwhelmed the horror in his heart. He asked curiously how Li Yu did it. This is magic, the result of my study this month. Li Yu picked up the mansion happy water, took a sip, and replied. This is magic? What a cool! Where did you learn it? Give me the address and I will learn it too. I will give you how much money I need. Tony has a wealthy appearance, saying that he also wants to learn such cool magic. Forget it, you still have to study your steel armor, taking the technical route is not worse than magic, and it is more suitable for you. Li Yu refused Tony decisively. He didn't want Tony to give up the technological route and learn some magic. Although Tony has also become a supreme master in previous comics, Li Yu cannot guarantee that Tony in front of him can also become a supreme master. So let him take the technological route honestly. Well, also, as a genius scientist, of course I must use technology to save the world. Tony just talked about it casually. www.novel.com. Of course he is not in the mood to learn magic. He still likes to upgrade his steel armor. The sense of accomplishment is unmatched. However, Tony is still more interested in magic. If he also incorporates magic in his suit, it will definitely be more powerful. Tony thought silently in his heart. Okay Tony, I came back this time with a business. Do you remember that I reminded you to be careful before I leave? Of course I remember, for this matter, I still let Happy carry a portable armor. But this month I did not encounter danger, what's wrong? Tony asked curiously. To tell you the truth, I saw some fragments of your future, including this time, someone secretly prepared to attack you, and he also successfully built the arc reactor, although relatively primitive. Impossible, only I know the arc reactor technology, how others can make it, absolutely impossible. Tony looked incredulous, and then firmly rejected, he did not believe that someone could develop the arc reactor technology. You don't believe it? You can check Ivan Vank and Anton Vank. Li Yu did not refute Tony, but reported two names. Jarvis, did you hear Li Yu's words? Check Ivan Vank, and wait, Anton Vank? I really want to see the name somewhere. Tony suddenly felt that the name was somewhat familiar to him, and then he slowly remembered in his mind where he had seen the name. By the way, this name was seen in the relics left by my father. Tony snapped his head suddenly, remembering where he had seen the name. At the same time, Jarvis' query results also came out. Chapter 47, Natasha Romanoff. The inquiry has been completed. Sir, Anton Vank is a Soviet physicist who defected to the United States in 1963, but was subsequently accused of being a spy who sneaked into the country and was deported in 1967. Ivan Vank is his son, also a physicist, and was sentenced to 15 years in Kopsk prison for reselling plutonium materials to Pakistan. Only the information can be found on the public network. Jarvis's voice came, and Tony listened to Jarvis's report, and also understood the reason for the incident. Tony had seen Anton Vank's name in his father's profile. It was on the drawing of the arc reactor, even in front of his father's name. But somehow he would be deported as a spy. But now is not the time to think about this, the important thing is that his son Ivan Vank is already staring at himself. What should he do? Li Yu, since this is the case, what do you think I should do? Tony paused in contemplation and looked at Li Yu, expecting Li Yu to have some good ideas. How about letting us lead a snake out of the hole? Li Yu thought for a while, looked at his Tony with his eyes, and said suddenly. Take the snake out of the hole? How to lead? The next day, Li Yu appeared as usual in the living room of Tony's villa. Jarvis, what is Tony doing? Li Yu asked at Jarvis. Mr. Li Yu, Mr. Stark is in the gym, and Mr. Happy is performing physical training. Do I need to inform Mr. Stark? I know, you don't need to notify him, I'll go find them myself. Li Yu is already familiar with Tony's villa as his own home, so of course he knows where the gym is and walks directly. Gym ring, Tony is with a glove and Happy to practice with, or is Happy sided beating, he was too fat, do not flexible skill Tony opponent. Fortunately, he was wearing protective gear and was not injured. Good morning, Tony, Happy. Li Yu came to the gym and greeted Tony and Happy directly. Good morning, Li Yu, do you want to come and practice with Happy? Forget it, I won't go up. Li Yu directly rejected Tony's proposal and made a joke, he was afraid that he would accidentally kill Happy on the stage. Li Yu didn't exercise for a month. What he learned from Modu was very practical fighting skills, which were summed up after Modu experienced life and death. Seeing that Li Yu was unwilling to come on stage, Tony did not say much, and continued to exercise with Happy. Li Yu was unkindly made on the sofa. While watching Tony beat Happy, he picked up the fruit on the table and ate it. Not to mention, Tony's fighting level is not bad, it seems to be serious training, and some moves are actually like the Wing Chun in the Ye Wen movie in the previous life. It seems that he has been specially learned. Imagine Tony wearing a steel armor, posing in the same style of Ye Wen, and introducing himself to the enemy opposite, Wing Chun, Iron Man, I will fight 10. Li Yu almost couldn't help laughing. Tony, have you learned Wing Chun? How can I look a little like? After Li Yu ate a banana, he asked aloud. Li Yu, do you also know Wing Chun? This is what I learned from teachers, and it is said to be Bruce Lee's brother. Li Yu heard Tony's answer and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He really didn't know that this world actually has Kung Fu superstar Bruce Lee. Hey, Tony, the notary is here. Can you come and sign the transfer document? Mr. Li Yu, you are there too. Good morning. Small Pepper suddenly came in from the outside, and while talking to Tony loudly, he saw Li Yu sitting on the sofa and said hello quickly. Li Yu also hurriedly stood up and said hello to Xiao Chili, but he felt that this scene was a bit familiar, and then he was a little unbelievable. Hasn't Tony got rid of palladium poisoning? Immediately, Li Yu's eyes could not help but look towards the door, not knowing if she was coming in later. Shirley did not disappoint Li Yu, came in a black trousers with a lower body, a white shirt on the upper body, holding documents in his hands, long waists with thin waists, and a red curly hair beauty that was not good enough. Really deserved to be a black widow, and as soon as he appeared, he surprised the three men present. It was Happy who reacted first and couldn't help but give the dull Tony a head back. Li Yu is also staring closely at the woman who came in. It is not his lust, but he is too familiar with this figure. Although he has not seen a real person, he has seen it in countless times in the movie. It is worthy that the bath water can become Durant's dedicated drinking water widow, it makes people look really amazing, and then recalled her information in her mind. Natasha Romanoff, undercover agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Instructed by the superior and renamed Natalie Rushman, he entered the Stark Industrial Law Department and tried to approach Tony Stark. Natasha, who has been in Stark Industries for a few months, finally had the opportunity to get close to Tony Stark yesterday. For this reason, she had to add some laxatives to the coffee of the former legal counsel yesterday to win today the chance to see Tony. Her purpose is to attract the attention of Tony, a playboy. Today she is undoubtedly successful. Her stunning appearance has successfully attracted Tony's attention. But Natasha noticed that someone who accidentally appeared here was Li Yu, who was sitting on the sofa, which made her look slightly stunned, but soon recovered. www.novel.com. Nada, of course, Shan knows Li Yu's information. The director told her that Li Yu, who is said to be from other universes, is mysterious. Hasn't he gone for a month? Why did it suddenly appear? It seems that when I go back, I will report the latest situation to the director. Natasha thought, but her good qualities as an agent did not let her show up on the bright side. Her current task is mainly to get close to Tony, understand her personality, and have the best chance to get the technical information of the steel war suit. Finally, with Li Yu watching, Tony handed over the management of the company to Little Pepper. She also said that she wanted this consultant from the legal department to be his life assistant, but was rejected by Xiao Chili. She was the one who knew Tony best. Watching Little Pepper and Natasha leave, Tony is still staring closely at Natasha's back. Li Yu can't help but remind Tony, I think you better take away your thoughts, she is not a simple person. Li Yu did not directly state Natasha's identity. How? Do you know her? She is not simple. Why is it not simple? Tony directly asked several questions in a row. Natasha didn't realize that he had any problems. Isn't she just a little prettier and sexy? Anyway, I remind you, it is up to you to listen. Li Yu didn't continue to say more. How about, are you ready for action in a few days? Relax, such a good opportunity, I believe that Ivan Vank will not give up, then lead him out, I will put on my latest steel armor, in front of everyone, and teach him hard. Let him see who is the most talented scientist. Tony said confidently that he could not wait to see that Ivan Vank. Chapter 48, Nanotechnology is Your Future. By Tony, hasn't your palladium poisoning been resolved? Why should you hand over management of the company to Pepper? Li Yu was a little curious. Tony knew that he had little time in the movie, so he wanted to leave the company to Little Pepper to manage, and even gave his friend Rhodes a set of steel armor. Now that his palladium poisoning has been resolved, why should he still do it? This makes Li Yu a little confused. Li Yu, why can't I hand over the company to Pepper management when my palladium poisoning is resolved? Is there any connection between them? After hearing Li Yu's question, Tony asked curiously, he didn't know what the relationship was between the two. Ah, so your decision is the real idea in your heart. Of course, after this period of time, I found that I didn't want to manage the company's trivial things. I just wanted to study my steel armor and do what a superhero should do. And Pepper is the best person to manage the company. The first person in my heart has always been her. First, I don't have to doubt that she will betray me, and secondly, she manages the company more than I am, so I handed the company to Pei Po is the most real idea in my heart, not mixed with any other factors. Li Yu listened to Tony's sincere words, and some understood that Tony really didn't want to waste time on the company's affairs, but saved time to develop new armor. Tony, haven't you always wanted me to see how powerful your latest armor is? Isn't it the right time now? Go, take me to see your latest achievements. Li Yu digressed and said to Tony. Yeah, I always wanted you to see my latest achievements, but there was no chance. Without further ado, I will take you to see my latest armor and keep your eyes open. Speaking of this, Tony was proud of his face. Can't wait to take Li Yu to the underground laboratory. And Happy, just after being knocked down by Natasha's life-threatening scissors, went out in vain, fearing that he would be killed by Tony's joke if he stayed here. Not long ago, Tony took Li Yu to the underground laboratory. The most conspicuous place displayed Tony's historical armor prototypes. The first one on the left is to help Tony escape from the cave, the clunky Mark I. This was later rebuilt by Tony. Next is Mark II, Mark III, and Mark IV, which meet in red and gold. These sets of armor are not very different, but Tony has improved some of the defects in the armor, or upgraded the weapon system. After that, the Mark V is different. This is the first portable armor developed by Tony. Before wearing it, it was only one suitcase in size. The advantage is that it is lighter and does not require the assistance of Jarvis' intelligent robotic arm. You can dress quickly. The shortcomings are also obvious. As a war armor used in emergency situations, this set of armor uses lighter alloy materials, so the resistance to attack is relatively weak, and there is no armament weapon loaded, only the palm cannon can be used. And the most important thing is not to fly. Starting with Mark VI, Tony's arc reactor has become a new type of reactor powered by new elements, and the lights on the front of the battle armor have also changed from a circle to a triangle. Of course, these are all introduced to Li Yu by Tony. The front armor are all appetizers. Now I will introduce you to my latest model armor, Mark VII. Tony now seems to be an old bastard who can speak up to attract guests. Li Yu is not good at interrupting him, he can only pretend to listen to him seriously, how powerful his armor is. Li Yu couldn't help but say, I have seen Mark 85, and still care about your original armor. Of course Li Yu will not say this. Tony finally talked about the advanced weapons of Mark VII. Next is the most revolutionary function of Mark VII. The laser guidance and tracking rapid deployment system does not require any external mechanical assistance to complete the deployment and wear. Just order Jarvis to activate, and then confirm the user's identity by scanning the encrypted information on the metal bracelet worn by the user, and activate the armor deployment program. You can quickly wear the armor. Jarvis, ready to wear Mark VII armor. After Tony finished speaking, he directly showed the bracelet on his hands and performed how to quickly wear Mark VII in front of Li Yu. I have to say that Tony is indeed a genius. After Li Yu's interference, Tony's warframe update speed is faster than the performance in the movie. At this time, the warframe used in the reunification of the New York War has been developed. Of course, Tony, who was wearing a good armor, would not take off without doing anything. He flew out of the villa directly in front of Li Yu's eyes and flew away. On the top of the villa, Li Yu watched Tony's figure flying rapidly after breaking through the speed of sound and producing a sonic boom, and he was envious, although he had the ability to go wherever he wanted, but he hasn't done it yet. The experience of flying fast. Li Yu also wanted to have a set of armor. Of course, he couldn't look down on the heavy armor of Tony now. Li Yu's favorite is the nano armor developed by Tony later. Although the nano warframe wears some mechanical metal feeling when it is worn, it can't stand it, it is handsome and cool, and it is easy to carry and powerful. It can even take a few tricks with the power tyrant and succeed in winning. A blood. When Li Yu thought so, Tony had flown back in a circle. How about? This suit is very powerful, right? Tony, after taking off the armor, asked Li Yu sternly. And I was thinking, you can split the armor into several modules and add them to the flight system separately, then you can fly directly to my side to wear them at a long distance. How about my idea? Tony said his thoughts. www.novel.com. I hope to get Li Yu's surprised look. It's a pity that Li Yu's face always kept a calm look, and there weren't too many surprised expressions, which made Tony very unhappy. Tony, I think that nanotechnology is your future. Warframe is also appreciated. I will go back first. Bye, Tony. After Li Yu finished speaking, he disappeared directly in front of Tony, leaving only Tony froze after he heard what Li Yu said. Thinking of the hint given by Li Yu in my heart, nanotechnology, yet, after nanotechnology, how much more cumbersome the armor wear. Nanomolecules can form a body armor covering the whole body in a few seconds, and can change the combination of weapons at will. Li Yu must have seen it in the future. His stupid brain is definitely not so clever. How could he come up with such a perfect idea? Absolutely plagiarized my future warframe technology. Tony, who knew Li Yu's situation, didn't believe that Li Yu had come up with such a good idea. That was only what Li Yu saw in future clips, and he took it to attack himself. Jarvis, create a new file called Nano Warframe R&D, and store it on my private server. No one can access it without my permission. Purchase some theoretical and technological achievements of nanotechnology, and compile a nanotechnology material. I will learn from scratch. Tony told Jarvis to imagine the result of the application of nanotechnology on the steel armor in his mind. He could not wait to start the research of nanomaterials. Additionally, inquire about the successful scientists in the field of nanotechnology, contact them, hire them at high salary to Stark Industries. Money is not a problem. Tony Pride added. Chapter 49, Monaco Racing. Li Yu saw Tony again a few days later, and Li Yu did not go to Tony's house these days. And Tony seems to be caught in crazy research, staying in the underground research room all day, hoping to research nanotechnology early. How can such a cutting-edge technology be so easy to research results, and in a few days, Tony has not made much progress. This is the time for the Monaco racing competition. A Rolls-Royce parked slowly at the door. Happy came out of the cab and opened the rear seat door. There was a man and a woman in the back row. It was Tony and the little Pepper who were invited to come. And the co-pilot also came down alone. This person is Li Yu, who came together. This is the first time Li Yu has made such a luxury car. After seeing Tony, there was a commotion around the crowd. Fortunately, the staff here had already prepared to isolate the crowd, and Tony and his party directly entered the hall banquet. Natasha, who was dressed up, was preparing to receive Tony in front of her. Little Pepper looked at Natasha, who was reporting to Tony, and she exuded a thick vinegar. She didn't expect Tony to hire Natasha as his personal help. However, under the large public, only a smile on the face was forced to face the person who kept taking pictures. Tony and Pepper are walking in front, while Li Yu is walking at the end. He doesn't want to follow Tony and is being photographed. Tony and Pepper kept smiling to meet the celebrity businessmen who came up with each other. This included Justin Hammer, who Li Yu saw for the first time, followed by the reporter who had a one-night stand with Tony. After all kinds of awkward coping, Tony finally got rid of the crowd and came to a quiet room with Li Yu to discuss the next thing. Tony, are you ready? Don't mess up in the next moment, then you will be embarrassed in front of the audience. Relax, it's all ready, my skills are absolutely no problem. Just wait for the person named Yvonne to appear, and then see how I teach him. Also, Li Yu, you can be optimistic, don't let me die in the hands of the enemy, but be killed by a racing accident. Relax, are you still unclear about my ability? You can go to the game as much as possible. I guarantee you will be unscathed in case of an accident. You can rest assured that you say that, I have long wanted to participate in a racing competition, but I have never had the opportunity to take advantage of this time to go to race once. Tony's face is full of smiles. As a sports car lover, he has long wanted to have a game of adrenaline soaring. There is no chance, you are afraid of death. Li Yu ruthlessly disassembled, but Tony's face did not show embarrassment because of Li Yu's words, but said proudly, I cherish life. The racing competition started immediately, but little Pepper found out that Tony disappeared somehow and did not appear in front of himself again. She found Tony in the monitor hanging behind the wall. At this time, he was wearing a blue racer costume and jumped directly into the track to talk to the staff on the side. The staff was shocked. Tony Stark, who is the top rich man and superhero Iron Man, actually had to drive the car himself to race. Are the richer people the more cherish their lives? This is the thought of the staff, but since Tony put forward, he certainly will not refuse, or even very happy in his heart. An unlucky racing driver was replaced by Tony. In a depressed mood, he threw the helmet the ground and flew away. Tony went directly into the car, preparing for the race. All of this was broadcast on TV in real time. Everyone on the scene knew that Tony Stark was actually going to drive the car in person. The person who was most worried about was the little Pepper, who was looking at the retransmission screen. She called directly to Natasha, who is now Tony's personal assistant. "Do you know that Tony is going to participate in this competition?" asked Natasha in a poor voice. "I don't know until now." Natasha is also very aggressive. The information does not show that Tony has got rid of palladium poisoning, and created a new arc reactor. How can he still make such a crazy move now? Is his brain broken? Although little Pepper is very worried about Tony, it is too late to stop because the game has already started. Tony was like a lifeless madman at first. He drove the car directly on the track, and kept overtaking, drifting, and turning. How dangerous and how to drive, as if not afraid of accidents at all. At this time, Li Yu, who looked at Tony like this, had a headache. This Tony really believed himself, and he was really crazy. He could only hope that Tony did not forget the purpose of this time. Watching Tony's car in the broadcast screen constantly performing operations with a very high risk factor, the little Pepper was worried. "I was afraid that Tony would have an accident in the next second." Natasha next to was also shocked to see. "This is Tony. Don't die, do you dare to drive like this during the game, really not afraid of accidents?" Ivan Vanko, who was in the staff, watched Tony drive like this. www.novel.com. "I can't help but wonder if I don't have to trouble him. If I drive like this, something will happen sooner or later. But this is just a joke." Of course Ivan will not let go of such a good opportunity. Tony is not easy to meet when he is not wearing a armor, so he directly crosses the track barrier. Coming to the track, the jacket on the body was melted by a burst of high temperature, revealing the simple exoskeleton armor. A arc reactor in front of the chest exuded white light, and his hands were thrown to the sides, too long. Flashing, the whip of the arc appeared in his hands, waiting for Tony's car to arrive. Tony is already playing at this time. This is the first time he has such a great drag racing, and it feels more exciting than the drag armor. But Jarvis' voice sounded in his ear. "Sir, there is an unknown person in front of the track, please circumvent it." He finally appeared. "Jarvis, start mark number 7, ready to dress." Tony commanded Jarvis while slowly slowing down the car. At this time, the host also found that unknown personnel entered the track, and couldn't help making an anxious shout. The voice spread to everyone who watched the live broadcast. At this time, little Chili was shocked. Seeing this person's appearance was to find Tony in trouble. At the same time, Happy also appeared in front of little Chili's eyes and lit up the red suitcase in his hand. Pepper and Happy came directly to the Rolls-Royce car, ready to drive into the track, and sent the portable armor to Tony. But before they got on the bus, the trunk of the Rolls-Royce suddenly opened to the sides, a red device appeared, and in the surprised eyes of the others, it rose directly into the sky and flew at a very fast speed. The direction of flight is exactly the direction of the field. Chapter 50, Give You a Soap. At this time, Tony had parked to the side, still far away from Ivan Vank. After listening to Li Yu's introduction that this person likes to play with a whip, how could Tony drove in a silly way to find a pump? He just needs to get off here, wait for the armor to come, wear the armor and then abuse him. I have to say that Tony is really a traitor, but at this time Ivan started to be forced. Is it just Tony Stark who just drove so hard? How come I parked so far in front of me? You don't mean to rush over quickly and avoid me. Even if you don't slow down and rush over to hit me, I can just kill your car with a whip. But what is the reason you park so far away from me, Ghost? There are hundreds of meters in the middle. At this time, the audience was a little dumbfounded, because it just looked cooler, and it looked like a big guy, but he stepped up his legs and accelerated towards the side of the track, Tony rushing to the audience. In the past, the most ridiculous thing is that there are two whips with flashing arcs in his hands. Ivan Vank was very fortunate that he added a switch to the whip, otherwise he would have to be careful of being pulled by his whip while running. But Ivan Vank soon discovered a bad place, because Tony was too far away from him, almost 100 meters away. 100 meters away, world-class athletes have to run for several seconds, not to mention now Ivan Vank. It took him more than 10 seconds to reach a distance of 10 meters in front of Tony. However, Tony in front of him turned from a blue racing suit into an Iron Man wearing red and gold armor. Just when Ivan ran towards this side, Mark 7 had flown to Tony at a very fast speed, and Tony was wearing the steel armor directly at the scene. Ivan Vank had seen Tony was wearing the armor when he rushed over, but now Ivan has no way to do it. I can't run it. I can only hope that this simple exoskeleton armor can cause some damage to Tony. From the beginning, Ivan Vank planned to kill Tony and kill him directly. If he could not kill him, he would be injured and fall to the altar. Just like mortals can make God bleed, will mortals continue to believe in God? But everything was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect Tony to stop so far away from him, nor did he expect Tony's armor technology to be so advanced. It can be supported from a long distance, and the dress speed is still so fast, less than 10 seconds to complete the wear. But no matter what he thought in his mind, things were like this, and he could only stick on his scalp, looking at the enemy who was not far from himself. Ivan Vank raised his right hand, the whip in the right hand flashed on the whip, and he was directly wearing it. Tony of the Warframe pulled hard. Of course Tony wouldn't sit still. He also raised his right hand, the white light of his palm became more and more dazzling, and a palm gun fired at Ivan Vank. There was no accident at all. Before the whip reached Tony, Ivan Vanko was directly flew out by this one, fell to the ground, struggling to stand up. Unfortunately, before he stood up, Tony rushed directly to his side and punched him in the face, of course, not too hard, otherwise Ivan Vank's head would be smashed. But with just a light touch, Ivan Vank's bruised nose was swollen, blood spit out of his mouth, and several teeth fell. Instead of continuing to make up the knife, Tony grabbed the arc reactor embedded in the humble exoskeleton and dragged it down so that Jarvis analyzed it again. Rubbish! I don't know whether Ivan Vank is talking about this arc reactor. Tony has floated. He is hard to believe that Li Yu's introduction to being his opponent is actually such a thing, and he was put down by himself. But it should be able to bully me who is not wearing armor. Tony remembered Li Yu's words, this man is just looking for a sneak attack on himself when he is not wearing armor, and it is understandable. Soon, the security guards ran over here, and the police came to the scene on time after the matter was resolved. Dragged Ivan Vank who was still struggling on the ground. Haha, Tony Stark, palladium poisoning will die miserably. Ivan Vank can only think of a final blow to Tony, but unfortunately the mask is opened, and there is no look of surprise or fear on Tony's face. Sorry, let you down, I have solved the problem of palladium poisoning. Listening to Tony's words, Ivan Vank only felt a tumbling in his heart, and old blood could not help spouting out, almost passed out in anger. This plan really lost his wife and collapsed soldiers. Eventually, Ivan Vank was dragged away, leaving only one of his shoes on the scene, proving that what had just happened was real. But Tony waved towards the surrounding audience, causing the audience to cheer. Then with a ding sound and a hood, a fierce flame was sprayed directly under his feet, soaring into the sky and flying into the distance. Of course, he did not fly far, but came to his Rolls-Royce, took off the armor, and then restored the armor to the way it was before it was started, and put it behind the car. And Little Pepper couldn't help but came to question Tony, why did he do such a dangerous thing, and ran to participate in the racing competition. Everything that happened just now was seen by Li Yu. He did not expect Ivan Vank to be such a dish. In the previous life, he watched his whip play in the movie. How could he be knocked down by Tony? But since this is already the case, Li Yu is not dissatisfied. Tony, since things have been resolved satisfactorily, I will go back first. You have to deal with that Ivan Vank. There may be a lot of people who value his ability to make an arc reactor. Li Yu came to Tony to remind him. Well, Li Yu, I will handle this matter well. Tony heard Li Yu's words, and his face was a bit gloomy, remembering that if Ivan Vank fell into the hands of a caring person, it would indeed be detrimental to himself. Li Yu directly transmitted back with superpower. www.novel.com did not go back with Tony and them. After being busy, Tony came to the prison where Ivan Vank was held. Without any obstruction, Tony saw Ivan Vank in the prison. Ivan Vank, son of Anton Vank, I don't understand, why do you hate me so much? You must attack me if you are caught. You have reactor technology, you can sell it to any country, I believe they will give you a lot of money. Remuneration. Tony asked Ivan Vank sitting on the bed. He had a box in his hand, and he didn't know what was inside. Why attack you? You are going to ask your father, ask him what he did to my father. Ivan Vank looked very excited, almost shouting. My father? What did he do? Tony is also a little curious, he does not know the specifics of these things. What did you do? Don't pretend to be unaware. The reactor technology on your chest was taken by my father from my father, and he slapped my father out as a spy and deported my father. Everything I do now is worship gift from your father. After listening to Ivan Vank's words, Tony thought, looking for time to ask the one-eyed braised egg, I believe he must be clear. I don't know if what you said is true, and I don't want to know that you attacked me is a fact, so you will spend your last time in prison next. Tony said that he would go out. Oh, I almost forgot, this is a gift I gave you, I believe you will use it in the future. Tony came to Ivan Vank, put the wooden box in his hand beside him, and opened it, and saw a soap lying there quietly. Chapter 51, Are You Still Called Snake Shield Bureau? After Tony left, some agents dressed up came to the prison, led by a white agent wearing a bald suit and glasses. We are SHIELD personnel, this is the above document, we are here to take an important prisoner, his name is Ivan Vank. The leading bald handed the warden a document and said, Okay, come with me. The chief of the prison looked at the documents delivered and found nothing wrong, so he could only take them to the prison where Ivan Vank was held. After Tony walked for a long time, Ivan Vank looked at the soap in the box. The more he thought, the more angry he reached out, picked up the soap in the box, and threw it hard against the wall. Boom! When the warden brought those agents to the door of the prison where Ivan Vank was held, a violent explosion came from inside, and all the people who had just arrived at the door were blasted out and hit hard. On the ground. The bald head hurriedly got up from the ground, looked at the prison burned by fire, and hurriedly shouted. Rumlow, go and see if the prisoner is still alive. The prisoner has lost his breath and declared death. At this time, Tony was sitting in the luxury car outside, listening to the explosion sound from inside. Ivan Vank, you are still so irritable. Tony didn't want to do this, but after Li Yu's reminder, he still made up his mind. Tony is also afraid of trouble, so it is better to do it once and for all. But what are the people from SHIELD doing? Tony doesn't know why the people of SHIELD come here, but certainly not here to visit, and Tony can think of it for Ivan Vank. It seems that SHIELD is not credible. Thinking of this, Tony directly started the luxury car and rushed out in a burst of motor roar. Sir Pierce, the target character is dead, we are late. Tony's Malibu villa, Li Yu saw Tony who came back from Monaco. How is it? Is Ivan Vank's case resolved? Li Yu sat on the sofa and asked Tony who came back. Solved, but I saw the SHIELD people went to prison, do you remind me that the caring person is SHIELD? Tony also sat on the sofa and said to Li Yu. SHIEL? What are they doing? Do you see who they are? S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Yu was a little bit stunned. Shouldn't Justin Hammer buy the police inside to rescue the detained Ivan Vank? Why did the SHIELD people also get in here? They were led by a bald head. I asked Jarvis to invade Shield to check their information. The leading bald head was Sitville. There was also a leader of the S.H.I.E.L.D.S Rapid Reaction Special Forces called Brock Rumlow. What? Is there any problem? After Tony finished talking, he saw Li Yu in deep contemplation and couldn't help asking curiously. I didn't want to tell you these things now, but since you got in touch, let me tell you a little bit. The people you saw were all Hydra agents lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Hydra? Are you talking about Hydra during World War II? Didn't they get wiped out by Captain America? Why is it still there? And lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony's face is incredible. He had heard of Hydra, but he thought it was wiped out during World War II. It was only a branch of Hydra that was wiped out during World War II, and Hydra has existed for thousands of years. This will not be described in detail with you. I want to talk about Hydra that infiltrated into S.H.I.E.L.D. At the beginning of the establishment of SHIELD, and your father was one of the founders of SHIELD, in the late 1940s, the Hydra launched a paperclip project, and the Hydra began to penetrate into SHIELD. Li Yu said slowly how the Hydra penetrated into S.H.I.E.L.D. Sorry, I interrupted your conversation, but I just heard that our S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra. Suddenly, a group of people came in from outside the door, led by a one-eyed black bald man wearing a blindfold. Followed by two beauties, and two men. One of the beauties, Tony, is very familiar with the personal assistant he hired the other day. Sir, my program was forcibly rewritten. Jarvis's voice remembered. Natasha? You were fired. Tony's eyes widened, looking at Natasha in black tights, said angrily. This is not up to you. Natasha did not show any weakness, and answered Tony's words. Sorry, I have to interrupt. This gentleman, I just heard that Hydra still exists, but I clearly remember that I have wiped them all out. For this reason, I missed an important appointment. What's going on? A man in casual clothes could not cover his perfect body, and anxiously stepped forward to ask Li Yu. Yes, along with Nick Fury were Captain America Steve Rogers, S.H.I.E.L.D. 8th Agent Phil Coulson, Agent Maria Hill, and Black Widow Natasha Romano's husband. These are all people that Li Yu is very familiar with, and he hasn't seen one before because of an eagle eye. Hello, Captain America Steve Rogers. Nice to meet you. My name is Li Yu. Li Yu got up from the sofa and held out his hand to the US team. And the US team also reached out and shook hands with Li Yu, but Tony was less polite. www.novel.com. Originally these people forcibly entered their villas, which made Tony very uncomfortable. After seeing Natasha who was following them, she became even more unhappy. No wonder Li Yu told me to be careful of this woman, and regretted not listening to Li Yu. So Tony, who was in a bad mood, didn't stand up at all, but sat firmly on the sofa, but he couldn't help but look at the American team shaking hands with Li Yu. He was the first time he saw the living American team today. Mr. Li Yu, I think you should tell me in detail about the Hydra. Nick Fury's heart is not as calm as his face. For the first time, he knew that the S.H.I.E.L.D. that he led was actually infiltrated by the Hydra. Now he wants to know the specific situation urgently, so he asks Li Yu directly. Everyone else has the same look, waiting for Li Yu's answer. Okay, then I will tell you, what you think is the origin of Hydra, but it is not. It is just a branch of Hydra in the long river of history, and it cannot be regarded as an orthodox Hydra. It was just created by the Red Skull following the Hydra philosophy of the past, not the orthodox Hydra. The Orthodox Hydra organization coexists with various historical branches and silently supports the development of each branch. The origin of the Orthodox Hydra organization is quite early, about 1,400 years ago, when a powerful power appeared on the earth at that time people, and this ability man was sent to a distant planet because of his abilities. And the purpose of Hydra's establishment is to make this man return. Li Yu slowly told the history of Hydra, and then said to Nick Fury. "NU Shield Bureau, I think it should be renamed as Snake Shield Bureau." Chapter 52, Meow Meow Hammer appeared. Nick Fury heard Li Yu's words, his face was all surprised. "What do you mean?" "It means literally, Hydra has long penetrated the inside of S.H.I.E.L.D., including your former director Alexander Pierce, all of them are Hydra. Work. And only you, the current director of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, and some of your cronies have also been kept in the dark." After Li Yu finished speaking, everyone at the scene fell into a long silence. They couldn't believe Li Yu's words and were unwilling to believe them. "Ha ha ha. I can't help it, let me laugh for a while, an organization dedicated to the protection of world peace, the inside are all Hydra people, it's so funny." Tony suddenly started to laugh, which made the face of Nick Fury become more gloomy. Natasha, the Black Widow, gave Tony a hard look, but couldn't find a reason to refute Tony. "Mr. Li Yu, can you guarantee that what you said is true?" Nick Fury took the lead and asked Li Yu seriously. "Of course, if you don't believe it, you can go back and investigate it. I believe there will be results soon." Li Yu said lightly that he was not afraid of Nick Fury's disbelief. Nick Fury began to close his eyes and meditate. They originally came to Tony because Natasha reported to him and saw Li Yu who disappeared here. Coupled with what Li Yu said was the situation in New Mexico State in the southwest, as well as the sudden attack on Tony this time. Nick Fury came over to find Li Yu. He wanted to know more about the situation. Where would he think that he heard a great news as soon as he entered Tony's villa? Nick Fury now has no mood to stay here anymore, he directly handed over those matters to Coulson. Then left Tony's villa directly. He was going to go back and investigate this matter, how many Hydra members there were in S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Hill was also taken away, leaving only Natasha, the US team, and Coulson. "Mr. Li Yu, originally Director Nick Fury came here because you said that there are indeed some situations in New Mexico, so I wanted to come to you to find out. But I didn't expect that such a big thing happened, and the secretary is no longer in a mood to stay here, so the secretary has left the matter to me to handle. I don't know how much Mr. Li Yu knows about what happened there." After Nick Fury left, Coulson was the first to speak, and what he said also aroused the interest of the people present, so that they finally stopped thinking about the things they just had. "So there are already hammers in New Mexico?" Li Yu watched everyone's curious eyes and looked at himself, then asked without hesitation. "Yes, because of your reminder, Mr. Li Yu, we have been monitoring the situation in New Mexico. Just today, we detected anomalies in the weather over New Mexico. After conducting an investigation, we discovered a silvery unknown substance. Hammer, but no one can handle it. The timeline is slightly advanced here, it will not affect anything. What do you say? You can't take a hammer? I think your shield still disbands." Tony said with a tongue, while glancing at Natasha. He still remembered hating Natasha for deceiving himself. "Otherwise, you arrogant Iron Man, try it yourself? See if you can pick up that hammer." Natasha shrugged back unabashedly. She believed Collison's words very much, so she didn't think the problem was with S.H.I.E.L.D. That was only the mystery of the hammer that appeared suddenly. "I really want to try, so that you can see how incompetent your S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel are. Tony is fighting against Natasha to the end today. Let Mr. Li Yu talk about the situation of the hammer in detail. I guess the hammer that appeared suddenly should not be something ordinary." Captain America Steve suddenly opened his mouth, interrupting the dispute between Tony and Natasha and hitting the point right after the exit. "Yes, as the captain said, the hammer is not something in the world, but the Thor's hammer in the Nordic mythology." "Nordic mythology? Thor's hammer? Did I wake up today and have hallucinations? How do I feel like I live on a fake Earth?" Everyone was stunned by what Li Yu said. Tony couldn't believe it all was an illusion. First learned that Hydra still exists, and then learned that the Nordic mythology is not fictional, but actually exists, and no one can quickly accept this fact. Yes, it's the Thor's hammer. For some reason, Odin, the king of Thor's father, deprived Thor's divine power, exiled him to the earth, and cast a spell on the hammer as long as he could pick up Thor. People with the hammer can get the power of the thunder god and become a new Thor. Although he said this, Li Yu knew that this incident was all directed by Odin, in order to train Thor and make him a qualified monarch. Want to pick up the Meow hammer at this time? Don't dream about it. www.novel.com. Unless you have more strength than Odin, you can pick it up, but you don't need Meow hammer anymore. Li Yu felt that the captain at this time should not be able to pick up the hammer. Even if the hammer recognized the captain, Odin would definitely not recognize it. Mr. Li Yu, although what you said may be true, but these things are still unbelievable in our opinion. We can't believe that the myths and stories are true. Coulson said. Everyone else nodded in agreement. In this case, let me tell you in detail. The Earth is not alone. Including the Earth, it is divided into 9 regions, called the 9 Kingdoms. The 9 Kingdoms are Asgard, Warnerheim, Yalfheim, Nidavellir, Midgard, Jotunheim, Walter-Alheim, Muspelheim. And Asgard is the residence of Odin and Thor, because in 965 AD, the frost giants of Jotunheim attacked the earth, and the Asgard army and the frost giants waged a war in Tensberg, Norway. Odin led the Asgard army and the frost giant to fight on the earth. Odin lost his eyes and one eye and the two sides agreed to a truce. So what happened to humans at that time was recorded, which was considered by the descendants to be a Nordic mythology, and is fabricated. And the earth is Midgard in other people's mouths. Li Yu spoke out the situation of the 9 kingdoms slowly. This mythical story shocked everyone present again. So there really exists a species like God. Tony had the most contact with Li Yu. He knew that what Li Yu said was true, so he was also the most shocked of these people. Not to watch. Stumbled, this book has also been written for 20 days, unconsciously already 12 words, because it is a cute new author, so the previous writing is not very good, I dare not read it a second time, I feel very embarrassed. Of course, the same will be written later, but I think it is still a little bit improved. Oh. But thanks to the editor's love, I actually signed the contract. I was so happy when I saw the station was short. Smiley face. I don't know if there are 10 people who can still read the books I wrote, but I will still write them. Smiley face. Said so much, just to sell miserably and ask for support. It is recommended to test water at 2 p.m. tomorrow, and the results during this period are related to whether there is a recommendation next time. So please ask everyone's collection, recommend tickets, and reward. If the situation is good, I will add more code words. Oh. In addition, thank you, my book friend who has always supported, thank you for your recommendation. It is you who gave me the courage to stick to it. Chapter 53, Lift Meow Meow Hammer. Having said so much, let's go and see the Thor's hammer in person. After Li Yu finished speaking, watching everyone was not speaking, he could not help interrupting their contemplation. So how do we go? The American team took the lead and he was also very interested to see what this quake looks like. I'm going to prepare the plane. Natasha said aloud, while going outside. No more, we take the faster transportation. Li Yu smiled and stopped Natasha's movement. Natasha looked back at Li Yu with surprise. What means of transportation is faster than the plane? Is it Stark's new technology? Everyone looked at Li Yu curiously, not knowing what he would do. I saw that Li Yu got up from the sofa and came to Natasha. Under everyone's attention, his right hand drew a circle in the air. Then, not far away in front of Li Yu, there appeared an aperture with a height of 1 person, zzz flashing blue sparks. Looking down the aperture, it was obvious that there was a strange place on the opposite side. This is it, let's go. Li Yu walked directly into the aperture. Among the shocked people, the first one to react was Tony. He knew that Li Yu had the ability to transmit, but this was the first time he saw him. However, he still pretended to be relaxed, step by step to the aperture, and did not forget to quarrel Natasha there. Amazed? Surprised? Not embarrassed? Hearing Tony's voice, Natasha, Carlson, and the US team reacted. After watching Tony enter the aperture, there was no accident, and he stepped towards the aperture step by step. The US team entered the aperture for the second time, followed by Natasha and Carlson. When Carlson had just crossed the aperture, the blue aperture narrowed slowly until it disappeared, leaving only a few blue sparks scattered by the wind. While looking around, they were surprised to find that they were standing on a hillside, and what kind of fortifications were being built by a group of people below. Coulson is too familiar. These are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and have been sent to New Mexico to guard the scene. So, we came to New Mexico from Villa Tony in one step. Everyone can't believe it. Although they have seen big scenes before, drawing a circle to send people thousands of kilometers away is still a bit shocking. If it is not something that you have experienced yourself, I believe many people will not believe it. Coulson, I think you should explain to them. Li Yu saw that the following group of agents with guns were coming in this direction, and could not help reminding Coulson, who was still watching. Mr. Li Yu, leave it to me. Coulson finally recovered under Li Yu's reminder, and then quickly stepped forward to meet the agents who rushed over. I am Coulson, lift the alert. Coulson took out his ID and ordered the agents to disarm. A man dressed in black and holding a bow and arrow greeted Coulson. Sir Cole, how did you come here? Hawkeye was a little curious, because he didn't hear the sound of any transportation, nor did he see the car or the plane. Did they come over? How is this possible? Let's talk about this later, first take us to see the hammer. Seeing Li Yu, they also came over, and Coulson said to Eagle Eye. Come with me, sir. Under the guidance of Hawkeye, they came to the hammer surrounded by heavy work. This is the hammer that you can't get up with all the methods. Looked at the small hammer on the ground, and Tony spoke first. You on the line. Natasha refuted rudely. Tony didn't talk nonsense, he walked directly to the meow hammer, walking and moving his body, warming up. Sir? Don't stop him. Hawkeye doesn't know Tony right now, so he asks Coulson. No need to. Tony came to the meow hammer, rubbed his palms, and put one hand on the hammer handle, secretly exerting force, but soon put the other hand up, exerting the power of breastfeeding. The expression on his face all solidified, but the hammer showed no signs of movement. Finally Tony ended in failure. How about it? It seems that our Iron Man is not very good, even a hammer cannot be picked up. Natasha sneered at Tony. Jarvis, give me the start of Mark 7, and so on. FHK2 also starts. The goal is my current position. Tony listened to Natasha's words, but he was not reconciled. He directly took out his phone and instructed Jarvis. Watching Tony fail, the US team can't help but also feel a little itchy. He saw such a strange thing for the first time, so he also went up to try. The American team came to the hammer and did not warm up like Tony. Instead, they put their hands up and slowly increased their strength until they used their full strength. As the strength used by the US team increased, Li Yu's spirit was keenly aware that a little arc flashed slowly on the hammer, and the weather over the sky also changed. As the US team used its full strength, the flashing arc on the hammer has become visible to the naked eye, and there is a gentle breeze blowing around, and even dark clouds have slowly gathered on the sky. Everyone was staring closely at the US team that was working hard. Coulson's eyes were shining, and his eyes were full of expectations. He very much hoped that the US team could lift the hammer. After all, Li Yu once said that he could lift the hammer. Have the power of Thor. But this phenomenon lasted for less than a few seconds, and then disappeared, and the arc on the hammer disappeared, and the surroundings fell into calm again. Eventually, the US team still failed to lift it. I don't know what the reason was. Li Yu was not very clear. Obviously the hammer responded to the US team, but the US team couldn't lift it at this time. Thunder, little rain. Tony whispered next to him. He was a little dissatisfied. Why did he not have any anomalies when he lifted the hammer? Mr. Li, www.novel.com. Would you like to try it? Watching the US team also failed, Carlson couldn't help but disappointed, but still asked Li Yu about it. Although Li Yu felt that she couldn't lift it up, don't want to be crooked, but after hearing Carlson's words, she couldn't help but feel a little bit irritated, and then slowly walked towards the meow hammer. Li Yu put his hands on the hammer handle and exerted his strength slowly. Now Li Yu's physique is much stronger than that of the US team. With full force, a 10-ton boulder can be moved. But Li Yu used all of his strength, his feet fell deeply into the ground, and the hammer still didn't respond at all. Li Yu couldn't help but feel discouraged, and she couldn't hold it up. Don't think about it. But Li Yu, who was about to give up, suddenly had a flash of light. They were all using physical strength. How about adding their own energy? Just think about it. Li Yu mobilized his blue space energy directly from the spirit sea, and the blue energy slowly poured into his hands along his arms at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately, something incredible happened. After the blue energy touched the meow hammer, the hammer was lifted directly over the head by Li Yu, and Li Yu could not feel a little resistance. He almost sat down on the ground with too much force. Fortunately, Li Yu responded quickly, so he didn't show ugliness in public. As Li Yu lifted the meow hammer, the sky was instantly covered with thick black clouds, and there were flashes of thunder and lightning. A thick-armed lightning slammed on the thunder god's hammer lifted by Li Yu in a thunderous manner, and the electric light flashed for a while. This is like the end of the world scene, which scared everyone away from Li Yu and dared not to approach. Looking at Li Yu bathed in dazzling lightning, everyone was shocked. They can't believe it. Is this the power of Thor? Chapter 54, Goodbye Ancient One Venerable. Li Yu was struck by lightning, and did not feel any discomfort, but was very comfortable. Some strange changes have even occurred in his body. And can feel the huge energy contained in the lightning, flowing into Li Yu's body through the meow hammer. Was then absorbed in the starry sky in the spiritual sea, and most of the energy was turned into blue light spots, rotating around the sphere in the center of the starry sky. A small amount of energy is absorbed by the third dim spot, and as the spot absorbs more energy, it slowly becomes brighter. Li Yu has closed his eyes to enjoy this process. It is too comfortable to enter the body. At the same time, not far from here, in a shop, 4 people sat at the table. A tall man with long blonde hair drank all the drinks in 1 cup. This is good, have another drink. He threw the cup directly on the ground and shouted loudly. This move scared the customers in the store and looked at them one after another. The man opposite, a beautiful woman, quickly apologized to everyone, saying he was not intentional. What are you doing? It tastes good, I want another drink, said the man innocently. You can't say it well, be polite. At this moment, the man suddenly stood up, his face shocked. This is the breath of Mernir. Meow meow. What meow meow? Asked a girl with glasses in doubt. Mernir, it is my weapon, I must go and get it back now. The man didn't say much, and ran quickly in the direction he felt, without avoiding the vehicles on the road, causing the driver to scold. What shall we do now? Was the girl with glasses who reacted first and asked aloud. At Asgard at this time, the king of the gods is sitting on the throne, holding the eternal spear Gungnir in his right hand, closing his eyes and contemplating things. Recently, his Odin's sleep has become more and more frequent. The power of Asgard's Protoss is proportional to age. When the power is strong enough, you need to adjust the body's power through sleep. Odin's power of Odin too powerful, he adjusts himself through Odin's sleep every certain period. Odin could feel that he was approaching, which is why he was eager to pass the throne to Sol, but Sol is now just like his own, warlike and reckless, and will not consider his behavior to as how much suffering the people of Gate have brought, and now Sol cannot be a qualified monarch. So Odin exiled Sol to Midgard, hoping that Sol would understand how to become a qualified king. But the contemplative Odin suddenly opened his left eye, and his eyes were unbelievable, because he felt that the spell he had imposed on Mjolnir was actually broken through, and Mjolnir had already been taken up, inheriting the power of Thor. How could Odin let this happen? Mjolnir has always been the weapon he gave Sol, how can anyone allow others to get involved? So Odin stood up directly from the throne, Gungnir lifted it in his right hand and fell down fiercely. An invisible ripple spread out from Asgard immediately and spread to 9 realms almost instantly. Rocky, who was about to see Odin at this time, was shocked by this powerful momentum. He had never seen Odin so sharp, and then he felt how powerful Odin seemed to be. What caused the anger of Odin, the Lord of the 9 realms? A killing is being staged on a certain planet. A giant wearing a armor and holding a double-sided broadsword raised his head, revealing a purple face. He looked into the distance, with some doubts, and did not know what he was thinking. "Sir, is this momentum?" "No need to ask, continue to do things. Odin deserves to be the 9-realm powerhouse. His anger has shocked countless powerhouses. No one knows why Odin, the Lord of the 9-realm, has made such a big fire. This is Odin's first time in thousands of years. So angry." At this time, Guyi, who was meditating, also noticed Odin's breath, and instantly knew the reason for Odin's anger. Both hands made a few inexplicable gestures, and the eye of Agamo in front of her chest rolled, emitting a dazzling green light. Immediately saw that she got up and drew an aperture and walked directly into it. At this time, Li Yu was enjoying Thunder and Lightning's baptism comfortably, but the Miao hammer with his right hand above his head, don't ask how the hammer raised with both hands became a hand, isn't it embarrassing to hold the posture with both hands? Suddenly it seemed to change from being as light as a feather to being as heavy as Mount Tai. Couldn't continue to resist the weight of the hammer, but the unmatched force disappeared instantly. However, Li Yu was shocked to find that the surrounding environment seemed to have been all suspended. He could see the terrified expression of everyone in the distance frozen on his face, and he could also see the lightning fixed above his head. Even after he let go of the Miao hammer still stayed in the air like that. There was no sign of falling. Li Yu couldn't help but think that Newton's board couldn't hold back. Suddenly a familiar voice came into Li Yu's ear, and a yellow aperture came out of a figure that Li Yu was familiar with, wearing a yellow monk robe. "Li Yu, long time no see." The man smiled and said to Li Yu, "His venerable Gu, how are you here? And what is the situation?" Li Yu pointed at the Miao hammer in the air and asked with a surprised face. "Nothing, I just came to see what caused the anger of King Odin, the Lord of the 9 realms, and could force him to shoot. This is just a small spell that is suspended for a time." www.novel.com Guyi continued to say with a smile, "It seems that I just came here for sightseeing." Lying trough, Odin's old and undead really played yin, saying that whoever picks it up will have the qualification to become Thor, all the routines. Li Yu also instantly realized what was going on. It must have been Odin's shot and he suddenly couldn't lift the hammer. But he thought about it in his heart. Of course he would not say it. "That, venerable Gu, will Odin run over to kill me?" Li Yu couldn't help but feel a little afraid, which destroyed Odin's good deeds, what to do if he was killed. Although he can run with superpowers, he remembers that Odin's weapon Eternal Gun seems to have a characteristic, that is, it will hit the target as soon as it is thrown. This is to restrain himself. Relax, Odin is old and has no energy for these things, and he personally shot. Also, Li Yu listened to Guyi's words and wanted to understand that Odin was about to fall into Odin's sleep. Afterwards, Asgard had more things, how could he feel trouble for himself? But I still remind you that it is better not to touch my anil again. I know, Venerable Gu. Okay, I'm gone. Goodbye, Li Yu. Gu Yi turned around and slowly walked into the yellow aperture, then disappeared, and the world around him suddenly seemed to come alive, and began to move. In Li Yu's surprised eyes, the meow meow hammer hit the ground directly, and an invisible wave swept all around, setting off countless smoke. The dark clouds over the sky also dissipated instantly, as if they had never appeared. The ground was smashed into a deep hole. And the people who came back did not know what had just happened. How did the hammer suddenly fall to the ground? Chapter 55, Thor and number 039, S arrival. Hey, Li Yu, what just happened? How did the hammer suddenly fall to the ground? Or Tony took the lead to ask Li Yu. Well, I don't know what's going on, I suddenly can't lift it. Li Yu can only find an excuse to perfume them. So how do you feel now? Didn't you say that you can have the power of Thor after lifting the hammer? Tony continued to ask curiously. What does it feel? The power of Thor? Let me try. Li Yu just patronized the thrill of absorbing energy, and I haven't really checked his changes. Then Li Yu closed his eyes and felt himself carefully with his mental strength. He only felt that the energy in his spiritual sea increased a lot, and the third star became brighter. Li Yu tried to mobilize his energy and poured it into the palm of his hand along his arm. In his heart, he was thinking about the moment when the thunder of the three thunder gods exerted their magical power without a hammer, and it was like the time when the whole body was surrounded by electricity. In the gaze of the people next to me, I saw a flash of arc suddenly appear in the palm of Li Yu. Unfortunately, it is very weak. It is estimated that no fly will die. So, you have been brewing for a long time, just like this. Tony couldn't help but spit out loud. It's like you have seen someone brewing for so long, and he thought he was going to do something big, and as a result he felt like a fart. Ah, it should be the reason why I can't use it skillfully yet. Li Yu is also very embarrassed. What he imagined was that he was like Thor, and he was surrounded by electro-optics, as if the gods were right under the heavens. Unfortunately, the ideals are full, but the reality is a little embarrassing. However, Li Yu also found that he had made some changes, which should have been caused when he just absorbed the power of lightning. The Meow Hammer is not just a weapon. It was once a weapon of Odin when he was young, and then passed the hand of the goddess of death, Hela, until now it reaches the hands of Thor. Its function is to make it easier for the Asgardian clan to gradually control their own divine power. To put it bluntly, is a novice artifact. When it can use its own divine power, it is not very useful. This is exactly the reason why no matter whether Odin or Hela, Thor is the same, they will change their weapons later. But now the Meow Hammer is cast by Odin, mortals can also use the power of Thor. Just now, Li Yu should be inheriting the power of Thor, but he was forcibly interrupted by Odin, and he still has a physique that can adapt to evolution, so after the baptism of divine power, the body has slowly evolved and can use thunder. Divine power. However, because Li Yu's body cannot generate thunder power by itself, he can only use the energy in the spirit sea to simulate the state of divine power. Because the body has not evolved completely, the thunder power generated is only so powerful. At this time, Thor, who was deprived of his divine power, was running towards Li Yu, but he was tens of kilometers away from here. How could he run by his legs? But fortunately, Jane drove to catch up with Thor, who was almost exhausted. He called Thor and drove towards here. Jan and his party decided to bring their own experimental equipment and materials and hunt for Soul first after Soul suddenly ran away, but only after he went back to find that his equipment and research materials were confiscated. The group of people claiming to be SHIELD, who went up with them briefly, but were stopped by the doctor. He had heard the name of SHIELD, and one of his friends who studied gamma rays was missing when he met SHIELD. I still don't know if it's alive or dead. Because Coulson was with Li Yu, he did not participate in this confiscation operation. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents did not even leave Jane and his party the money to replace the equipment. Jane finally ignored the doctor's advice and drove himself to catch Thor, and took Raytheon in the direction of Li Yu where they rushed. The time passed quickly, the sun had set in the blink of an eye, and the night covered the world. So, this hammer can only be placed here? Can't take it away. Tony is a little unwilling, but there is no way. A few hours ago, his Mark 7 and FHK-2 armor came one after another. Unfortunately, after wearing the armor, Tony also failed to shake the Meow hammer on the ground. This makes Tony, who has always been narcissistic, somewhat unacceptable. We just have to wait, there will be unexpected guests coming here at night. Li Yu smiled mysteriously. Uninvited guest? Was it for this hammer? I ordered to strengthen the guard. Coulson was a little surprised, but he was still ready to let the following strengthen the guard and get up. No, Coulson, the person who came is the owner of this hammer, but the former owner, now he has been deprived of his qualifications. Is that Thor who was exiled to Earth? What does he look like? Tony asked curiously. He really had a lot of interest in this Thor, and other people also showed curious eyes. Let's wait and see, I believe he will be there in a short time. An hour later. He came. Hearing the thunder outside, Li Yu suddenly spoke. Sure enough, someone was forcibly rushing in the direction of the hammer, and all the agents to block were put on the ground. And the strange thing is that the originally clear sky actually rained slowly, and even accompanied by a burst of thunder and lightning. The staff detected that the electromagnetic wave released from the Meow hammer is getting stronger and stronger. And Li Yu and Tony and others were watching the monitor in the tent. There was a tall and strong man in the monitor. The agents who dealt with him could not be overthrown by him. This is the kind of Thor? Doesn't it look different, just a stupid man with a strong body and a simple mind? Tony wouldn't say he was a little jealous of this man's strong stature. Do I have to stop him in the past? Watching the agents were knocked down by him one by one, the US team suddenly said out loud www.novel.com he had some itchy hands. No need for the captain. All right, Coulson, tell your people to let him go. Li Yu's mouth twitched a smile, and did not answer Tony's words, but said to Coulson. Don't stop him, let him go. Coulson gave the order. Sol finally rushed to the Meow hammer, looked at the Meow hammer standing on the ground, and smiled. Mir Neil, I'm here. Sol, with a confident smile, grasped the hammer handle of Meow hammer with his right hand and exerted a little force. Unfortunately, the embarrassment came next. His smile froze in his face, because he found that even with his hands, he used all his strength, but his hammer did not react. He finally understood his father Odin's words, deprived himself of the power of Thor, and now he is just a mortal. Sol was sitting decadently on the ground, letting the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel gather around and taking himself away without any resistance. At the same time, Asgard and Loki successfully learned his life. He turned out to be a descendant of the frost giant. He began to question Odin, why not tell himself earlier? At the same time, he also understood why no matter how good he had been since he was a child, Odin, his father, always favored Sol and even gave Asgard the throne to Sol. But Loki also misunderstood the meaning of Odin. Odin originally meant that Sol became king of Asgard and Loki became king of Frost Giant, so that Asgard can achieve permanent peace with the Frost Giant. This is why Odin said to them when you were young, you are all born kings. Unfortunately, Odin suddenly fell into Odin's sleep and failed to explain to Loki. Chapter 56, Evil God Loki. With the help of the guard, Loki handed Odin to his mother to take care of him. Loki took Odin's weapon Eternal Gun and temporarily replaced Asgard's throne. Although everyone was dissatisfied, there was no way to refute Rocky, who was armed with a gun of eternity, and he could only admit it temporarily. Let's go, let's take a look at this so-called Thor. Seeing the brave man, he caught, and without any resistance, was brought to the interrogation room by agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony suggested to the crowd. Everyone heard Tony's proposal, and they all showed a moving look. Indeed, for the first time, they all knew that Thor was actually there, and it was inevitable that they were curious. Just think about it, and none of the people on the scene were outsiders, so Coulson took everyone to the room where Thor was. Knowing the origin of Thor, Coulson ordered to be polite to Sol, and did not embarrass Sol, just let him stay in the room, not to go out. And now Sol is not in the mood to hang out, because he still can't believe it in his heart, he really has lost the qualification of Thor. When Li Yu and their party opened the door and entered, Sol didn't even raise his head. Looking at who was coming, it can be seen how much the incident hit Thor. Thor from Asgard, hello, I'm Li Yu and I'm glad to see you. Li Yu spoke first, and what he said attracted the attention of Thor, who was looking down. This was also the first time Sol had called him Thor after he came to Earth. Oh, now I am no longer Thor, I can't even take my weapon, what kind of Thor? To tell the truth, when Li Yu watched Marvel movies in the past, the favorite was Iron Man Tony, the most respected was Captain America Steve, and the most sympathetic and admired is Thor in front of him. Because Thor's life can be said to be full of tragedy, he and his brother Loki turned against each other first, then their parents died one after another, and his girlfriend broke up with himself. Learned that he still has an older sister, but he wanted to dominate the death of Hela in the 9 realms, and his most comfortable weapon, the Meow Ma, was crushed by her sister. I was blinded by my sister's right eye. In order to defeat my sister, I had to provoke the gods to dusk and destroy my homeland Asgard. When he left Asgard with the people of Asgard, he encountered Thanos, and half of the people were brutally slaughtered. Friend Heimdall was pierced in the heart, and the good brother Loki was killed by the bully himself, but he could only watch, unable to do anything. As Sol himself said, even if he fails, there is nothing to lose. But Fulian 4 was beaten again, and he lost his figure. Sol, are you a hammer god? Asked Li Yu playfully to the decadent Sol. What hammer god? I'm Thor, although now deprived of divine power, but you are not a mortal, can insult. Sol suddenly burst into rage and was insulted by a mortal. He could not accept it, even though he was now deprived of divine power. I didn't mean to insult you, just to be honest, if you are not a hammer god, why did you become a mortal after leaving the hammer? Li Yu's words made the angry Sol suddenly stunned, yet, why can't he become Thor after losing his hammer? I understand, can you help me recover my divine power? It must be so, tell me quickly, how can I recover my divine power? Thor stood up in excitement and asked Li Yu anxiously, but saw that Li Yu shook his head. No, you still don't understand that you are Thor, and your divine power is not given to you by others, but you are born with, so others cannot deprive you of the fact that you are Thor. All you have to do is feel the power in your body and guide them for your use, just like this. Li Yu stretched out his right hand directly, and a small arc flashed above his palm. This person didn't seem shocked, but it fell in Sol's eyes, but he was surprised that he nearly dropped his chin to the ground. He is very familiar with this energy. It is the power of the thunder that he had before. He does not know how Li Yu got it, and he can use it directly without the help of the Meow hammer. This shocked Thor. He couldn't help but recall Li Yu's words, closed his eyes, felt himself slowly, and felt the energy in his body as much as possible. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Is staring at the motionless Thor, waiting for him to show strong power. Poof! As this sound came to mind, an odor spread to everyone's nose, so that everyone could not help covering their noses, and hurriedly waved away the smelly air around them. Will Thor fart? I don't know. Smiley face, cough, I can't do it. Raytheon also opened his eyes a bit awkwardly and said embarrassedly. Li Yu was also almost spitting blood by Sol, Are you funny? If you can't do it, you can't do it. Saul, right, I think you look like a shocking male hero. You just lost a handy weapon, what is so sad? Look at me, a hole in the chest was dug, rely on life is maintained by this thing, don't you live well now, even I rely on it and become a superhero. Tony stepped forward and patted Saul's shoulder, comforted him, and showed the reactor on his chest. But Li Yu didn't hear any comfort. Don't listen to Stark's nonsense, you look at me. I've been frozen for almost 70 years, and I woke up a few months ago, but not only do I have to adapt to the changes of the times, there are few people I know before, the most important thing is I missed my appointment. The American team Steve also stepped forward and said his experience. Li Yu still didn't hear any comfort from him. It seemed that it had become a miserable scene. Yes, now Thor is not as miserable as you, but then people will be 100 times more miserable than you. Cough, please let Soul take a rest for yourself, don't disturb him. Li Yueguang found that Natasha's eyes also flickered, as if to say something, and quickly broke the conversation. After Li Yu and his party left, only Soul was left in the room, but Soul suddenly looked up and saw a very familiar person standing in front of him. How long do you have to follow? Come out. The evil Loki www.ltnovel.com. While everyone was walking, Li Yu suddenly spoke and said in a deep voice, but what he said made everyone wonder. Li Yu, what are you talking about? What base? Which one is following us? Tony looked around and found no anomalies, then couldn't help asking Li Yu. Don't you come out yet? Then I'm welcome. Li Yu turned his head and looked in one direction. With his hands pulled, a blue magic wand appeared in Li Yu's hands. Li Yu pulled directly to a clear space. In the shocked eyes of everyone, a figure suddenly appeared in an empty place, and easily caught Li Yu's magic whip. Well, Midgard has someone who can see through my illusion, but you will immediately become a dead person. The man spoke praised, but the last sentence was exported, but the murderous intentions burst out, which made people feel chilled. Immediately, Li Yu felt something was wrong behind him, and disappeared directly. At the moment when Li Yu disappeared, a figure appeared behind Li Yu, but it was exactly the same as the figure just now, holding a dagger toward Li Yu's position, but did not hit. I remember you, and I will kill you the next time I see you again. The US team and Natasha took the lead in responding to each of the two figures, but they were all empty. The figure disappeared, and before it disappeared, it stared at Li, who appeared not far away with a hint of evil smile. A glance. Was that person just now? This action happened between the electro-optical flint, and Tony had just reacted, and it was over. Can't help but asked Li Yu with some curiosity. Evil god Loki, Soul's brother. Chapter 57, Doctor, am I dreaming? The time is like a white horse passing by, and in the blink of an eye, the next day, the sun rises early, bringing warm sunshine to this small town. On a clearing, a blue aperture appeared abruptly, and then several people walked out of it. It was Li Yu who was a few people, but Carlson was not there. Tony couldn't stand the environment here last night, so let Li Yu open the circle and return to the villa to rest. Carlson stayed because he was responsible for things here. Down. As for why I came here again today, it was because Li Yu said that there is a good show going on today. Of course, Tony, who can't help himself, will certainly come along, and the US team and Natasha are also fine, so they all followed. It is worth mentioning that the US team brought his shield today, because he felt that he would fight a tough battle today, as the US team would certainly not stand idly by. Good morning, Captain, you are here. Coulson has discovered them and came out to greet them from the fortification, but it is indeed a fan of the captain. Good morning, Coulson. Okay, don't delay the time, how is that Thor now? Tony was not so polite and asked directly. Last night after the evil Loki disappeared, I ordered my men to guard against death, but there was no accident, but Thor, Thor, for some reason, always showed a very sad look. I didn't even rest in a chair all night. Li Yu heard Coulson's words, but remembered the arrival of Rocky last night, should say something with Saul, lie to him that Odin had died, to fight Saul. And Sol, the stupid man, was convinced of Loki's words, thinking that Odin was mad because of his reckless action, which is why the more blunt Sol would believe it. Let's go, let's see him. Li Yu spoke, and Coulson did not object, and took them to Sol's room. After entering the door, everyone discovered that Sol had become the same as yesterday, even worse than last night. Sol, Sol. What's wrong with you? Li Yu stepped forward and pushed Tol's shoulder, and asked for some reason. You are here, my father died, he died because of me, I cannot forgive what I did. Sol raised his head, showing his red eyes, and looked at the people who came in, slowly opening his voice, full of sadness and regret. This was the first time he regretted his behavior. You were cheated, your father is not dead now. Hearing Li Yu's words, Sol suddenly looked up, looking at Li Yu with some surprise, but then his eyes dimmed again. No, you haven't seen my father, you can't know, not to mention that this was told by my own brother, although he usually has some pranks, but this kind of thing believes that he will not deceive me. Li Yu stroked her forehead helplessly, and sighed in your heart, you are so simple. At this moment, an agent knocked on the door and whispered something in Coulson's ear. Mr. Li Yu, someone came to see him. Coulson said to Li Yu. They just came, just give them Sol. But trust me, you can't ask for valuable information when you leave Seoul, and you'd better send someone to evacuate the residents of the small town because the war is coming. In the end, Coulson still believed Li Yu, and let Dr. Jane take away Sor who was lost. And sent 2 agents to follow them. Then secretly sent agents on the other side to evacuate the residents of the town. A few hours later, the weather was unusual in a place not far from the town. A beam of light rushed towards the ground, leaving a special symbol on the ground. As the light beam disappeared, I didn't know when there were 4 more strangely dressed people on the ground, and then walked directly to the town. Here, Coulson also received a report from the agent who monitored Seoul, and then explained the situation to Li Yu and his party. Mr. Li Yu, do you know the origin of these 4 strangely dressed people? They are also from Asgard and are friends of Seoul. They came here to find Seoul. Let's go over and have a look. The show is about to happen. Li Yu answered everyone's doubts. Then opened the portal directly, walked in, and Tony and his team followed immediately. But Coulson did not go together, but led the agent to discover the scene of energy fluctuations. At this time, the 3 Asgard warriors and Schiff just found Sol and watched his friends arrive. Sol was very happy first, and then he came back and thought of the inquiry. How did you come here? Let's pick you up. Answered with a smile. No, I can't go back, my father died because of me, and I have no face to go back to Asgard. Sol's smile disappeared and replaced with a sad look. What? Your father didn't die? Just fell asleep. What did you say? My father was not dead? But Rocky said clearly. Rocky! You lie to me again. Sol was shocked first, then anger appeared on his face, and found himself being played by Loki again. I told you earlier that your father was not dead, you don't believe me, you are really silly. Teleport at this time, just seeing this scene Li Yu kept vomiting. Jane, Daisy, and Dr. Selvig found that their worldview collapsed completely today. First, there were 4 strangely dressed people who claimed to be Sol's friends. They came here to take Sol back. This has shocked them. Is Sol really a Thor? Then saw a scene that made them unforgettable all of a sudden. A blue aperture suddenly appeared in the void, and then a few people walked out of it, and the aperture disappeared into the air again. This scene took place in front of the scientific believers. They almost made them wonder if they hadn't awoke yet and were still dreaming. And Daisy reacted quickly, and then his eyes shined, because one of the people who came was very familiar with him. www.novel.com. Even he was a fan. Wow, that's Mr. Tony Stark, the superhero Iron Man. I can't believe I can actually see him here. I must ask him to sign me. Daisy's exclamation interrupted the rest of the shock and caused others to recover. Has to say that as the only superhero who is now publicly known, Tony's popularity is still very high. I did not expect this Daisy to be a fan of Tony. After Tony heard it, he even smiled, and exuded the smell of sow. It's a pity that at this moment, more dramatic weather changes appeared not far from the town. Who else is coming? Soul came back to him and asked the three warriors and Shiv. All four shook their heads together, saying they did not know. Then we will know if we look at it in the past. Li Yu laughed out loud, then drew a blue circle and walked past. Li Yu found that he was getting lazy, and he was reluctant to walk over at such a short distance. As Li Yu and his party walked into the aperture, Soul responded and quickly called the three warriors and Shiv into the aperture. Although their eyes were always curiously looking at the aperture, their Asgard people still accepted the ability comparison strong. Am I dreaming? Dr. Selvig said in a trance. His tone was unbelievable, and today's events have left a psychological shadow on this person who has always believed in science. Let's go check it out too. Daisy was a little curious, but she didn't know much about it here, so she didn't think about it so much. She walked into the aperture, and then Jane also dragged her into a trance. The aperture seems to have consciousness. After they pass by, they automatically shrink and disappear. Chapter 58, Soul Awakens the Power. Waiting for them to see the surroundings again, they were surprised to find that they had come outside the town, and a thick cloud in the sky in front of them was like a funnel. I'm not sweeping everyone's interest. I don't feel like a good person this time. Tony looked at the scene in front and said thoughtfully. Soul and his team looked solemn because they also had a hunch. Sure enough, with the abnormal disappearance of the weather, after the thick black clouds dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was a steel giant made of silver metal. Can I sue it for infringement? It seems to have stolen my creativity. Had to say that Tony was so big. He was actually joking on this occasion, but Tony had secretly let Jarvis start the armor. This is the armor of the destroyer, with terrifying power. Everyone will leave here. Soul recognized the steel giant in front of him. It was the artifact owned by his father Odin, which was made of Asgard's unique metal Ulu metal. However, no one left here after Saul shouted. Relax, there is my Iron Man here, this broken copper can't hurt everyone. Li Yu glanced at Tony, who was full of confidence, and thought to himself, there will be times when you are ugly. The American team also took off the shield on their backs, held the shield in their left, and stood in a posture, ready to fight at any time. You protect Soul. Seeing that the armor of the destroyer slowly came towards his side, the three Asgard warriors and Shiv couldn't help but rushed toward the destroyer first. For Asgard. The warrior who took the axe first rushed to the destroyer, jumped a few meters high directly, and waved the giant axe towards the destroyer. However, the destroyer punched him hard and flew him back at a faster speed. Looked at the friend who flew back, and the other two warriors yelled and rushed up, but with the same result, they flew back at a faster speed, hit the ground, and did not climb up for a long time. And the destroyer began to glow orange from the chest, like the light of flame, and slowly gathered toward the empty place on his face, aimed at the three warriors falling to the ground, ready to go. Just before the energy beam of the destroyer was about to be launched, he was wounded around the back of the Shiv, and he pierced his neck fiercely with weapons, and the condensed energy slowly dissipated. It's so simple to solve. Isn't it great? Tony didn't participate because the war armor hadn't arrived yet, and he didn't expect that the seemingly domineering steel giant was solved so easily. It has not been solved. You stay here, I will go up to help. The US team made a sudden sound, and then quickly rushed past. saw that the metal on the armor of the destroyer turned around and reorganized, so that the front and back were turned upside down. The position of the face was facing Schiff, where the yellow energy converged, and a yellow beam of thick and small mouth was emitted from the face. Fortunately, Sif was in a bad situation, jumped from the destroyer, and ran towards the distance. But the destroyer quickly recovered his ability to move, and his face was a burst of energy, and he fired towards Shiv, who was running hard. If there is no accident, this time must hit Shiv, and after such attack, Shiv will be seriously injured without dying. Do not! The three warriors and Soul who were struggling to get up on the ground shouted out loud. Expect Shiv to avoid the attack. On this occasion, a figure flashed like lightning, rushed to the back of Shiv, raised the shield in his hand, and resisted the yellow beam. Blocked the energy attack is the US team who came to support. At the last moment, he finally arrived. This figure is somewhat familiar, it seems that I have seen it somewhere. Is he? Drive. Finally woke up from the trance and looked at the American team holding a shield to resist the attack. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed. This figure was seen in the memorial when he was a child. And that is the memorial of America's spiritual leader, Captain America. The figure in front of him is strikingly similar to the statue of Captain America, and the shield in his hand is exactly the same as the shield of Captain America in the record. He is Captain America. Oh my God, how is he still alive? After reminded by the doctor, Daisy also remembered and exclaimed. Tony looked at the exclamation caused by the appearance of the US team, and he felt uncomfortable for a while. He was most annoyed that others grabbed his limelight and couldn't help but ask when Jarvis's armor arrived. At the same time, Coulson was approaching here with an agent, but suddenly heard a roar pass over the car. Some agents put their heads out of the window and could only see a thing flying forward. Speed up and get to the destination as soon as possible. Coulson is very familiar with the flying past. It is Stark's armor. He knows that something must have happened before, otherwise Stark will not start the armor support. Li Yu, the captain, held the shield and resisted the energy attack of the destroyer with difficulty, shielding the three warriors and Schiff from the destroyer, but the destroyer also slowly approached them. Soul, don't you think you're incompetent? You can only watch your friends get hurt while you are powerless. Vacant has a powerful divine power, but it will not be used. How ridiculous! If you can control your power, you can save your friends. Protect the people you care about. Not like now, you can only hide from others. Behind him, Li Yu not only did not help here, but actually spurred the worried Thor. Li Yu's words directly caused Soul to ponder www.novel.com. He wanted to refute Li Yu's words, but he had nothing to say. The expression on his face changed for a while. He was angry at his powerlessness. He could only watch his friends who were hurt by the destroyer. No. I am Thor, Prince of Asgard, no one can hurt my friend in front of me. Harm my people. Soul suddenly looked up to the sky and shouted, fists in both hands, his voice full of unwillingness and anger. Soul's situation worried Jane next to her. She wanted to step forward and comfort, but she didn't know how to speak. Only Li Yu found that at this time, Thor, with a fist of silver arc flashing above his clenched fist, was more and brighter. Until the silver arc wrapped around Thor's body. And the base in the distance, the Meow hammer suddenly vibrated, an arc flashed on it, and then directly rushed into the sky, at a fast speed, directly broke through the sound barrier, and flew away into the distance. At this time, Soul, with silver lightning all over his body, dark clouds rolling over his head and lightning and thunder, centered on him, causing a hurricane to roar. The crowd hurried away from his position. Lying trough, Li Yu, he is more powerful than you. Tony yelled beside Li Yu. But Li Yu showed a scheming smile, his purpose was achieved, he was deliberately stimulating Saul, so that his anger triggered his own divine power. But this is not the ultimate goal of Li Yu. Of course, it is not beneficial that Li Yu will not do it. His mental energy is fully radiated, and he carefully observes Thor's physical changes at this time. Li Yu's ability to adapt to evolution was launched with full force, simulating Soul's state at this time. Silver lightning slowly flashed on Li Yu's hands, and there was a tendency to spread towards the whole body. Chapter 59, Tony the Destroyer. Slowly, the situation on Li Yu also caught everyone's attention. Tony was so scared that he stepped back a few steps to avoid Li Yu's position. Lying trough, why are you here too? At this time, Li Yu's momentum also slowly climbed, although not comparable to Soul, it can cause thick black clouds and lightning and thunder. But it also caused a small cyclone. Several seconds later, an object flew over the sky quickly and rushed to Tony's position. It turned out that Tony's armor arrived. After a few seconds, Tony wore a good armor and watched the power of Li Yu and Thor to be astonished. Don't look at it, the captain can't hold it anymore and won't help. Natasha, the Black Widow, looked at Tony wearing a good armor, and the pestle was still there. She couldn't help but be angry and reminded that she could not participate in this level of battle. But Natasha was right, the captain really could not hold on. The destroyer armor is made of ulu metal, which is extremely hard. Not only is the physical attack strong, but the destructive power of the emitted energy beam is also more powerful. Fortunately, the captain's shield is special, and he can hardly carry the attack of the destroyer, and the three warriors and Schiff harassed next to it. They can only survive until now, but they are only passively beaten, which does not cause any trace of the destroyer's armor. Hurt. The situation is precarious, and casualties can occur if one is not careful. Tony saw this, and he recovered. Instead of paying attention to the situation of Li Yu and Saul, he sprayed a fierce flame directly at his feet, and quickly rushed towards the destroyer armor. Tony directly clenched his fists and slammed toward the destroyer, but the destroyed person was firmly caught by one hand, and did not retreat. Was far away in Asgard at this time, sitting on the throne, remotely controlling Loki, the armor of the destroyer, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Unrestrained. Then increased the power output to the destroyer far away from the earth, the body energy converged to the head, an orange beam shot at Tony wearing the armor, directly hit him tens of meters, the armor there were scars visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Tony's armor material is the top metal on the earth, so he was not penetrated by this one. Stark, don't fight him hard, use long-range attacks. Tony controlled the flying figure in the air, and was hearing the shouting of the American team who resisted the attack on the ground. Tony also had this intention, he did not expect that the destroyer's armor not only had a strong long-range attack, but also no less than melee. So I was caught off guard. Reacted, Tony raised a row of holes in his shoulders, and then dozens of small missiles swooped quickly toward the destroyer armor in the distance. Boom! After a series of violent explosions, the destroyer's armor was submerged in the sea of fire, and the invisible shock wave lifted all the objects within tens of meters of the explosion. Destroyed him. This is a question in everyone's mind, such a violent explosion, no one can survive it. But things often go beyond everyone's expectations. The armor of the destroyer came out of the violent burning flame slowly and appeared unscathed in front of everyone, with no trace of burning on his body. Tony was a little surprised. The missile just launched was the latest weapon developed by Tony. It can blow up dozens of tons of armored vehicles in one shot, but the dozens of rounds did not leave a trace, which made Tony feel a little depressed. Loki controlled the destroyer's armor step by step, stepping out, not looking at the American team and the three warriors on the ground. Instead, he aimed his face at Tony hovering in the air, and the chest-like energy slowly gathered to the head. Unit. This time Loki used the most power, the yellow energy was already red, and Tony was launched into the air. Tony had some iron, and raised his hands as well, dazzling white light gathered in the palm of his hand, getting brighter and brighter, and 2 white light beams greeted the attack of the destroyer. Boom! 3 beams of energy collided, causing a deafening explosion, an invisible shock wave, and the 3 warriors and the US team that were dozens of meters away from the impact and backed back a few meters before stopping. Sir, the other party's energy intensity is much higher than ours, so our energy will soon be exhausted. I suggest you avoid it. Give me more energy output. Tony is not giving up at all, frantically increasing the output power, not paying attention to the loss of energy. At this time, a strange phenomenon appeared in the scene. The orange energy beam collided with the 2 white beams. The convergence point was like a mark in the middle of the tug of war, one left and the other right. Mister, the reactor energy is still 58%, 56%. Give me more output. Tony Sank commanded Jarvis. However, although Tony has turned on the maximum power, the energy convergence point is slowly moving towards him. It is estimated that Tony's energy beam will be completely destroyed after a few seconds. There is a good saying. Since ancient times, it has lost to the left side of the wave, but unfortunately it is the opposite here in Tony. He is on the right side, but he has to lose, but Tony has no chance to evade and can only resist. It shouldn't happen in normal conditions, but the novel is understandable, right? The US team saw Tony was in a bad situation, thinking quickly, and shouted at Tony in the air. Stark, prepare to withdraw the attack. Whether the Tony heard it or not, the American team took the shield in his right hand and threw it hard. 3, 2, 1, now. Tony continued to do so would definitely run out of energy. He simply listened to the US team. When he said that he withdrew the attack, he directly stopped outputting and evaded to the side. The shield thrown by the US team came right in front of the orange energy beam and resisted the beam forward. Tony dangerously avoided the attack of the yellow energy beam. www.novel.com had to admire the computing power of the US team. The shield of the US team also flew tens of meters by a strong impact before falling to the ground. Sir, the attack is coming again, please evade. Before Tony was relieved, he heard Jarvis reminding him to make an evasive action again before he could even think about it. A beam of light almost hit the surface of his armor. However, this is not over yet, countless beam attacks are coming one after another, and Tony can only evade in a hurry. Watched that his attacks were evaded by Tony. Rocky, who controlled the destroyer, was covered with frost, but instead of continuing to attack Tony in the air, he aimed at the American team on the ground. Watching the destroyer's armor facing him, preparing to attack, the US team secretly cried badly. Now he has no shield to resist, he can only do his best to avoid it, hoping to avoid the destroyer's attack. However, although the physical quality of the US team has exceeded the limits of humanity, it is still faster than the speed of the energy beam. Loki's eyes were full of cruelty. It seemed that he could see the scene where the US team's body was torn apart under the attack and directly issued the attack command. Loki had sympathetic thoughts on the 4 Asgards. And did not directly hurt the killer, but Loki was not so kind to the people of the earth. But before the attack of the destroyer was launched, he was hit by a fast-flying object on the head, and was directly shot out by the hole. This is the first time the destroyer armor has not resisted the attack and was beaten. Loki controlled the destroyer to stand up, looked at the direction of the attack, and saw a silver lightning entangled in his body, standing there like a familiar figure of the gods, his eyes staring at himself. Chapter 60, Hammer Breaker. A minute ago, when Tony had just joined the battle, a shadow flew to Seoul much faster than Tony's armor. Thor's right hand stretched around the whole body of lightning, accurately caught the meowing hammer flying quickly, and lifted to the top of the head. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly rolled violently, like a black dragon hovering, where thunder, and a bucket of lightning directly boom on Seoul. Perhaps because of Li Yu's stimulation, Seoul reawakened the power of Thor this time, and the resulting momentum was much larger than that of Thor 1. Although it was not as good as Thor 3, it was not inferior. Compared with Sol, Li Yu's momentum is much smaller. He evolved according to Sol's physique. Of course, he exceeded the upper limit of Sol's physique. However, a smaller cloud appeared above Li Yu's head. But the dark clouds were soon swallowed by the clouds above Sol's head, and a much thinner lightning slashed into Li Yu's body. Sol is awakening the divine power, but Li Yu is absorbing the divine power. Although the purpose is different, the effect is the same. Such a shocking scene is just like the cultivator of the immortals. Professor Jianhe and his party have already retreated to a long distance to watch. Their faces are full of shocked expressions. They cannot fade for a long time. Such a doomsday scene can only be caused by real Thor. Coulson, who was driving in the distance, also saw the scene of thunder in the thick dark clouds in the distance. He had a hunch that this momentum was caused by Sol, who lost his power. At the same time, Coulson couldn't help but worry. With such a powerful force, if it is not good for the earth, can anyone on earth resist it? At this time, Li Yu, a cool group, if it were not the wrong occasion, he would have called out comfortably. Lightning baptized his body, making his evolution process faster, and the energy of lightning was also absorbed into the spirit sea by him. In the starry sky in my mind, the third dim star has already shined after absorbing such a huge amount of energy, and it should be possible to start Li Yu's next journey through it soon. This can't help but let Li Yu look forward to it. I don't know the next time what world will it travel to? Unfortunately, this process did not last long, and ended in a long whistle of Sol, which directly dispersed the dark clouds above his head. The ark flashed all over, wearing a beautiful armor, and Thor, a red mantle behind him, appeared in front of everyone. Sol's appearance as Thor is so cool. In the distance, Jane couldn't help shining her eyes, staring tightly at Sol's figure. She didn't expect that after Thor became Thor, she was so handsome that her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. Did any one of you pay attention to the other person? He can absorb lightning like Sol. Can this be done by ordinary people? Also, he just drew a circle and brought us here directly. Another sister, Daisy, suddenly said out loud, curious in her voice, that man could appear with Iron Man and Captain America, and even had incredible mysterious abilities. The circle he drew is like, it seems, like magic, right? Is magic, it's unbelievable. After Sol awakened his divine power, the first thing was to throw the meowing hammer in his hand against the destroyer's armor. If someone matches Sol with his famous BGM at this time, Immigrant Song, will surely be able to turn over the audience. After smashing the destroyer's armor and flying out, Sol made a right move, and the meow hammer flying far away suddenly retreated and flew directly back to Sol. Loki, I won't let you hurt my friend. Thor shouted at the destroyer's armor. Of course he said this to Loki. Immediately, Sol rushed directly to the destroyer's warframe, struck his legs not far away, and jumped into the sky, holding the axe in both hands. It was wrong. He was holding a hammer. Slammed on the head of the destroyer's armor. Boom! The sound of a deafening metal symphony came, and the meow hammer hit the top of the armor fiercely. The huge force shattered the whole armor of the destroyer and could not stand up again. Rocky, I'll go back to Asgard immediately to find your account. Watching himself smash the destroyer with one blow, Sol whispered, no matter whether Rocky, who was far away from Asgard, could still hear it. And all the people who just looked at it just came up with different ideas in their hearts. Li Yu's mental strength is very clear. Although Sol's attack was very strong at that time, if it was said that the destroyer was smashed, it would still be too much. Why did it cause such consequences? Li Yu couldn't help but sigh. Odin was really an old fox, because he could see clearly. As soon as Thor's thunder power touched the destroyer's armor, the destroyer shattered directly from the inside, looking like it was shattered by Thor. Had to say that Odin was really painstaking for the growth of Thor, and the powerful destroyer's armor contributed to it as a stepping stone for Thor. No wonder the powerful destroyer in the movie couldn't even catch it. The US team watched as the strong enemy was resolved, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They went to the distance to pick up their shields and carried them on their backs. This was the first battle he participated in after waking up. He can be said to be a fiasco and can only rely on shields to defend. Well, this seems to be a little weak for the US team, don't spray me. And Tony also fell from the sky, but he looked at Thor with some fear. The three warriors directly surrounded Thor wearing the armor. Congratulations to Sol for regaining his divine power. Jian and his party in the distance also came over. Sol perfunctory friends, heavy-eyed friends staring closely at the eyes, slowly walked over Jane, his eyes full of love. Jane looked at Sol with full of admiration, so they looked at mung beans like this, and they looked right. Not to mention that Sol and Jane kept feeding dog food to everyone around them. After Tony landed, he opened the mask and asked Li Yu, who was angry. Li Yu, how can you be the same as the man in the curtain? www.novel.com suddenly caused thunder and thunder. If it wasn't for me to see the bad situation, run away early, you almost even affected me. Ah, sorry, Tony, I will notify you first and tell you to stay away. Li Yu said embarrassedly to Tony. He couldn't help but imagine that Tony, who was not wearing a armor, was struck to death by lightning, which would be a little funny. You still want to have another time? At this time, several black off-road vehicles came over and parked not far away, and a group of people in black came down, led by Carlson. Hey, Carlson, the efficiency of your shield is as good as the police, and the matter will arrive on time. Tony said hello to Carlson, but what he said was very popular. Coulson deserves to be a good man, he just ignored Tony, and went straight to Sol, seeming to ask something. Excuse me, Sol, you. We are all fighting to protect this world. I represent Asgard. From now on, you can treat Asgard as an ally, as long as you give her what she took away from Jane. Stolen. I borrowed it. Coulson's answer was not blushing or beating. Thank you for your help. You have harvested my friendship. Sol said to Li Yu. After turning around and saying goodbye to Jane, she started shouting at the sky. Heimdall, take me back. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. Didn't respond, and Sol looked embarrassed. Heimdall. Can you hear me? I need you. Boom. Finally reacted, and the weather appeared abnormally above the sky.